Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, and balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation, and he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization, our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone, with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs. And balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation. And he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to VentureBeat's second annual Women in AI Breakfast at Transform 2020. My name is Lauren O'Brien, and I am the Chief Operating Officer and General Manager of our events at VentureBeat, and I am so glad to welcome you today. We are really excited to host so many women and allies this morning. At VentureBeat, we are committed to driving more diversity and inclusion across our company and at our events. And we hope that you will all participate and network at Transform across the 3 days. For those of you who are officially registered for the breakfast, please remember, after our panel conversation, we will be sending a link in our Women in AI Slack channel for you to join a private breakout session for networking and sharing insights, and you'll be able to use this Women in AI Slack channel throughout the event. And now, it is my pleasure to introduce our sponsor, Capital One and Intel, and thank them for making this breakfast possible. First, I'll introduce Carla Saavedra-Kochalski, who will provide the opening remarks. Carla is the Director of Conversational AI and Messaging Products at Capital One. Take it away, Carla.
Hello, my name is Carla Saavedra-Kochalski, and I'm the Director of Conversational AI and Messaging Products at Capital One. Before we kick things off, I'd like to thank VentureBeat for coordinating such a fantastic gathering of women in tech. I know it's been no easy feat with the state of the world, but I'm excited we could still join virtually for the Women in AI Breakfast and sessions to come over the next 2 days. So a little bit about me. I was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and came to the United States with my parents, 2 young grad students, when I was 3 years old. Growing up, it was the 3 of us learning together, including how to save and manage money. I started my career as a journalist, but quickly found that leveraging new technology and channels to connect with customers was my true calling. My career evolved from journalist to social media to machine learning, but the common thread was always how to leverage technology to help customers, whether that was through humans in social channels or building an AI with an EQ. When I look back at my parents trying to raise me in a foreign country and learning a new language, I don't know how they did it. They were young students who didn't really understand credit and ended up in piles of debt. It took them decades to crawl out of the hole, and I've always wondered how things would have turned out if they'd had a little help. That's why when I had the opportunity to build an AI that could help customers manage their money, I jumped at the chance. Today at Capital One, I lead the product team responsible for Eno, our intelligent assistant with both an IQ and EQ. When we were creating Eno, 2 things were important to us. 1, we wanted to create the best financial services assistant out there. And 2, we wanted to build an assistant that was inclusive and would not perpetuate some of the inherent biases that come with gendered assistants. For one, it was important for us to have an NLU that was deeply knowledgeable in financial services, allowing us to deliver the best possible experience to our customers. So we decided to build our own natural language processing technology and machine learning platform in-house. We trained Eno's NLP model using real customer conversations from chat logs. For 2, as we were creating our assistant, we wanted to look for qualities that were consistent with Capital One's mission of bringing humanity to banking, which is why we decided to make it gender neutral and very transparently a bot that was human-like but not human. We quickly found a name, Eno, which by the way is 1 backward, that embodied the assistant's human-like nature. These key decisions couldn't have been done without a diverse and inclusive team and working model where we embedded design, product, and tech together to create every conversation. Eno is a product for everyone, so Eno needs to be able to understand a range of financial services terms. Today, our team members, who represent various backgrounds, genders, ages, and ethnicities, are collectively building and training Eno's NLP and conversations. As a result, our intelligent assistant is reflective of the broad customer base we serve. Building and designing technology for humanity only improves our customer interactions. I've had the opportunity to work on some cool and interesting problems throughout my product career. Yet, as a Latina, it's hard not to notice when you're the only one in the room. I've known talented women and people of color who pursue technology careers, but feel as if they don't belong. Much has been written about the industry's pipeline problem and how we can increase diversity in tech. Companies say they don't hire women or people of color candidates because there aren't enough qualified candidates. And it's true, there are fewer of them than men with computer science degrees. But what if that low number is more of a symptom than a cause? I've shared my story to highlight my unorthodox path into technology. but my story isn't reflective of every woman technologist experience. We've all seen the headlines about women leaving the tech industry. Roughly 56% of women leave the technology industry by the mid-level point in their careers. These women are often driven out of a promising career in tech by a number of factors, including institutional barriers, microaggressions, and bias. But what about the 44% who stay in tech? A survey we launched last year in partnership with Grace Hopper found that women stay in tech because of three main reasons. One, women who receive regular training are more likely to stay in their tech careers than those who don't. Two, women who stay succeed because they receive regular feedback, both positive and negative. And three, women who stay have tended to have stronger role models and peer networks. When you look around at work and see people like you, whether of the same gender, ethnicity, sexuality, age, background, or any other identifier that helps to provide a sense of belonging. I've stayed in product because I love the work, but another reason is because I feel like the only way to make inclusive products is to be able to be at the table when they're made. My goal outside of creating great products for all customers is to get more women and people of color into product. Recent events have reinforced the importance of having a seat at the table to make significant change. And now as a leader, I can serve as a mentor and role model for younger women and people of color in product. Our founder and CEO started Capital One with a simple principle: attract great talent and give them the opportunity to be great. It's also about creating a culture where people of all kinds feel like they belong. It's then that they can truly enjoy their work and thrive. Culture doesn't evolve overnight, and we're lucky at Capital One to be grounded in a culture that embraces diversity as a major driver of our digital transformation. We know firsthand that diversity matters to product innovation and want more women and people of color on our teams. Thank you. I hope to see you in the breakout sessions for some great conversation and to learn more.
Thank you so much, Carla, for that wonderful story and sharing of how you have really made a difference with respect to encouraging women in technology. And now I'd like to welcome our esteemed panel to join us. This discussion will be moderated by Jamie Fitzgibbon, a great friend of VentureBeat, who is the founder and CEO of Renaissance Insights, an AI-focused advisory network based in San Francisco, California. Jamie has over 16 years of strategic advisory, program management, and product development experience. She's currently working with the Defense Innovation Unit's artificial intelligence and machine learning portfolio, bringing commercial solutions to the Department of Defense's problem space. Jamie will introduce our fabulous breakfast panel today. Take it away, Jamie.
Hi, welcome to the Women in AI Breakfast panel. And I'm Jamie Fitzgibbon. I'm happy to moderate this amazing panel of women to discuss how we are moving things forward, where we've come from, and how we can all get involved. So I'd like to first have Francesca Rossi introduce herself briefly.
Thank you, Jamie. Very happy to be here and to discuss with these other amazing women about the role of women in AI and what we can do to improve it. So I work at IBM Research and I am a researcher in AI. So I've always been a researcher in AI throughout all my career, but I joined IBM only 5 years ago. And before I was a computer science professor in a university, at the University of Padova in Italy, which, by the way, was the university that has the first woman graduated many, many years ago. So at IBM, I work on advancing AI capabilities, but also in embedding ethical principles. So I really care about AI ethics, and I do work in research around AI ethics, but also in putting together the governance pieces within the company that tries to coordinate all the AI ethics activities within IBM over all the divisions. So I'm co-chairing the AI ethics board within the company, and that's the central piece of coordination for AI ethics for all the other activities. And then I also participate in many different partnerships that IBM has around AI ethics with the World Economic Forum, CASE, of course, but also the UN, European Commission, the work that we do with the initiative that we co-founded, the Partnership on AI, and many others. So we really think that the multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approach is the only one that can work around AI ethics. And then something else that is another dimension of where I spend my time is also supporting the AI community of researchers worldwide with organizing conferences, of course, but also supporting associations like AAAI. I'm going to be the president of AAAI, which is the worldwide association, in 2 years. And to make sure also in that space that minorities and diversity and inclusion is very central to that community. So AI compared to other parts of computer science, I feel that it has more women than the other areas, but still, there is a lot to do. And fortunately, there are many initiatives in the community that focus on diversity and inclusion.
Great. Glad to have Francesca with us. And then Kay Firth Butterfield, would you introduce yourself, please?
Certainly. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to participate. I'm Kay Firth Butterfield. I am head of AI and machine learning at the World Economic Forum. But I am by background a lawyer and a human rights lawyer to boot. So I have sort of crossover interests in AI and law and human rights. And the work I do at the World Economic Forum is really around governance of AI. So getting right these ethical principles of AI. And so, for example, we work with countries, companies, non-profits and academics around the world to really sort of concentrate on how do we move from the principles, the ethical principles around AI to the operationalization of them. So as an example, we recently worked with the UK government to create procurement guidelines for every piece of AI that the UK government across the board either buys or develops in-house. And those rules came into place in the beginning of July. And then what we do is we work to scale what we've done globally so that it has a real sort of global tenure. I am particularly interested in working with the Global South, and I'm fortunate that we have offices in South Africa, Rwanda, Colombia, and Brazil, as well as in other places around the world where we can do this work in AI. I, like Francesca, also work with Europe and the UN, and Francesca and I, interestingly, I think were part of the very first attempt to create AI ethical principles for AI at Asilomar back in 2016. I suppose sort of a quick claim to fame, I was the person who created the hashtag on Twitter, AI Ethics. So I could go on, but at risk of boring everybody, I will stop there.
All right, thank you, Kay. And then last but certainly not least, Dr. Timnit Gebru, would you give a quick intro of yourself?
Yeah, I'll make it very quick. My name is Timnit, and I co-lead a ethical AI team at Google, a research team called Ethical AI. It's an interdisciplinary research team with mostly people from computer science background, but also from social science and neuroscience and other backgrounds, and also as well as software engineers working on ethical AI, the development of ethical AI. So we call ourselves a socio-technical research team. It's a term that was, I guess, coined by STS researchers, the term socio-technical. I also am co-founder and president of a nonprofit called Black in AI that works to increase representation and health of Black people in the field of artificial intelligence. And my dad went to Padua University to get his PhD, Francesca.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Small world. Well, thank you very much. Glad to have you all here. And so, as we've seen, even through your career, you've seen this progression of women in AI. So I'd like to just pause for a moment and talk about what you see the role of women both today, obviously kind of as it's moved along, and then as we move into the future. And I'd like you to talk just a brief bit about how you think that should all play out. And so I'm actually going to start with Kay, and then we'll wrap around.
Yeah, sure. So, I think the first woman I ever met working in AI was Margaret Bowden, who works at the University of Sussex, or used to, and was sort of a major figure in the very early stages of thinking about AI and ethics. We recently did a survey at the World Economic Forum, which shows that 22% of the people who are working in AI are women. That obviously is a very low number, and we need to do better. And for minorities, that number is actually even less. And so that's certainly an area of thinking and work for me as I build communities around the work that we do. Not just globally, but also sort of nationally for each country that we work with. I think the other place that women have been very influential has been in this ethics and AI space. Obviously I'm the odd woman out here because I'm not an AI scientist, but I think that it has been really important that women who have a different academic background have also come into this space, because we're bringing something new to the space. We look at it in a different way, and as Timnit suggested, it's important to be able to balance the humanities and AI together. So I think women have played an important role in getting us thus far in the AI and ethics discussion. I'll hand it over to whoever, Francesca or Timnit.
Yes, Jamie?
Francesca, would you like to go?
Sure, yeah. So, yes, follow up on what Kay said. I really think that sort of AI ethics have brought to the space many more women than the pure technological field, because AI ethics is a very, again, social technological or a very multidisciplinary environment, and I think that women are more interested in multidisciplinarity, in being open to other, to other ways of looking at things and other disciplines, and to also sometimes to have more of a big picture. Say, okay, I work on this very narrow and maybe very useful technical new theorem or new experiment or whatever, but I also want to understand, the big picture, the impact, and so on. I have to say that my path in AI ethics started in a transition year for me between academia and the corporate environment. My last year in the University of Padova, actually I was not in Padova, I was on sabbatical at Harvard, and I spent the whole year at the Radcliffe Institute. The Radcliffe Institute is a place where women issues are really central. It's the institute where women that wanted to study at Harvard but could not because they were not allowed to study at Harvard, they were going to the Radcliffe Institute, where Harvard professors were going to teach to the women there. Okay? So then over time, of course, things changed and women could access Harvard University, but that institute remained. And every year there are 50 fellows that are invited to go there and all the different disciplines, and they're forced to work together. So, for example, in that year, I was the only computer scientist, and then there were all the other disciplines. Okay? So, in a place where women issues are so central, there is a wonderful, even a library about women issues at the Radcliffe Institute. There is, at the same time, women issues, but also multidisciplinarity. Very, very important there. And so I learned a lot about the history of women, in the various disciplines and in technology as well. But I really think that over time I saw that women are gaining. Of course, as Kay said, 22% is still very, very low. But I think that in other parts of technology and engineering, it may even be lower. So we have a long way to go, but I see several steps, and we need role models. Role models are very important. I remember that when I was a professor at the University of Padova, most of the women PhD students were coming to do the PhD with me, because I was the only full professor in computer science in that department, woman. All the others were men. So role models are very, very important in research, in academia, even in corporate environments, and also that women need to understand much, much earlier that they can have a role and a place in a technological environment. So I remember that my students, women, sometimes they kind of not felt that they could actually be good at those things, while then, if you push them a little bit, they were even better than men. So they need to be more confident. They need to be told that they can have a success. And in this new environment where AI is not a technology and the technological science any longer, but is a very multidisciplinary field of study, I think that women can understand that they can play even a larger role.
Yeah, great. So I've heard from Kay was emphasizing that diversity and that diversity of thought, right? And bringing that in, and that women do tend to come from multifaceted and multidisciplinary, which Francesca reiterated, and that they're looking at the big picture. So we bring a lot. Women have brought a lot currently and continue to bring a lot. And then there's this issue of role models, right? So I want to pivot a little bit, because our time is going faster than I even anticipated, to a question that I'm going to actually direct at Timnit around. So we talked about role models, right? So I want to take that piece and I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing to increase proportionate representation of women from minority and others, right? Children, youth, from minority groups. So could you talk a little bit about, because the role model piece I think fits very nicely into how we're moving forward and how we're addressing this.
Yeah, first I like the term underrepresented majority that Joy uses, because I think that brings forward the fact that the many groups that we talk about are not really a minority, right? In the world, they're actually a majority. And if we fail to realize that, I think our concept of who a woman is kind of clouds our understanding of what kind of progress we should make. And I really like Angela Davis was mentioning that someone asked her, when would you feel like, feminism has won or something like that? And she said, when the concept of a woman that you have is the most marginalized among us. So like when you think of a woman, you think of a Black trans woman. That's the person that you think of, And so, and I kind of like Joy's underrepresented majority term, undersampled majority. And I think in general, all of these movements have to have a lens of, historically, for example, Black women have felt kind of not represented in the feminist movement. And so at all, because, the movement was mostly focused on mostly white and mostly middle class women. And so if you're not looking at intersections of race, class, gender, and all of these different dimensions of marginalization, I think that we would fail to kind of advance all women. And I think that's true in anything, and especially in AI, and especially when we talk about ethics, because even if we have these ethical bodies and boards, if those bodies don't represent what we're talking about here, then they're not going to represent the ethical thought of the majority of people in the world. So that's kind of, even with Black in AI, that's the lens that we take. It's for Black people in AI, but we don't want to just work for 1% of Black people in AI. We want to work for, all the Black people in AI, and that means taking into account all of these multiple angles of dimensions of marginalization. And I think I can say more, but I'll just stop there. And women often have pioneered these thoughts, like Kimberly Crenshaw talks about intersectionality, and so many times I feel women's their groundbreaking work is usually downplayed. So if it's in a technical realm, then it's, they'll say, oh, that wasn't really technical. It was just a data set, or it was something. And if it was like from a different realm, then it's like, oh, that's not really this field, So I think that's also another thing that historians like Mar Hicks talk about, how in technology, women's efforts are usually downplayed, the more and more power is taken away from them.
I have a couple of points to add to that. First of all, I think we have to work really hard to ensure that we do get women into this work, because just as an anecdote, my daughter's a pilot in the US Air Force. They have been working for a number of years now to get pilots into the US Air Force who are women. And minorities for that, but the percentage of women in the US Air Force is still at 0.06%. So even with a lot of support behind it, it's very difficult to move women into these STEM careers. So the role model thing that we were talking about is really important. And so one of the things that we are doing at the forum is creating an AI youth council to bring young people in from around the world to talk about AI and the issues that affect them today, as trying to be mentors to young people.
Thank you. Francesca, did you have anything you wanted to add on that one?
Yeah, I mean, something else that comes from the experience with the AAAI Association, for example, among the diversity and inclusion activities, we have a so-called no excuse list. When conference organizers organize a conference and they need to decide, invite the speakers or whatever, all the people that they pick up to be part of the program, sometimes they pick up, mostly men, because they say, oh, but there is no woman that can talk about this and that. So this initiative has a long list of women and what they did in AI, what their contribution was, and how they can contribute to being invited speakers or whatever, so that there is no excuse anymore of not, selecting women. Of course, you need to select the person for the job, but at least they have, in mind that there are all these women that have done so much for the association, for the community.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Francesca.
I also wanted to add that, yes, to help women and minorities or undersampled majority into AI, but also AI as a technology can help women in their personal life, whatever the specificities of their life is. For example, a very interesting report from a group in IBM UK shows how you can design technology to make sure that it is resistant to coercive control, which is something that happens typically in an abusive relationship where women, also men, but mostly women are, the weak parts of the relationship, and they receive the abuses in the relationship. So that's, shows that you can really design the technology in a way that helps a group, like in this case, women mostly, in their personal life.
Thank you, Francesca. So we've run out of time for the conversation, even though I really wanted to keep going. And I'm going to highlight just a couple things. The undersampled majority, I like that. Thank you for reframing that for us. And I know we're going to get a lot of questions really to bring out a lot of the points that you guys talked to. One is AI for women, not just by women, but also by women, how to think about the diversity across it. So I want to pause here and allow some Q&As to come in. Okay. Are we live?
Maybe you could start with, you could start with your own questions.
I just wasn't sure if we were, Okay. Well, I wasn't sure if we were live, so.
Doesn't matter. We can discuss
it.
Even if you're not.
We can talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah,
we're
right. I know. So I would say the first question that has come in is a great question, and it's the person is asking how they can be a part of the solution. So let's go through. Tanit, would you talk about how people could get involved?
I think
from your organization or other parts of.
Yeah, I think the first part of being part of the solution, I think, is self-education. And so I recommend, if you're on Twitter, follow people like Ruha Benjamin, Mara Hicks, Meredith Broussard. These are women of color who work, who are bringing their lens into this conversation of AI ethics. Safiya Noble and Simone Brown wrote a book called Dark Matters. And so I think that self-education kind of allows you to first see, how to view the problem in a different, a more holistic lens. And they give many toolkits. The second one is to get involved and donate and to organizations. So, for example, for Black in AI, we have members and allies, and we have a mentorship program. And when we ask for, and that's the other thing, though. It's good to ask, not to assume that somebody else has a better experience mentoring or something. This always happens. A lot of people email us and they say, "Hey, we have all this experience mentoring," and we're like, "We have." You should ask how to help, right? How can I help, without assuming that there are skills that you have that we don't have. And I think that it's good to learn from. So conferences like NeurIPS, I think for me that was the worst conference I'd ever been to, when it was 2014, 2015. I was like, I do not ever want to come back to this conference. And now it's very different. It's undergone a transformation in terms of the diversity and inclusion efforts, in terms of being welcoming for people. So there's queer in AI, Latinx in AI, disabilities in AI, etc. And so Yeah, I think, no excuses is a good way to look at it. And we also have a term, nothing about us without us. So when you're talking about a certain group of people, when you're advocating for a certain group of people, just say, are they there? And are you lifting their voice? Are you passing the mic? Are they talking? Are you talking on their behalf? I think these are, so I think it starts from our own actions, our own behavior, and watching out for our own behavior.
Yeah, I would say that, yes, self-education, sorry. The self-education is very important, and there are so much material that is available outside. But so on top of that, if you are in a corporate environment like I am right now, you would be amazed about how many internal initiatives there are about diversity and inclusion. Usually there is a person, the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, that is on top of all these initiatives, but there are so many initiatives, Slack channels discussions about women issues, or gender bias in AI, or racial bias in AI, and toolkits as well. So if you are in a corporate environment, I'm sure that there are initiatives in your workplace that you can connect to, and they will be happy, I think, to have more people joining and spreading what they're doing all over the company. It can be sometimes a bit difficult to navigate, especially if you are in a big company like I am, that I'm still, after 5 years, I'm still trying to understand how to navigate, but I can assure you that the larger the company, the more these initiatives are really present, and they can actually scale also to a geographical, global level that is very important and impactful. So if you are by yourself or in academia, you look around in the social media, like Timnit said, but if you are in a corporate environment, you can also participate internally at all this.
Just then to add, that we forget a lot is that many of us are parents of daughters. And actually, that's where this all starts. I don't think my daughter would be doing the career that she was doing without the permission and the encouragement that I gave her as a child. So, in everything from AI to respect for others, that's where this starts. So if you're a parent, think about how you educate your female children.
That's great. And then I believe there was also a call for papers, if people are interested. Was that is that something that Francesca was running, or?
Yes. So if there is a call for projects within, so the UN, the ITU UN agency, every year organizes an AI for Good summit in Geneva. Of course, this year we cannot go to Geneva, at least I cannot go to Geneva, but so they decided to make it virtual, like many other conferences. And so there is a track of that summit that is on gender equity. And within that track, there is a call for project proposals that can be found on the website of the AI for Good Summit, where some projects around gender equity, and you will see on the website there are some main questions, the main themes to be addressed. Some projects are going to be selected, are going to be mentored by some experts, and then they're going to be presented virtually again in September, where there will be a few days dedicated to this special track. So that's also something that to look around. There are so many initiatives by associations, organizations, conferences, and so on, and that is devoted, of course, to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular the one about equity.
Great. So we've covered how the individual can get involved, how an employee can get involved, how a parent and other people with younger generations around them can help to influence and be effective, and then also some opportunities to get involved, but from a project standpoint and building things out. So I love the round robin answers we got. So another question is really, as AI is changing and becoming more a part of our lives, is there, so it seems very clear that women and other people that are being affected by this need to be involved. What areas do you think are of most importance as far as the application of AI that we need to have on our radar for its impact and its importance of diversity in both the strategy and the development and the data sets?
I can just give a little bit of, I think that there are many places where it's being used in high stakes scenarios. And so healthcare, education, agriculture, there are places for which I would advocate for it to be used more. And then there are places, hiring is one. And there are places for which I would advocate for it to actually be used less, or at least not yet. And so one is face surveillance. And I'm glad to see a bunch of companies have announced like a moratorium on this kind of technology. And so the hard thing for me is sometimes that these kinds of technologies just seem very benign. It's very difficult to, before seeing the big picture, it's very difficult to say this particular thing is risky, this particular thing is not. So face surveillance is one example where you talk about face, just identifying people's faces just doesn't seem that big of a deal, right? Like I can do it, you can do it. And so why are we so worried about this thing? And so that's why it's important to have a socio-technical lens when you look at how power is distributed and who is benefiting and who's harmed, et cetera. And then you kind of have a wide angle lens and you see that this kind of surveillance is disproportionately harming people in marginalized groups. So I like actually at IBM, so some people like Charity, they were highlighting some works, maternity health and in other areas that I thought was interesting. So maybe Francis, so you can talk about more about that. But I think that there should be more work, in my opinion, centering the voices of people in marginalized groups. So for example, my colleague Ernest and I worked on agriculture, so like identifying cassava disease in conjunction with small-scale farmers. A lot of times it seems like our work is more centered, not the quintessential user is not necessarily someone in a marginalized position when we think about. And so that's kind of what I would hope to see more of.
Francesca, did you want to talk about the material?
Yeah, and just comment on that.
No, Kay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Kay.
Yeah, okay. So I was just going to add to that we actually have a project around AI and agriculture out of our India office. And I agree with Tim that that a lot of the work that we're doing in AI is really sort of centered at in places where we don't need it, and we do need it in agriculture, we do need it in education of marginalized and groups where they can't actually access education. We do also need it in healthcare. And again, in India, there are 29,000 people for every one doctor. Those are the places that we need to be encouraging the use of AI in the future. And they're all areas that we're working on because they also come with the problems. And so if we don't get the underpinning structure of AI, for example, in education right, we are likely to continue the problems with probably our most vulnerable group of people, our kids. So we need to get it right, but we need to be working in those areas, and perhaps not as Timnit says, in facial recognition, which is also an area that we've been working on.
Yeah, so IBM, of course, delivers AI to other companies. That's our business model. We don't deliver AI to single individuals, but to other companies that then use it in their operations. So whether it's a bank or a hospital or an airport or a financial institution of any kind or a government, with the public services and so on. So that's where we see that it's important to exploit the use of AI in these scenarios that affect then so many people, with the operations of that single bank or that single airport or that single hospital and so on. So that's our way of delivering AI. So when we think about the AI capabilities that we need, we think about the needs of those environments. So that's a different business model than those companies that deliver services to single individuals or build platforms where individuals can put their content or whatever. So it's a completely different business model. So it needs a different kind of AI, different capabilities. Of course, some are shared, but yeah. So, and of course, there are also more specific application areas, more timely application areas. So now, of course, there is a lot of trying to use AI to help companies to go back and open again in safety, right? Or to help the contact tracing with attention and support for privacy as well. So in all these applications, there is always this, okay, let's understand what are the main benefits that AI can bring, but at the same time, not put this innovation in contraposition with the important values that we need to be respected in that environment, whether it's privacy or safety or whatever it is, right? So we try to understand how to combine these two things and deliver technology that is aligned to the human values that are important in that context.
That's great. So we have so many questions, and like before, we're running out of time for the conversation, but one is directed towards Dr. Gebru. You had mentioned the resources, and this person wanted to know for getting started in self-education. What are some of those resources? Is that something that you're able to share to help them start building that list?
Well, okay, so if it's just self-education in terms of getting into AI or something like that, I generally recommend Fast.ai, which is a great resource. And I also recommend reading Rachel Thomas, who's co-founder of Fast.ai, for many things, including things related to diversity and inclusion. In terms of some of the issues we've been talking about at the intersection of race and technology or marginalized marginalized positions, I recommend Ruha Benjamin. She actually gave a talk at iClear, which is a machine learning conference. She gave a keynote called Reimagining Technology, and I think it's a great place to start. She has a book called Race After Technology. I also probably mentioned Meredith Brassard, Safiya Noble, Simone Brown, as some other Black women who have been working for a long time in this space. Also historian Mar Hicks. I've just been, I've spent my whole life trying to, being an engineer, scientist, etc., and I haven't had social science literacy, as Ruha says it. She says there's all these coding boot camps for everybody, but there's no social science boot camp for us. We don't see it as important because there's a hierarchy of knowledge. So that's what I've been trying to build in the last couple of years of my work.
That's very helpful. Oh, there's so many questions. I'm not sure how to bring this down for our last few minutes here. I'm sure people can reach out to you all as well in our networking time. So I want to encourage people to stick to that. But I guess one would be, there's questions around AI entrepreneurs attracting VC capital. There's questions around, does AI have to have a gender? So many good topics that we could dive into. I think one would also be, and obviously this is a woman's breakfast, but I wouldn't be surprised, and I would be happy to have a couple men who have dialed in. But how do we encourage men to really support the women around them? And what have you, I guess, how have you engaged and how have you seen men really be champions of women, really bringing them more to the mainstream of and leadership positions as well? So anyone that wants to take that?
Well,
just a couple minutes.
I think that I don't have data coming from explicit studies about that. I just have anecdotal evidence. But I think that in general, the community of, for example, the AI research community worldwide, which is mostly made of men, as Kay said, recently in the past few years, elected several AAAI presidents that were women. So I will be a president now. Currently, there is another woman president, Yolanda Gill. 2 terms ago, there was another one, Manuela Veloso. So we've been alternating, and those are elections where the whole community can vote, and we know that the community is mostly made of men. So I think that more and more, men. Personally, I see that men in my environment, in my communities, are supportive of women and understand what women can bring to the table. That is even more important, possibly in this leadership and high vision and strategic vision roles. So that's what I see, and I'm very happy to see that.
Kay, I think you wanted to say something as well.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that men who are responsible for hiring really make sure that they look very carefully at the women who could be hired. So, just in my own experience at the forum, we hired mainly women amongst the jobs that we had available at leadership level. And that makes a huge difference because then you get the people that can mentor and can be role models as well.
It's fantastic. Well, we have pretty much run out of time, but I have really enjoyed this conversation. And again, there's so many questions, so much excitement around being involved and learning more. So hopefully this carries on into the networking session just after this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesca. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for your insightful comments. What a fabulous panel conversation. I'd like to now welcome Huma Abedi, Senior Director of AI Software Products at Intel, to provide us with closing remarks from this breakfast.
Hope that you all enjoyed the discussion as much as I did. 2 of my very favorite topics combined, women in AI and ethics in AI. And thank you, VentureBeat, for kicking off the conference with this very important subject. It was a pleasure listening to the panel with so many thought-provoking points made by Timnit, Francesca, Kay, and Jamie. Ethics, role of women, role models. So Carla and I will talk more about this at the report back session this afternoon at 12:45 p.m. Pacific, I believe. So personally, I've spent much of my career advocating for women in STEM, and in the past few years for women in AI. As has been established, gender inequality remains an issue for women in tech, as it is for URM, underrepresented minority. And I love the term that Timnit used, undersample majority. I'm going to use that too going forward. Now, this is even more important in AI. Over and over again, we hear of examples that highlight issues caused by lack of diversity, bias in the hiring tool, gender bias in natural language processing, word embedding, and so many other examples. So how do we bridge this gap? And on this issue, what makes AI different from other technologies? And as discussed earlier, one reason is that AI is an interdisciplinary field which spans across many different areas. Women can contribute to developing AI-based solutions in their domain of expertise. And as was talked in the panel, role model. Fortunately, there are many role models. I see more and more women stepping up to address this challenge, to correct bias in AI, to ensure that AI solutions are ethical and fair. We just finished hearing from some such leaders, the Timnit and Kay, Francesca, Jamie. I get inspired. I am doubly motivated when I see Fei Fei Li leading human-centered AI at Stanford. When I hear about Meredith Whittaker working on social implications of AI Now Institute. When I learned that there are 100,000 participants worldwide in WIDS, Women in Data Science Conference at Stanford, based on my recent conversation with Karen Mathis, who is a co-founder, and I believe she's also present today. So when I formed Women in Machine Learning Forum at Intel, we got a lot of support from the upper management for our mission to close representation gaps, especially in AI. Intel was able to meet our goal for 2020, which was to represent women and URM at all levels. Now, the next goal that we have for 2030 is more challenging, is to have 40% representation of women in technology. Besides addressing gender gap, we at Intel are playing a significant role in advancing and supporting trends in AI fairness, ethics, human-centered AI that was also talked about in the panel earlier. So some of them are development of international standards for societal concerns such as responsible AI, bias, privacy, working with ISO, IEC on guidelines and standards for AI ecosystem. Supporting of development of key emerging technological solutions in areas such as explainable AI. For example, our collaboration with Darwin AI, research in algorithm transparency, explainability to make AI solutions or deployments fair, auditable, and ethical. And lastly, something that I'm very proud of, the work that my team has been doing on projects with our partners on AI for social good. And some quick examples are our collaboration with Novartis using deep learning to expedite drug discovery, with WhoBox to develop an AI-driven wheelchair. This is a Brazilian company, which allows extreme paraplegics to regain mobility using facial expressions to drive wheelchair using Intel's OpenVINO solution. And we have many other examples like AI solution to detect water contamination, the work we have done with World Bank. And finally, I want to just quickly mention the part that Intel is playing in pandemic response initiative, where we have many ongoing projects with our partners using AI, from contact lens fever detection or COVID-19 detection via chest radiography. This is also a project that we did with Darwin AI, or disinfecting robot solutions to bots, answering queries and increasing awareness for COVID-19 using natural language processing in regional languages in places such as India, which has several languages. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I see that we are heading in the right direction. And I'm very excited to be on this journey with you all. Thank you very much. Looking forward to attending other sessions today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Huma, for those insightful closing remarks and reflections. What a fantastic discussion today. I hope you all enjoyed this intimate conversation amongst an incredible group of women. And now this ends the live stream portion of our program. For those of you who are just watching, keep watching with us, and the program will start at 9 a.m. For those who are registered officially at the breakfast, you can join us in TAME, click on the Women in AI breakout session, and you will be directed to a Zoom link for private networking. We'll also put this link in the Women in AI Slack channel to make it easy for you. And let's have a great transform. See you then.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs. And balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation. And he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, Your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
You're live.
And welcome to VentureBeat Transformer 2020. My name is Stuart Rogers, and we are excited to have over 3,000 attendees registered and joining from across the world, plus thousands upon thousands more tuning in to the live stream across Twitch, Facebook, VentureBeat, YouTube, and of course, Tame, our digital event platform. Of course, these are extraordinary times, and we are hopefully all safe and well. I'm extending my warm welcome to everybody, and I hope you are good. The only thing I can probably guarantee right now is that even though we are spread across the globe, I can predict the weather in your location. It is probably room temperature right now. So you've had a day of workshops already, but now is time for the main event. Today is the Technology and Automation Summit. Tomorrow, you'll enjoy the Conversational AI Summit, and we'll wrap up with the IoT AI at the Edge and Computer Vision Summit before releasing you back to the new normal. We also have the Executive Forum Roundtable and other general and VIP side events going on across all 3 days. First of all, we would like to thank our sponsors, Dataiku, Capital One, Intel, NVIDIA, Modzy, Cloudera, Two Hat Security, Dell Technologies, Inference, Anaconda, Conversica, Sambanova, Xilinx, Globant, and Data. We would also very much like to thank our Technology and Automation Summit sponsor presented by Dataiku. Thank you so much to Dataiku. And indeed, we want to thank our Women in AI sponsors, Capital One and Intel. We want to thank our expo sponsors. We have an amazing virtual expo area, so do be sure to visit that during our 3 days here at Transform. I know we've got a lot of amazing content coming up for you, but there is an awesome expo area, so don't miss out on visiting that, of course. Thank you to our media partners, ODSC, Trial Labs, AI Agents. Wonderful of you. Thank you so much. And thank you to our Women in Tech media partners as well. An amazing group of media partners. Thank you so much to all of them for being involved with VB Transform 2020. Now, of course, Transform, we're online right now, and as well as being online, we're going vertical. There's a whole raft of upcoming AI events. We have Health between December 8, 10, 2020, Finance, February 23 to 25, 2021, and Retail, May 11 to 13, 2021. Now, we have a 40% discount for you. You need to purchase by midnight, Friday, July 17. Use the discount code VBTransform2020. And in order to use that code, of course, go to vbtransform.com. As well as everything that you're going to consume, we want you to get involved. Follow the conversation. Now, as usual, we had approximately 25 people spend 10 hours each coming up with this hashtag. So please give them the respect they deserve and use it everywhere. Use it all over every single social media possible. It is hashtag VBTransform. I know it's really obvious, but we need to keep it nice and simple. So please use VBTransform everywhere you possibly can. Anywhere that accepts a hashtag, and do you know what? Anywhere that doesn't accept a hashtag, just use it. Some people will be confused, but that's okay. Now, the thing is, virtual conferences. We don't want you to have to travel very far. Virtually, of course, you can't travel very far right now. So everything is going to happen right on the main stage here today. We don't have you splitting up and going off to all sorts of stages to listen to concurrent things. We've got to keep it nice and tight, and we're going to make sure that you've got incredible content. Today, we're kicking off the Technology and Automation Summit presented by Dataiku, and we'll end the day with the second annual VentureBeat AI Innovation Awards. Tomorrow, we'll bring you the diversity and inclusion. We're putting that at the forefront of the conversation. We're going to kick off the day with the Diversity Inclusion Breakfast, followed by the Conversational AI Summit presented by Cloudera. And finally, on day 3 of VB Transform, we'll host the IoT and AI at the Edge and Computer Vision Summit, which is presented by NVIDIA. we'll end our 3-day AI conference with the second annual Women in AI Awards. We've got a full program for you. We've got over 120 amazing speakers. We've got incredible content coming up for you over the next 3 days. And of course, we're interactive. For an online access pass and VIP pass holders, you can ask questions in Slack. And we'll get through as many of those as we possibly can with each of our speakers. Additionally, for our pass holders, we encourage you to take advantage of the many networking opportunities available, such as breakout sessions for offstage speaker Q&A. That's a little bit like where you awkwardly walk up to the speaker and wait your turn to talk to them, but you won't have to wait. You've got executive forum roundtables. You've got discussion groups in Slack. For our VIPs, we're excited to announce our one-to-one matchmaking service this year. A link has been provided for you in email, and it can be found in the VIP Slack channel for you to see end users and solution providers. And as they say, let the matchmaking begin. So now, of course, it gives me incredible pleasure to introduce, as ever, the founder and CEO at VentureBeat to get us started, Mr. Matt Marshall.
Welcome to VentureBeat Transform 2020. One of our goals at VentureBeat is to create a new kind of town square for enterprise decision makers to learn about technology and transact. AI is arguably the most powerful enterprise technology today. So VentureBeat is the leading publication covering AI news, and Transform is our flagship event on AI. So it's important that we create a virtual platform where that community can come together and have conversations. And since we were already digital with our news, we were able to pivot fully virtually and bring the same value to our AI events, if not more value. We're pretty excited about what we've done. You could say that content is content, whether it's done from a venue stage at a hotel or streamed digitally like this. But in-person networking is so important. We've worked hard to replicate that virtually with one-to-one matchmaking, offstage Q&A with our speakers, networking roundtables, and Slack conversations. We'd love your feedback on how we do over the next few days. For example, with one-to-one networking, you can reach out and connect with people who are relevant to you. A service provider executive who wants to meet an end user company executive on this platform can search our attendees and request a meeting. You can get all this with a VIP ticket, so please consider upgrading to get this VIP functionality if you haven't done so already. Transform is the biggest AI event for business decision makers this year. Many other events were canceled or postponed. We're delighted about the turnout with more than 3,000 registered attendees, double what it was last year. I'm excited about the agenda we have over the next 3 days. For this Transform, we're still focused on the top application areas. Today, we kick off with general AI application approaches, and we look at automation and RPA as well. Tomorrow, there's conversational AI, and Thursday, there's computer vision and edge IoT. Now a word on the big trends we're seeing. We've collected a lot of data. My team and I have talked with hundreds of executives to create this show. We've also collected structured data in the form of a VB survey on AI that I'd like to share in a bit. The first big trend we're seeing is that AI has become much more accessible and mature this year, meaning it's easier for business executives to use, and they are using it more. We see that supported by the survey. The second big trend is that AI continues to be the most powerful technology in 2020 and the near future, as it drives the core application that most companies are implementing, which is predicting user preferences. Overall, it is one of the two biggest trends in IT, along with the move to cloud computing. Third, we've seen the COVID scare drive the acceleration of implementation of automation and robotic technologies as companies looked to de-risk reliance on humans that work in close quarters. Microsoft's CEO Satya Nadella said that, well, we've witnessed 2 years of digital transformation condensed to 2 months. Fourth, We see a trend toward awareness of the need for racial, gender, and ethical fairness when it comes to implementing AI, not only as it concerns data accuracy, but also when it comes to who is around the table implementing AI projects. Our AI survey results will touch on this too. Our AI survey is in its third year and based on hundreds of respondents. It shows there's an overwhelming, even surprising advancement in the maturity of AI and overall accessibility of it. Only 18.9% of our respondents say they are not using AI. That's less than half of what we saw last year, when 38.5% they were not using it, said they were not using it. This year, 43.2% reported they've been using AI for 2 years or more. This compares to only 26.9% last year who said they had been using it for 1 year or more. This suggests we're going to see some big results over the next year or two. The biggest use case for AI is to improve customer experience. A full third of respondents, at 29%, cited this. Smaller numbers of respondents reported using it in other areas like improving internal operations, risk mitigation, improving supply chain, and a long tail of other reasons. That contrasts with last year, where internal operations was the most important goal for using AI. This suggests that usage of AI for customer experience has really taken off in just the last year. The biggest application area this year continues to be NLP, recommendation engines, and RPA. A full 3/4 of our respondents said they will be investing more in AI over the next year. This suggests we're nowhere close to the peak of investment. The biggest barrier to implementing AI by far, according to 46% of respondents, is too little talent or few resources. Only 13.5% of people said they couldn't find an appropriate use case. That's down from 19.2% last year. Despite all of the AutoML and easy cloud solutions, talent still is the #1 challenge. Almost half of our respondents expected to get a return on investments in less than 6 months, different from last year when most respondents expected a longer time frame of 6 to 12 months. Another sign that we'll see accelerated results of using AI. 65% of respondents say that line of business is implementing AI projects at their companies, compared to only 42% last year, when line of business competed neck and neck at companies with IT. Interestingly, 84% of respondents said that line of business should be implementing AI projects, suggesting this trend will continue. 65% of respondents say that enough is being done to counter bias in AI implementation, versus only 18% who say not enough is being done. So not a single respondent suggested too much was being done to counter bias. So on the positive side, this is an indication that bias may now be understood as an issue and that companies think they are doing the appropriate things to mitigate it. On the concerning side, though, it's not clear that enough is actually being done. Giving more attention to racial justice is important. VentureBeat declared it is an ally of the movement in the United States. We're creating several special sessions here where we're focusing on this and the general topic of diversity. This morning, we had a Women in AI breakfast. Tomorrow morning, we'll open with a roundtable on diversity inclusion led by 4 African-American professionals, which I highly recommend you try attending. This will be a strong session and eye-opening for anyone thinking enough is being done to counter bias in AI. And tomorrow morning, actually tomorrow afternoon, I'll be talking with Rodney Sampson of OHUB about what else we can do to recognize the importance of Black-led service providers so that end user companies or brands can find more ways to fulfill mandates to diversify their supply chains. Finally, we are expanding the Transform franchise to better service your needs. We are seeing the move to richer industry vertical conversations in AI this year. We will hold healthcare, finance, and retail-specific events for AI practitioners and leaders on the following dates. Please grab your discount now by signing up. I look forward to the conversation over the next 3 days and meeting many of you. Please look me up, Matt Marshall on Slack. So let's get started.
Thank you so much, Matt. Wonderful opening remarks. And now, to bring us the Summit Chair opening remarks, it is my great pleasure to welcome Chief Customer Officer for Dataiku, Kurt Mühlmann.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kurt Mühlmann, and I am the Chief Customer Officer at Dataiku. Welcome to Day 1 of VentureBeat Transform 2020. Today's focus is on technology and automation, and the agenda is packed with thought leaders from across industries, sharing insights into how they have succeeded and in some cases struggled to transform their business with AI. We will hear how AI and ML have augmented the capabilities of the financial services industry, both improving the customer experience and protecting their bottom line. Retailers from both the online and brick-and-mortar spheres will share their experiences on how AI and ML have helped to optimize the shopping experience, increasing customer satisfaction and revenue. And from the pharmaceutical industry, we'll hear a story of large-scale enterprise transformation, driven largely by a culture shift towards AI. We're excited to be part of this event because AI and the automation that it enables are at the core of the future economy. The winners and losers in the coming years will be determined largely on who can leverage AI most effectively to augment 100% of their services and business processes. That requires an incredible scaling effort, which will require entire organizations to change their thinking about who should be part of the AI effort. While data scientists and machine learning engineers will, of course, continue to be at the forefront of that effort, they can't do it alone. This transformation will require a broadly inclusive approach, building ways to enable collaboration between data scientists and machine learning engineers with business analysts, mechanical engineers, research scientists, shop floor technicians, and so many others. Dataiku has built the software to enable that future, allowing organizations to bring together the broad, diverse teams that they will need to achieve this AI-driven transformation at scale and in a responsible and resilient way. The importance of responsibility and resilience has only been highlighted by the events of the past few months. A global pandemic resulting in a historic economic downturn, combined with a massive shift to remote work, illustrates the need for a resilient and agile organization. This extends to the way that we produce AI capabilities, and the way that we maintain them, and the way that we update them. The much needed and long overdue rising social consciousness about systemic racism emphasizes the need that the builders of AI do so in a way that is equitable and that does not perpetuate the biases and discriminatory practices of the past. This also requires a broad and diverse coalition of AI builders, as well as systems of governance and accountability throughout the entire AI development, deployment, and maintenance lifecycle. We at Dataiku will be your partners in that transformation, and we encourage you to follow up with our teams to learn more about how our software and our teams can support you further. The team at VentureBeat has succeeded in building an incredible program for all attendees. I encourage you to take full advantage of everything that the program has to offer, and to make an effort to reach out and connect with your fellow participants to make the most of this new and innovative virtual format. With that, I wish you all a very productive, a very rich, and very enjoyable summit.
Thank you so much, Kurt. Incredibly important messages there. And we're going to get straight into our program, ladies and gentlemen, with our first fireside chat from mobile first to AI first. It's my great pleasure to welcome Chief Technology Officer for Intuit, Mariana Tessel, in conversation with CEO of Neuralogix, Jana Eggers.
Hi, I'm Jana Eggers, CEO of AI company Neuralogix, and I am so excited today to be talking to Mariana Tessel, who is CTO at Intuit. One reason is because early in my career I was at Intuit, so it's a company that's very near and dear to my heart. But Mariana's background is amazing too. She was at General Magic, Ariba, VMware, and Docker, all when they were on the breaking edge of various technologies. And today we get to talk to her about the biggest new technology that any of us are dealing with, which is AI. So first of all, thank you so much, Mariana, for joining me. And I look forward to our chat from our previous chats as well.
Thank you.
My first question that I have for you is, you are leading a big change at Intuit, going from mobile first, which Intuit adopted, oh gosh, it's probably been a decade ago now, and shifting the company to an AI first. And I know many people are joining just to hear about that. So my question for you on that is, can you define what AI first means to Intuit? Because it's a big encompassing term. So I think people will be really interested in hearing how you think about it from the Intuit perspective.
Yeah, that's such a great question, because AI does fundamentally change how we develop apps and how what apps can do. And I would say we're actually at the beginning of that revolution, but we're already seeing things that are fundamentally different. And it's really a fascinating world for me and the team here. The first place to start is actually from the user experience and the kind of things that the users and customers can do. And that's been amazing to see. More and more smarts going into the applications, and users gonna be able to interact with applications that fundamentally have AI built in. So that I think that's kind of obvious to all of us, is that applications get smarter. We can do a lot more things with AI. A quick example is, we in our world, we are getting documents that users are uploading. So, you can upload documents, let's say receipts, and automatically recognize them and automatically read them. Another quick example is we get bank transactions, and you can categorize bank transactions automatically. And then there's more interesting examples where cash flow and being able to predict your cash flow is an example of something you can do now that you were hardly able to do before. So those are just examples of how the user experience is changing. But there's another way in which user experience is changing, which means that the apps are becoming more and more personalized to the user. And what AI allows us to do and data allows us to do, to experience applications in a way that is very tailored for me. And that is really thanks to AI, which is another way, which is AI has really been changing apps. And then, like, as a developer and spending years in developing different apps, that is completely fascinating. Because let's just take the examples we just shared with, like, the experience that is personalized for me. That means that the experience of a user stops being static and just something that you code a flow to something that is dynamically generated. And user experience are now, you need to be able to generate them more on the spot, right? And you need to think about those as mini experiences that you can stitch together. So how you write the app is very different as a developer, because you started from this more, a very predictable flow from one place to another, to a flow that is personalized to the user is unpredictable. Let's take another interesting example. Let's just look at CUI, a conversational UI, in which we're all familiar with it now. Like, my screen might come in and you might say, you might ask a question. What about, like, you have a question about, in our world, it would be like, what about, maybe questions around your tax return, etc. Well, in that context, you need to be able to answer questions that might be from a different place in your app or in your domain, right there in that experience that a user is having. So suddenly you need to be able to go to different places in your data, in your app. So it's a lot more dynamic. So how you write apps has to change, and it has to change from I have flows and I have experiences and now I make them smarter, to fundamentally writing your application completely different, having your UI a lot more dynamically generated, and fundamentally where you can use AI, use it in ways that really change the experience for users. Let me just go back to the experience of cash flow. You might going from a cash flow thing that is like like a generic rule set, and something that is more like an aid on the side where it predicts based on I know I'm going to have income, etc., to something that is very tailored to the user, that the user can rely on, and in the future maybe you actually make it actionable, and then you can even automate the action. So all of that really changed the way you use AI in your in your app and how you write the app. And just before I finish, here's another interesting thing, because we think about AI and how we're applying it to the user, and we just kind of what we talked about. But here's another interesting thing. AI fundamentally also changed how we think about the back end. And you look at the role that data and AI plays in things as managing logs and trends like observability. AI actually helps in the back end for developers to actually write a lot more foolproof, bulletproof, and reliable software that helps them understand what's going on. So that yet another place in which AI plays fundamentally key role in how apps are developed. Anyway, I said so much. I'll pause for a bit.
That's great, because I think you led into one of the biggest questions that I get asked from the organizations. We work with a lot of organizations who are getting started or growing their AI footprint. And one of the things they ask about is the organization. And you brought up, how development is changing, how UX is changing, how, even we're thinking about conversations, which software wasn't thought of as a conversation before. And so I'd love for you to talk some about, how what most people start with is, do I just need to hire a bunch of PhDs in AI? And you and I had an interesting conversation about that in the pre-meeting, how you're thinking about your organization and bringing them into this new AI first world.
Totally. And you touch upon something super important, and this is the mindset. And we kind of talked about it where, how you write apps is changing, etc. So that leads to needing a different mindset. And that is something that is super important. And, there's a couple of ways in which you need to lean into that organization, and also in mindset. And in one way in which you do that is by educating and making sure people understand data, and what does it mean to have data, and what does it mean to care for data, what does it mean to be responsible and handling data responsibly, but also AI and what can you do with AI, etc., and in general education. But what I love about that is the more you automate that, that's even better. So the more you actually put into the software to automate AI in, that is better. And an example, it's just as you mentioned, this is a very evolving field. So organizationally, we keep learning how we organize around it, and we just any other company probably went through, we need to have data scientists everywhere, we need to have data scientists in one group. And we just went through these phases. And right now we actually do have data scientists in one group. And it's not a huge group, but what we found that we can lean on is to have those special expertise in the craft to really work on these hard algorithms, etc. And then use what we just talked about, which is automation, to try and create services for, when I mean services, actually software services, right? Like microservices or services that can be used by engineers and sometimes even non-engineers to generate then experiences that have AI in. So we democratize AI by saying, let's have people that really specialize in the craft to create those algorithms and automate them, but then make them available to everyone. So then you have a combination of, yes, sometimes you do need the PhDs and data scientists, but that's for like very like a subset of things, or very unique things that you're developing, where you have to lean on this very specific knowledge. But actually now a lot of our developers can use AI pretty freely because of these services that are available. Another thing that we do is, we collaborate with universities. And one thing that we've learned is like this unbelievable win-win relationship. And I recommend that for many companies, is that when you interested in a particular area of research, you can find the people that are working on that in the academia, and then the collaboration for you brings kind of the tip of the sphere in terms of research, but what it brings back to the academia is the ability to think of something of where you actually apply this theory. So we found those relationships super fruitful as well, where we need that super specialized knowledge or skills or something that is very developing right now.
So what I loved about your answer, there was so much in there, and I have a bunch of notes on that, but where you started was with education. And I think that's so important as we have the discussion about bias in AI. And you started with educating people on data and educating people on what it means and how to handle data. So as this is a huge topic right now in AI, I mean, it always has been, but in particular now, because I think the algorithms have progressed to a certain point. Can you talk some more about how you help educate people about how to manage and think about and understand data, and in particular, the biases that could be hidden in that data that they don't expect?
Yeah, you know what? This is such an important topic, because bias in AI is like, again, it's a much talked about topic, but it's so important. And it's something that starts from having really clear, desire to not have biases and have it as a goal. And we have started more and more work towards understanding the algorithms we apply and the data we use, and then classify it and be super clear about this. But so first you need to have it as something that you desire to not have. It's just not gonna happen by itself. So you need to declare and define it as something that is like, you wanna be, you wanna have algorithms that are bias-free as much as you can, right? And then you need to understand that much of the bias actually comes from the data, and you need to understand the data really, really well. And then you need to understand what bias you're trying to correct for or not to have. So let's just take as an example, let's take an algorithm that wants to give loans, right? You want to provide loans, and you feed the algorithm all sorts of data, and you might say, oh, I never gave it gender data, or I never gave it, maybe ethnicity data, or like the data like that. But you might have data that could be related in some form. Like, for example, you might see that the loan algorithm use zip code as something that is super important, a super important data point, and you might unconsciously have some bias there, because the zip code might be correlating to different neighborhoods and things like that. So you need to understand the data. And as we talked about, by the way, the role of data scientists versus engineers in training, this is exactly what we ask our data analysts and data scientists to do, is to understand the data and understand what relates to what, so we don't have bias in our algorithms. And you need to have that kind of a training, and you need to understand kind of the relationship between data to be able to do that. And another important thing here is explainability, and being able to explain how did you get to an outcome and what data was important in that outcome. And in there's like a couple of philosophies. There's like a black box philosophy and a white box or a clear box philosophy. And the black box says, I just give me your algorithm. I'm going to apply another algorithm that will tell you if you have bias or not. And a white box philosophy says, I'm understanding the algorithm, I understand the data, and based on that, I'm going to tell you if there's a bias or not. We very much like the white box algorithm, and we build explainability into the algorithm, and we want to be able to explain how did we get into a particular outcome. The problem with the black box, method in our eyes is that it basically uses an algorithm to tell you if you have a bias or not. But of course, like now you have to check this algorithm that didn't have bias as well. So it's kind of like this a chain of you need to continue checking that, where the white box allows you to say, I'm going to understand how an algorithm got to an outcome, and having that knowledge about the data and the algorithm, we can feel good about understanding what's going on and that we don't have bias in, and we understand fully how we got a particular result. Anyway, there's so much more to talk about this topic, and just to mention, we have started to classify algorithms as like different risks, like depending on what we use it for, we want to pay more and more attention. And by the way, this is a work that's also going in the industry and in Europe right now, is like saying, oh, like if this is used, AI, we use it for healthcare. Well, you absolutely want to be super careful about what you put in there, versus in other places, it still is super important, but maybe less kind of life and death, right? So that's kind of like another thing that it's important to understand what you use it for, and and how critical it is to make sure that you're like bias free.
So unfortunately, we're out of time, and that time flew by. I'm going to summarize in 4 points that I thought were amazing. First of all, y'all, we're at the beginning of this revolution. You're not behind. It's just time to start. So that's the biggest thing that I'd say. The second thing, I love that Mariana brought up switching workflows and UIs and thinking about things differently. This is not just about automating what you've done before. It's really about thinking differently from the back end to the front end. And then the third point I'd make is, I love that you said organizationally, we keep changing, and changing comes from learning. So don't be afraid to say, we're going to do it this way, and we're going to try it this way with, centralized data science, I think you said, but then don't be afraid to say that's not working, or that's not working in this area. And I think that's so important. And then lastly, you said set non-bias as a goal. It's not going to happen on its own. And I think the examples you gave of, choosing white box because that was important to you, doing a risk classification, I think those are some really important things that come out of when you set that as a goal, rather than just letting, well, whatever happens, happens. So thank you again, Mariana Tassel. Intuit's such an important company, and I know you're doing a great job there. And really excited that you shared your learnings with this group from VentureBeats Transform. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. I had so much fun.
Mariana, now we have the very quick session, which is just some rapid fire Q&A. So I have the first question from the audience, which is from Hari Sivaraman. And thank you, Hari, for submitting a question, which is, what is the best example that you've seen of an AI first application?
Oh, wow. That's a great question, Hari. I have to think about it. I don't know that I've seen an application that is truly AI first. but you see more and more applications that go that direction. The first thing that popped to mind is actually thinking about devices and how devices have been changing to be a lot more personalized to kind of my needs, and using notifications for that and other algorithms to figure out what I want to do with the device. So maybe it's not an application, but I think our devices become actually quite personalized. So I'll answer with that, and I'll have to think about it more, Hari. So ask me again.
I think that's a great answer, because so many of the devices have enabled more in AI, right? Because there's more signals that are coming off the devices in different ways, which has allowed the personalization, which is really what's leading that. So I think you're hitting on a key there that people often forget is, how are we getting more data to do the AI that we now have there? So thanks for that. My next question is, you talked about writing your applications differently, and I'd love to hear, from the executive perspective, which you're also from the engineering perspective. We've talked about data scientists. What does different mean for each of those? Because we have so many people in the audience that have all those different roles. How do you think about that for what each of them should be? And I know that's a big question, but maybe like one point for each of them that you think is most important.
Yeah, I would say for all of them, let's start there. It's about educating yourself on AI and not actually waiting for anybody to educate you, right? Because we talked about in our conversation about education internally, and that is important. But also, we're in a discipline that keeps evolving. So I would say train yourself on AI, understand what are some of the interesting trends there, et cetera, and then understand how you might apply them. So that's actually applicable to everybody, all of these different roles, and understanding that. Then I would say as an executive, obviously that's close to my mind right now. Is it something that you're challenging the organization? Are you making this a priority? Do you ask the questions, right? I mean, we always get, as leaders, we always taught about leading with inquiry and being able to ask questions. Are you asking these questions in the different demos that you do? Are you challenging the team? And, one of the things that we've been doing is actually we started efforts around AI, and some of the efforts are actually putting it in the app in a concrete way, and other ones are just completely exploratory, and to say, oh, well, how is an app is going to be changing in the future? So do something that is very much a provocation of, hey, an app could look like this, and building an app could mean this. So we're actually doing futuristic things like that to explore that. And again, as an engineer, educate yourself, learn, get access to data, and start experimenting with AI is going to be super important. And as a leader in all levels, bring it to the team and understand how it changes things for you and for your customers.
I think we have time to slide in one more question. This is from Shivani Anya, which is, how do you train your teams on these new dynamic AI and UX? Because that's a huge change in how we think of workflows. Now workflows become lots of different paths.
Yeah, you know what? And there's no super great answer here, because a lot of these is like we talked about, is very much evolving. What we actually end up doing is creating training for ourselves in areas where we felt like we needed to train the team on something more specific. So I would say, one, look at what's outside and what's available from academia and otherwise, and bring it in. Two, create classes for yourself that are more maybe specific. And third one is, bring some thought leaders, and also maybe some of the thought leaders are internal, some of them are external. And they might provoke some thinking in the team, and they might bring some ideas, and that's a great form of education as well. We actually do once a year an internal conference where we get all technology leaders together, and one of the big tracks we have there is AI, and much of the speakers are internal, and they definitely help us educate the team this way.
So we got to rush through a few questions. Thanks to you all who submitted. We're now going to jump over to the Zoom side stage, backstage. I can't remember what it's called. And I hope you all can join us there to continue because we have some more great questions to answer. Thanks so much again, Mariana.
Thank you. What a delight.
So thank you so much to Mariana and Jana. And don't forget, yes, you can go to the offstage audience Q&A and keep on asking your questions. Right now, we want to keep things moving right along with a fireside chat on banking on AI. I'd love to introduce Chief Data and Analytics Officer for Chase, Sandra Nudelman. And Sandra will be in conversation with Rajiv Chand, Partner and Head of Research at Wing Venture Capital.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rajiv Chand. I am at Wing Venture Capital. It's my distinct honor to moderate this fireside chat. For this session, we are joined by the Chief Data and Analytics Officer of the largest bank in the United States, also the 6th largest bank in the world. Her program and Chase's overall AI program is one of the most envied programs, not only on Wall Street, but across Fortune 500 corporations. Everybody, please join me in welcoming Sandra Nudelman to Transform. Sandra, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So, oh no, a real honor, a real honor. So, Sandra, let's start with kind of the first question, which is the major applications that JP Morgan Chase has done with AI. And I hear across many corporations, a real challenge in getting AI, from pilots to deployments. Where have been the 2 or 3 highest value applications of AI for JP Morgan Chase?
Yeah, I think of it as 3 big areas that we try to focus. The first that we focused on was clearly fraud, because that's something that no one wants. Our customers don't want, but we don't want in our bottom line. And so going after and identifying fraud proactively to prevent it is something that we put a lot of effort in up front and did really well at. The second application that we got off the ground a couple years ago was actually marketing personalization. And that's also been a very lucrative thing for us. It's something that folks like Amazon, Netflix clearly pioneered, but even banks need to do marketing. So our ability to personalize that messaging to our customers is critical. The last and the newest is really about using machine learning or artificial intelligence in the operations space to drive automation of processes or improve precision in processes. And that's something that we've just started out in the last, say, 12 months, but is also really taking off.
On the fraud, let's take each one of those in turn. So on the fraud, can you talk a little bit about that? So has fraud been materially reduced by virtue of the machine learning applications?
Absolutely. I think we've been public about the fact that we've been able to decrease fraud well over $100 million a year using these efforts.
That's amazing. On marketing, on your second application. Oh yeah, no, that's interesting. On the second application, I saw a great quote by your CMO. She said that machine learning is the path to greater humanity in marketing. And so talk a little about kind of your marketing applications.
I think it's a really astute point that came from Kristen Lemko, because when you think about it, what we really try to do in marketing is to connect with the customer. And in the past, the way we did that is we had someone who was known as a creative come up with the content that we thought would resonate best. We'd take a bet and we'd get it out the door. Now what we try to do is we build systems that are agile and take multiple different feeds and we experiment. And we enable the machine to look at how things and how customers are responding to that creative and to pick the winner itself. And so we actually are able to get in touch with those customers in an even more relevant way because they're helping us through machine learning get to what works for them.
So let's say that I'm a Chase deposit customer or a Chase credit card customer or maybe an auto or home mortgage customer. How customized? Yeah, or all of them, that's right. How customized can the messages get? And at what point do the messages get into creepy rather than personalized?
Yeah, the point isn't necessarily to get to something that is so personalized that it's creepy. And we're still building out the inventory of messages that we personalize. So I don't think we're at the point yet where customers will look at us and say, this seems a little bit odd. But we built out enough messages that when we think about everything from engaging a customer in the product they already have, so if you save and we think you could be saving a little bit more based on the spending patterns that we see in your account, we might put an advertisement up that says you could be saving $70 a month more, click here to auto save that amount. And so we're trying to get it in such a way that even when it does feel very personalized, like in that instance, that number, $70, might be personalized and distinct to you. It's something that benefits the customer.
And can you talk a little bit about the metrics, sort of how, what have been some of the results in terms of the marketing improvement?
I think we've seen something like a 4 or 5x increase in engagement in our advertising, depending on the different types of techniques that we've been using to personalize. And again, we're personalizing at many different levels. So I think what you heard, Kristen also was very public about the work we've done with Persado. That is actually personalizing some of the text that we use in terms of the content. We also have these personalized insights like what I mentioned before. Many of you, if you can go on your mobile app, you see something we call our snapshot. There's these little tiles with personalized insights that, again, are the numbers are unique to that customer based on their financial health and what their financial relationship is with us. But we're also personalizing at the highest level. So which advertisements, which tiles, not just the content within the tiles themselves, but all of them have increased engagement multifold.
That's awesome. And then on kind of the third application, in terms of kind of process automation, one of the things that you and I were talking about earlier was the application of machine learning for the PPP program. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and it's something, you know, ultimately we need to think about machine learning and AI as something that helps people. And so as we were in the throes of the PPP process, which many of you have heard about, it was just a lot of stuff coming at us all at once and a lot coming at our poor business banking underwriters all at once. And they needed a way to understand what documents our customers were uploading, which we hadn't yet tagged every single document as part of our workflow. So instead, after the fact, we worked with the people building the process and technology to use natural language processing to ensure that documents that had been uploaded were tagged appropriately, which helps speed then the underwriter's ability to process those applications, getting customers their loans faster.
And Sandra, I remember seeing stats, something like 75 years worth of applications into the SBA in 2 months. So it was like multiple orders of magnitude. How were you able to build the machine learning models for that sort of document sort of classifier so quickly? You know, or could you talk a little bit about kind of the process by which you did that?
Yeah, the great news is we didn't really have to build anything new. So the document classifier existed as part of our operations machine learning platform. And so it's something that we had used in other ways. So this was about actually just retraining and tuning it for a new set of documents and a new purpose, which happened, I think, over the course of a weekend. The team that runs that program is pretty incredible, and everyone, it was a bit of an all hands on deck for PPP, and that team certainly helped.
A couple of other areas. Has machine learning at Chase been useful in credit worthiness scoring and in credit decisions?
That's a really interesting point that you bring up. It's something that we are just starting to look at, and we are experimenting our way in extremely closely, or very carefully, I should say. As you know, credit is something that is a regulated product. We want to be very, very careful that anything we do in this space is fair to all of our customers, and that we actually understand what the models are doing as we work towards them. So we're inching our way in. We're focusing on things that are a little less risky. For example, things like proactive credit line increases are a place that regulators think we can play a little bit more easily into, as opposed to things that might be derogatory decisions for customers, which is not certainly where we're going to start. So we're learning, we're going in. I'd say though that given the current economic focus and downturn, we're probably focusing a little bit more on the first three initiatives, and we're probably going to put credit a little bit further afield for the next couple months.
If you were to put sort of like a 5-year kind of mindset, do you think that an AI credit officer is possible?
That's a really interesting question. Absolutely, because if you think about it, even today, many credit decisions are automated in some way in a bank, right? Especially the ones that are very easy. So I don't see this as something that is brand new to banking. I think it is something that just we're using new tools and technologies that are less explainable. And as we get better at being able to explain what the technology is doing and be able to pass the straight face test with ourselves, with our customers, with regulators about what that is, it will of course continue down that path.
And then two other applications that I saw, I think your CIO talk about in an article maybe a month or two ago, was kind of what's next for AI on kind of a near-term basis. And she mentioned kind of helping people retire, save for retirement, and then also helping more people get access to financial services. Wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how kind of Chase could apply machine learning for those two goals.
Yeah, those are a little bit what I was mentioning earlier about how we're using data and machine learning to personalize specific tiles. We internally call those and talk about those things as nudges or insights. So to the extent that we are looking at people and saying, hey, people like you tend to save a lot more, and trying to prompt them to save more, for instance. We think those are things that are very, very helpful for the customer. Or if we see things like a repeat purchase that may have been unintended, calling them out and having their back on that, that's the sort of thing that we're trying to do.
And then on the financial inclusion, how would that sort of, kind of give me an example of how that would perhaps manifest itself?
Yeah, so for financial inclusion, what we've been starting off on the last, I'd say probably 6 months, is really trying to figure out how we get to a better way of doing fair lending testing, because fair lending is something we care deeply about. But as we continue to scale our efforts in machine learning and AI, it's hard for that team to scale up its own ability to confirm that what we're doing is fair. So we've been working with that team to help them use machine learning, I should say, to innovate, to be able to test us at greater scale with more precision, which we think will both enable us to move faster through approval processes, but also confirm at an even broader scale that we are being fair in the ways that we use machine learning.
Sandra, that's awesome. Now, let's turn to maybe impediments. And so I mentioned earlier that you're one of the most envied kind of programs in machine learning across Fortune 500 companies. And that's something that actually I mean with intent. It's something that's shown up in my research. Even from your sort of perspective, what would you say is the most significant impediment for machine learning models at Chase?
I think the biggest impediment at the moment, as I've taken the time to really think about this, is the underlying data. And this is no different than most other programs in large institutions that have a legacy attached to them. It's never the actual modelers, it's never actually the platforms, the tooling is simple. It's actually about the quality of the underlying data. And in a bank of this scale, where I think we generate or we pull in something like 8 terabytes of data per day into our platform, that's a lot of data. And that comes from, several thousand upstream applications, many of which are legacy, not all of which have consistent taxonomies that we're still working to streamline, rationalize, and ensure are registered to make sure that everything that flows into our backend systems is clean and easy. So I still think that many of the folks on my team who build models still spend too much time hunting for data, validating the right data to ensure that they're using the right things.
And I'll have to tell you, 9 out of 10 chief data officers or scientists I've talked to recently have complained, about their kind of data platform. You guys have a new data platform called I think it was called OpenAI, if I recall correctly. I might have the name incorrect there. Apologies.
Yeah,
OmniAI. Yeah.
OmniAI is our new machine learning and AI platform, which makes us that much easier to pipe data in and to build models scalably on top of it. It doesn't necessarily solve the upfront problem of making sure all the data that pulls into it is clean. So it's a great opportunity. Apoorv Saxena is the person who runs OmniAI. I actually spoke to him yesterday about this exact issue and some of the things that we're going to collaborate on to make sure we get some of the upstream data a bit cleaner. We've got a lot of data.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I think I saw somewhere 390 petabytes, if I recall correctly, out of one of the articles that I saw. So Sandra, on this next section, I'm going to do a lightning round. Okay, so we're going to go through, let's just go through a lot of topics quickly. There, I think, is your friendly Ellie puppy, if I recall correctly, coming into the screenshot.
Exactly.
And so, hello, everybody at Transform, say hello to Ellie. Ellie, say hi to Transform. And so Sandra, ready? So lightning round, true or false, and then 10 seconds why on each one of these 5 or 6 statements. True or false, lightning round. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Software development at JP Morgan Chase is AI first.
False. And the reason is that software development should be business objective first always.
I like it. Explainability is a requirement for ML adoption by business unit leaders.
False. It's required in some cases, but not others. A really great example is that in the paid media space, you actually have to go into automated bidding. And we don't actually know how our automated bidder works all the time, and we don't need to.
Awesome. Synthetic data should be as useful as real data for model training.
It's an interesting way to phrase the question. I think I'm going to have to say false, because ultimately, again, for a bank of our scale, there's always many different outliers that even when we do significant testing of data, when we actually get into production, we see that there are issues. And so it's actually much more critical for us to know off of synthetic data with actual real production data, whether things are going to work.
Bias can be effectively removed from ML models for lending.
True.
All companies, not just big tech companies, should pause on facial recognition-based applications.
False. Because if the big companies don't try to do it, other folks will actually just get in the game, and they will be far less respectful of privacy, and that is what we need. We need companies that can be held to account for how they're used.
And last one, Star Trek Enterprise is your COVID streaming series of choice, and it is underrated as a series.
Absolutely, it is so underrated. I had heard such bad things about the series because I watched all of the other Star Treks and I got desperate. And then I watched it and I thought it was amazing. It really fills in the blanks of what happened between the time that Zefram Cochrane actually invented the warp drive, and then when you see not just Captain Kirk, but really Jean-Luc Picard run the Enterprise. What happened in the middle was messy. And it was kind of nice to see that, you know, things weren't as perfect as Jean-Luc Picard seemed to make it out to be up in The Next Generation.
I'll have to tell you, I signed up and watched Picard, the series, and I was disappointed. So I am excited to get back and retry Enterprise here. That's a good. That might be my takeaway, Sandra, personally from this session. And then I'm going to end here with kind of two topics. The first topic is regarding kind of the coronavirus kind of behavior change. And there was an interesting article in MI Tech Review last month talking about how models got messed up, that they weren't robust enough to handle the abrupt sort of consumer behavior change. So can you talk a little bit about kind of the models at Chase and whether or not they were messed up and whether or not human-in-the-loop retraining was required for kind of the adjustments?
Yeah, so what I'd say is that, yes, we've seen a discontinuous change on a bunch of metrics when we look inside Chase, whether that's spending patterns or behavioral patterns in terms of channel interactions. But the question to retrain a model is one of whether we think that discontinuous change is going to persist, right? We don't just go and retrain a model for an outlier event. And I don't think many of us know exactly whether these events were truly outliers, which we should just sort of move past and move forward from, or these were things that will truly create a step change in what the models are trying to predict. So for the intervening period, a lot of what we did, instead of building new models for what may be a minute period of time, is we built strategies, overlays, reports to help us understand the dynamics of what's been happening to our customers, to make sure we were abreast and make good decisions. Because again, not all good business decisions require a model to make. And as we move through this and we see whether it was truly a big persistent change, we'll decide whether a retraining is needed or not.
Got it. And then, Sandra, last topic on my side is obviously the last couple of weeks and months has seen an extraordinary broad kind of awakening, kind of initially with George Floyd's murder and then more broadly with Black Lives Matter. And I want to kind of bring this to the data science community and the data officer community. What has the last few weeks and months meant to you as Chief Data Analytics Officer, and what do you think it means to the data industry?
I mean, it's been a wake-up call for everyone, and it shouldn't have been a wake-up call this long in the making. I think a lot of voices out there have now been heard that, you know, the Black community has undergone a lot, that there has not been racial justice on all fronts for some time. And it forces all of us to have a reckoning of what we can do more proactively as we look at our own jobs and our own industries. And so as I think about my current role between data and analytics, the best thing I can do is make sure that how we use data is objectively fair when it comes to not just race, by the way, but all of the different types of minority or underserved groups that are out there. And that's a little bit why we had started, even before all this happened, some of the work that we're doing on fair lending innovation. Because if we can empower the teams that are looking out for our customers, I actually think that's a good thing. I have no problem being in a company that is regulated and also having what we call lines of defense, controls partners, legal partners, compliance partners, audit partners, when they are more empowered, the more they know, the more they hold us to account and hold us to a higher bar, the better off our customers are and the better off I think we are as a society.
Well, Sandra, that is well said. And so with that, on behalf of VentureBeat Transform, many thanks to you for this great fireside chat. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you so much, Rajiv.
All right, Sandra, let's jump to audience questions here. First question to you, Sandra. Do you think human fraudsters, this is questions from the audience, do you think human fraudsters will be able to get smarter than AI applications and get past AI algorithms?
I think fraud, we often say fraud is two things. One is fraud is a balloon. When you squeeze a balloon on one side, it fills up on another side. So no matter where we put some sort of intervention, you're always going to see fraudsters move somewhere else. Another thing we talk about fraud as is an arms race. And so, of course, fraudsters are going to get smarter. They're going to be AI enabled themselves, but we just have to get smarter and continuing to improve our capabilities. And so I think it's just going to continue as a bit of an arms race.
And then kind of adding to that, do you think human-based sort of, fraud will be able to tackle AI-based sort of, systems? Or do you think it will require an AI bot, to overcome sort of an AI application and an AI algorithm?
Fraud always finds a way. And so as you think about all of the different channels we have within a bank, for instance, we have dozens, not just singular channels. We have human-based channels in our branches, in our phone centers, as well as more automated channels in the phone, web, ATM, and mobile devices, things like that. And so I think you're always going to be able to fall victim to some different types of fraud, both human perpetuated as well as AI, because not all channels are equivalently or secured in the same way, I should say.
Awesome. Let's jump to the next question. So failures are common in AI. When do you say we've tried enough? Let's give it a pass. In other words, how do you sort of time box your research endeavors?
That is a really good question. I think you need to give a team, a 3 to 6 month window typically. And it's often really important to start the team out with a set of clear goals to prove or disprove. What are the hypotheses you're trying to solve? And then giving them adequate time, but no more than say 3 to 6 months to go after and prove those things. And if you get to the point you're 3 months in, or even if you're 2 weeks in and those hypotheses are proving to be wrong, probably time to move on. And I know that in general, people don't like failure, which is why I think it's really important when you have research teams, especially, to make it clear that they have a portfolio that they own, not just singular projects, because that makes singular failures not nearly as difficult to overcome because they're on to the next thing.
That's awesome. All right, next question. How does a company with the scale of Chase keep up with the rapidly changing AI software and hardware technology landscape available to make sure you're leveraging the best methods available to you and your customers' needs?
So we are so lucky that we have the scale that we do. There is a fantastic team called Technology Strategy that works as part of our global CIO, Lori Beer's organization. And they have experts working on different areas, one of which is data and analytics. And they comb the landscape for new and upcoming technologies for us. They have relationships, for example, with many of the venture capital firms out there and the startups that are starting to emerge. And so they go out, they look for these capabilities and then bring them to us in a curated way to be able to start to pilot. And so our technology team is extremely rigorous about first figuring out what we should even go after to try, because again, at our scale, it's really hard for many of these small companies to work well, but we then go and try it after that.
All right, next question from Matt Marshall. Post-COVID, post-George Floyd, wondering what specific actions has Chase taken on the AI team, policy, personnel, product, et cetera?
Oh, so post-COVID, lots of different things. I'll address that one first. Clearly, not just COVID, but the economic downturn more broadly has impacted Chase's business objectives, right? We're readying for some sort of economic recession. That means less of a focus, for example, on originations of certain credit products and more of a focus on things like collections and operational efficiency. So the work that our team is doing and where we're putting our time and energy to develop new models has changed. As we think about the George Floyd incident and just the aftermath of that, there's been bunches of different things. On the personal front within our team, a lot of community discussion about what happened, what it means for us as a team, how do we make sure that we improve both diversity and inclusion within our own ranks. But then also, I think, as I mentioned before, a lot of innovation that we're doing around how do we make sure we even apply machine learning to help automate some of our checks for bias in our own work, so that we try to get ahead of these things and just out front of the ability of our, not just our models, but our analyses to be biased in any way.
Well, Sandra, this has been a great fireside chat and Q&A with the group here. Many, many thanks on behalf of VentureBeat. We'll see everyone in the sub breakout room.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for an awesome conversation, Rajiv and Sandra. We're going to keep things moving right along, but first, we should just say that there is an unofficial VentureBeat drinking game. Of course, drink responsibly. Soft drinks are also available. But anytime you see a pet on the stream today, you can take a drink. So now getting straight on with things, from raw data to business impact, we're going to welcome back Kurt Mummel, Chief Customer Officer of Dataiku, and he is in conversation with Seth Kalana, Editorial Director at VentureBeat.
Hello and welcome to another session at VentureBeat's Transform 2020. I'm Seth Colliner. I'm the Editorial Director for VentureBeat, and I'm here today with Kurt Mummel, who's the Chief Customer Officer at Dataiku. And we're here to talk about how Dataiku is helping organizations put their data to work in building human-centric AI models. And we're going to look from starting with their data all the way to applied AI in business applications. So Kurt, thank you so much for joining us today. And I wonder if you could start us off just by saying a little bit about what Dataiku does and what is your role there.
Sure. Thank you so much, Seth. It's really great to be here. So appreciate the opportunity to share this story. So Dataiku, we're software developers. We're a software company. And over the better part of the last 10 years, I guess, 7 or 8 years now, we've developed a platform that enables organizations, most frequently at the enterprise scale, to really build out an internal capability to develop AI products, services, and to integrate those into all of their business processes and systems. And the way that we do that is we've taken a very broad and very inclusive approach to that, saying that the right way to do this at scale is all about bringing more people in, bringing in not only the data scientists, the machine learning engineers, of course, they're heavily present within our user base, but also the business analysts, the marketers, the shop floor technicians, both as consumers of those results, but importantly as creators and true participants in the AI development process, as well as its deployment, maintenance, update process as well. And so at Dataiku, I'm the Chief Customer Officer, as you mentioned, and what that means is I'm responsible ultimately for the, let's say, care and well-being of our customer base. So I oversee our customer success teams, but also our professional services teams, our advisory teams, the teams that run our online learning and engagement platforms, all of that.
Very good. And I wonder if you could just give us a really brief overview of just the whole process that you guys do of starting with data and building out and scaling and beyond. I think you have a specific example of a customer to share.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got that on one slide. Just to illustrate what one of our larger customers has accomplished over the years, and so what we see on the slide is that is a global pharmaceutical company, and really they started the better part of a decade ago working on this, and in fact I started the timeline in 2012 prior to the creation of Dataiku. In fact, so this is kind of the context that we were born into, and what they did was, well, frankly, they just got started, and what they did was they started going around looking for what data was available, what teams needed from that data, and started stitching that together. The person that we ultimately started working with, he was telling me stories about how a lot of his work was just sitting in an airplane, flying from one office to another, from New York to Paris to Tokyo, to understand what data was sitting in which data warehouse, what the needs were, comparing that to the skills available perhaps back in the headquarters in New York, so that they could actually build out a new capability. And so it was really all about getting started at whatever scale with whatever means they had available. Once Dataiku came into the picture, was really all about unsiloing, right? Breaking down barriers both between the data, but especially between the people and the teams. So that it was no longer just the few data scientists that they had within the organization building out these new capabilities, but they went very broad. They brought in all sorts of different team members to work directly on the data. Now, sometimes that unsiloing, it was beautiful tango. People were working great together. Other times it was maybe a little bit more of a wrestling match as they were working on it. But what we saw, right, was more data coming together, more people coming together to work on these challenges. If we go to where we are today in 2020, and of course this is a very abbreviated version of the story, they've really achieved this incredible scale. They're talking about 3,000 different projects that they have running in parallel, hundreds of thousands of data sets that they're working on, and hundreds and hundreds, nearing 1,000 individuals directly contributing to that process. And these are not just data consumers. It's not just a BI dashboard that people are looking at. These are people with their hands down in the data, using the tools that are best suited for them. So, the folks who are comfortable in SQL are writing SQL. The folks who are comfortable in Python, who are comfortable in R, who are comfortable in Scala, they're in their programming as well. Whereas there's others who are using the visual interface, who are clicking their way through the process to get to new insights. And of course, looking forward, what we see is, for some uncertain future, some future date yet to be defined, we see that ultimately the goal is to get everything embedded, to embed the analytics, to embed the AI processes directly into the applications, into the dashboards throughout the organization. And you can see, right, that we attempted to illustrate it, right, that the data environments have scaled out. The cloud environments have become all that more important. We're looking towards a future with multiple clouds as well. But importantly, right, with the right processes, with the right tooling, all of these different individuals, which maybe thousands and thousands in the future, they're shielded from that in effect, right? Where they're shielded from the underlying data. They have access to it, but they don't need to know necessarily where it's running. And so we're working with them now on this future, building that out with them, and it's frankly a really, really exciting and great privilege to be able to work with them on that.
Yeah, well, and I'm curious because it's in this you started in 2012, right? And if
Sure.
you scaled out beyond 2020, back in 2012, I think a lot of businesses, even really well-informed people, didn't maybe know much about AI. Terms like computer vision or natural language processing were maybe new to them. And so they were, still in the conceptual phase of understanding what are these new set of technologies. And my assumption is that most of your customers now are well past that, where they understand what these technologies are. They've made it through the skunk works. They probably have some prototypes, and they may even have some things in production. Where are you seeing most of your customers at when they come to you?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see them now, of course, at a different state than it was way back then, 2012, 2015. What we see today is indeed just what you described, where most organizations have done a POC, they've done pilots, they probably have a few things in production, but it's not at the scale that they need. And maybe they've succeeded once, twice, maybe 10 times. What we're talking about at scale, though, really is not 10 use cases deployed out into production, but maybe 10,000 use cases deployed out into production. And to get there, right, that requires one, meeting the customer where they are, and that's again core to our vision, right? That the Dataiku need not be either for those who are just starting out, nor those who are more advanced. Really about meeting organizations where they're at and taking them forward more quickly, across all the different dimensions that's going to require, making sure that the necessary architecture is in place to support that additional workload. But perhaps even more importantly, making sure that the people are enabled, that they're getting upskilled, and that they're finding ways to work together with their colleagues.
Sure. And so it sounds like scale is really the kind of the spot where a lot of them are at right now. I wonder, what are some of the things that where some of these companies go wrong when they attempt to scale?
Well, sometimes what we see is that they try to predict the future. They try to predict the future. They try to, lock into the one future technology that's going to get them there. And we've got a short, a simple slide on that, right? Where what you see basically is that it's impossible to predict what the future technology is going to be. Maybe back 6 or more years ago, all the rage was Hadoop. We're going to do on-premise Hadoop, and that'll be it. Well, of course, then we saw Spark coming up, the rise of cloud-based Hadoop, and now, especially in the last 2 years or so, the rise of Kubernetes as well. And so, without going into the technical weeds, what we want to illustrate, right, is just that it's extremely unpredictable, and it's going to continue to be so. And in a sense, that's good because it means that there's innovation that's going to continue and new and better technology that's going to come out. And so what's important in that respect is that that we ensure, or that the organizations ensure, that they're able to swap in and out those new technologies as reasonably as is possible for them. And that's, again, what Dataiku helps achieve, is kind of an insulating layer between those individuals who are working on the project and the underlying compute layer as well. So yeah, we would definitely say, if you're trying to scale, it's not about picking the right technology. It's about building the right organization, which is going to be agile, which is going to be resilient, and which is going to be able to build this AI in a responsible way.
Yeah, and I'm a little curious. This is a bit of a non sequitur, but I'm a little curious. How many times, maybe just anecdotally, if you come across a customer who, in experimenting, they've developed some new technique or tool, and that's actually unlocked a new business idea, right? Because I think the general accepted knowledge is start by solving your business problems, right? Don't fall in love with the technology, kind of what you're saying, but also experimenting sort of unlocks new ideas. Do you have any thoughts on that, or any good example?
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's really core to what we see as the success. One of the ways that we've designed the product is so that you don't have to differentiate between like an ad hoc self-service use case versus a production use case, and we see very frequently that the kind of the ad hoc exploratory work often is the seed for what becomes a production use case later on. And being able to do that in a common platform, you don't need to re-engineer things, recode things, move it from one logic, exploratory, experimental, almost scientific, over into another logic, engineering, hardened, very very highly redundant. That really greatly increases the speed of the innovation within these organizations. So that's really what we like to see, and what we see frequently is that there is this exploratory work, maybe with an ad hoc team stood up just to work on a given problem, where you might take an individual from the business lines in one region, combine them with an advanced data scientist from the headquarters, as well as a data engineer from the team that's running the infrastructure. Get them, just jamming together on some new ideas, rapidly iterating, coming up with a workflow that looks to be right, maybe tweaking it then to optimize it for production, but not having to start over from scratch. And that's really exciting to see when it does come together.
Sure. A minute ago, you mentioned responsible AI, and I want to spend a little bit of time unpacking this a bit. Right off the bat, Dataiku builds itself as creating human-centered AI. And I know from past interactions, you mean explainability and being able to do away with the black box in a way that is more equitable for users. But we're at a pretty remarkable time right now. We've been talking about ethics and AI for years, but we're in the midst of the most important civil rights change in 40 years. And all of the issues around ethics are of even greater importance. And some of the thinking that we have found on it as we're listening to scholars and researchers. Ruha Benjamin has a great quote from earlier this year in a talk she gave about deep learning, which she said that computational depth without sociological depth is superficial learning. But I wonder if you could just speak to that a little bit, because I know it's a big priority. Responsibility and explainability are important for Dataiku. I just wonder if you can speak to where the company is thinking, especially right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an incredibly important topic for us, as it is for many people. It's important for us because I think that we do feel a great responsibility as tool builders in this initiative, in this field, to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to ensure that the sort of harms that have been inflicted upon various populations over the years, that those not get re-encoded and perpetuated yet again now by automated artificial intelligence systems, right? That's the outcome that we're frankly most concerned with when we're talking about scale in all these different use cases. On the one hand, you look at that and it's like, this is great, this is exciting, we've got all this potential for business value. That's great. But you can't say that there's going to be all this impact from all these use cases without acknowledging that there's a risk, at least, for negative impact, for harm to be caused from these use cases as well. And so, we've got a slide here that shows just some, frankly, it's depressing how easy it is to find the headlines that illustrate the issue. We've got one here from just a couple of weeks ago, June 24th, about an individual where it's one of the first confirmed cases where the individual is wrongly accused, was arrested based on faulty facial recognition technology, and this is a real concern for us. And so Dataiku's approach to this, right, is, well, one, we want to first raise awareness around the reality of this, and the speakers that we have at VentureBeat this year talking about this topic. I mean, they are exactly on point when they're raising this issue. So one, raise the awareness, but also educate the builders to ensure that they understand what's going on, and then most importantly, perhaps, is that we need to broaden the scope of people who are participating in the creation of these capabilities. It's not enough that it be just a few people from the same universities with the same backgrounds who are producing this. We need to ensure that there's a broad, a diverse, and an inclusive base of people who are creating these new capabilities. In addition to that, right, there's also some technical solutions or parts of the solution. Those are things like explainability, to ensure that we don't have black box models that are impenetrable. They are glass box models that explain themselves, that tell us what's happening, so that we can then present those results to individuals who are going to be sensitive to that, and who can say, no, this is wrong. This is not having the results that we want. This is causing harm, or there's a risk of harm, so that we can solve for that. And so as we're building out for this scale, we at Dataiku, we feel a great responsibility to provide the builders with the tools to do this in an ethical and a responsible way. Quite frankly, we're happy to see this very very important, very necessary, I would say overdue raising of social consciousness on these topics, and we want to make sure that we are equipping our customers with the means to do things in the right way. For the most part, when things go wrong, it's not because somebody is out looking to do harm. It's because they've got blind spots. They've not been educated properly on what to look out for, and so that's really key to where we see ourselves as having a positive impact in the future, which is something that we want to see.
Yeah, and you guys are positioned in kind of a unique way. A lot of times when we talk about these issues, we're looking at researchers who are building something, or looking at something like an ImageNet. There's some really strong research coming out right now that's looking at the inherent flaws that could be inside the data.
Sure.
But you guys are helping someone else make things, so you're sort of in the middle of that. Can you speak to the maybe unique challenge there, where you're not necessarily building data, or you're taking first party data and working with it?
That's right.
You make models, and then it's their business application.
It's not our data. In fact, built into the platform, it's not our algorithms. They're all open source algorithms that are built in, and it's not the application either. That all belongs to our customer. But still, we don't want to take a position to say that that we have no responsibility in any of this. We're just providing this amoral technology. We don't believe in that, right? We believe that the decisions that we're making in the way that we build the tool and in the way that we enable our users, train our users, does have an impact. I've used in the past an analogy of around, other potentially dangerous tools. Take, for example, I don't know, a power saw, right? Sure, you can build all sorts of useful things with it, but there is a responsibility of the tool maker to build it in a safe way, to put appropriate safeguards on it, to put appropriate training material and recommendations for its use, or requirements in its use, and potentially fail safes in it as well, so that even as you're using this powerful and potentially dangerous tool, you can do it in a way which is safe and which is not going to cause harm, because depending on you're building something out of wood in your garage, or you're building an AI application, there's great potential for that to build something which is valuable for yourself, for society as well. But there's really also a responsibility to do so in a safe way, and not inadvertently, and certainly not on purpose, cause harm to somebody else with that. And so again, that's what we see our role in is one, building the capabilities into the tool and making that from a user experience perspective hard to avoid, and then also equipping our customers with the training materials, the advisory services, to ensure that they're aware of what the risks are and how they can counter it. And then finally, and I think it's the most important point, we need more voices. We need more eyes on these projects as well. And so that's also where Dataiku, just as a technology, enables bringing in that broader, more diverse coalition of AI builders into the picture.
Great. Well, Kurt, thanks so much for your time today and your insights and explaining what you guys are all about. And thank you for getting into the difficult topics with me. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Seth. Happy to be here. Happy to talk about the difficult topics. Often they are the most important ones.
Indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, well, Kurt, thanks for that talk. We've moved on to the Q&A section. I hope folks are submitting any questions they've got in Slack. I see a couple. So the first question is that if a company wants to implement AI but doesn't have enough data, what can they do?
Sure. No, I think that's a great question. And, there's often a, where to start, chicken and egg problem for this. Honestly, what we've seen in most cases is that companies actually do have the data somewhere, right? But it may be in different systems, maybe in an environment where they just haven't had access to yet, or given the right access to the right people. Now, an exception to this could be a very new company, a very small company that really is just getting started. The reality there is that there may be a challenge getting started. That said, what I would suggest is that they look for what's called pre-trained models, because of course the need for historical data is for training your model, but there is a marketplace for pre-trained models as well that can provide some predictive value for your environment, even if you don't have the data to train it yourself. They also have some other applications in terms of not spending time retraining if you don't have to. So I would look into either one, do you have the data actually somewhere, or looking into the market for pre-trained models.
Sure. Another question that came in, going back to the diversity question that we discussed, like on the technology side or the technologist side, bringing in the technologists to work on these things. But the question is, what about user experience designers? What role do they play in your product development?
Oh, so user experience is really key to this. I mean, that's in a sense where the rubber meets the road, where the technology actually gets in the hands of the individuals. And so I think that they are at the forefront. So both from a Dataiku building our own software, we work to ensure that both our designers and the individuals who we ask to provide feedback on our UX, that they represent a diverse panel of perspectives. I think also that the same is very true for then the applications, the capabilities that our customers are developing themselves, to ensure that the user experience and those who are evaluating it and assessing it does represent also a diversity of backgrounds and a diversity of experience. So much of user experience is very well intertwined with the person, the human. So of course, ensuring that we have a broad base to back that up is really key.
Yeah. So we covered a lot of ground in our conversation, but one thing that we didn't really talk about that I think has already come up a little bit in some conversations already at this event is this idea of simplicity. AI feels very complex, and I think it's the kind of technology where you can make it very complex, right? But in terms of helping these companies, build out and scale, what's the value of kind of keeping things simple, and maybe what does that look like? If you can address that.
Yeah, and indeed, this was a big topic of conversation yesterday in one of the roundtables that we participated in, and as we're thinking about the value of scaling out AI applications, I think that there can sometimes be a focus on the shiniest, the fanciest, the newest technology. One of the individuals at the roundtable was saying if you give a data scientist a GAN, a generative adversarial network, a way to do cool stuff, mostly with images, they're going to run around with a hammer in their hand looking for a nail. The reality is, and this was what was coming back from that conversation as well, is that for real business applications, for actually deriving value from it, a lot more value can be gained from maybe doing 1,000 logistic regressions rather than just one single GAN. And what that means is that you need to look at the business applications that could benefit from some increase, some uplift in adding in some predictive capability, not necessarily look for the most complex approach. In fact, do the opposite, look for the simplest possible approach that's going to improve the business outcome and lead to some value generation. It has the benefit of being more accessible. The way that a logistic regression works, you can draw it on a whiteboard and most people get it pretty quickly. It's highly explainable. You understand, you actually get feedback on what the how that prediction is being made, building trust. And often, right, it's computationally very easy as well. You can do them quickly, cheaply, without having to spin up a GPU cluster, which frequently is outside of the budget parameters of most organizations.
Yeah, that's a whole Pandora's box talking about the computational costs. Our time has run short, but we're going to continue this off stage. Please join us for the offstage Q&A via Zoom. Thank you so much, Kurt. We'll see you over there in a second.
Thank you, Seth. See you.
Thank you so much to Kurt and Seth for an amazing conversation. It is your chance now for a virtual networking break or a break in general. Just stand up, stretch, grab a coffee, do a little bit of yoga or a tea or anything else that you need. Connect with the speakers and attendees on Slack, and don't forget to visit our expo booth area. For VIPs, find your match with our one-to-one matchmaking. For those who signed up for the Executive Forum Roundtable session, how AI and ML can help make healthcare more efficient, reliable, and affordable, which is moderated by our own Emil Podolinsky, check your calendars for the special invitation. For the rest of you, we'll see you in 10 minutes.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, and balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation, and he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Gentlemen, hope you managed to get yourself a nice drink, have a stretch. We're going to get straight into our next fireside chat, talking about intelligent, actionable insights from AI. I would love to welcome Senior Vice President at Walmart US Technology, Fiona Tan, and she will be in conversation with Saurabh Gupta, Chief Research Officer at HFS Research.
Hi, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Saurabh Gupta. I'm the Chief Research Officer at HFS Research. We are an analyst firm who looks at the real impact of these emerging technologies, from automation to AI, analytics, blockchain, IoT, on businesses and industries. And I'm thrilled to have Fiona Tan, Senior Vice President from Walmart US Technology, to join us and have a conversation, because I meet a lot of executives, and she's one of the very few who's implemented artificial intelligence at scale in true Walmart style. So welcome, Fiona.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so let's jump right in. Tell us a little bit about, we all know Walmart as the retail store, but what's Walmart doing with artificial intelligence and investing in AI technology? What's really driving that?
Yeah, so yes, obviously, we know of Walmart and the 5,000 stores we have across the country, and we also have a digital offering, Walmart.com, and a site, and the site and the app. And really, we're using AI ML across both the digital and the physical properties. It's certainly, in terms of digital, the things that we are maybe a little bit more familiar with, right? Search and personalization, and using data and models to be able to help our customers find things on our site and our app. But we also do a lot in the stores, right? So if you think about, one of the problems that kind of plague a lot of the brick and mortar is just around inventory accuracy, location, and just availability, right? So we've been using a lot of AI ML in that space as well, right? Just in terms of managing inventory, ensuring items are available in the stores. And if you think about the store, you have a fixed square footage. We want to be able to optimize what items we display, managing the level of inventory, and then as you look at allowing us to also buy online items that are in the store, the item inventory accuracy becomes even that much more important, right? So if you think about that, the AI ML that we can use to power the availability is pretty critical. It's a lot of it's around, without it, if you think about it, it's like, associate has to essentially look and try to figure out, what is the, where the inventory is coming from. It needs to look at, what is coming in on the trucks. It needs to know what's being sold. And so for a person to be able to manage all of that information and be able to sort of adjust inventory levels, it's going to be super hard, right? So that's where, we have really used this as an opportunity to leverage a huge amount of data that we collect, right? A myriad of systems such as our point of sale, as well as human processes, to be able to generate these business insights, right? And we thoroughly analyze the data, and we can apply the machine learning algorithms and basically do the adjustments to the inventory automatically, right? And that's been very critical to us. It's kind of if you think about it, it's like the building block for enabling both a good customer experience in the store, but then as we move more digitally, it's really crucial for us to have that as we're going online as well.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating, Fiona. So let's talk about a specific use case. One of the things that you were talking about was this express delivery, which is interesting, especially in today's world, where people where we are all encouraging social distancing. To talk us a little bit about, what's the role of artificial intelligence, machine learning in something like express delivery. What are you trying to do? I think talking about a use case will bring it to life for us.
Yeah, for sure. So I think, with express delivery, as you know, it was a feature that we launched very quickly, and really as we were going through the pandemic, and as you mentioned, right, customers not really being able to get into stores and honestly not wanting to get into stores, we have had a grocery pickup and delivery service, and we wanted to augment it just with the huge demand that we were getting for pickup and delivery slots. We wanted to also augment it with sort of a real-time delivery, which is this express delivery option that we were able to light up. And there are a few things, right? We look at, part of it is just having that availability, right? And being able to deliver orders in under 20 minutes in some cases, right? So I think our promise is 2 hours, but we've been able to do something, pretty magical, right? Even on, like I said, under 20 minutes. But it's really a testament to kind of ways of working, strong coding practices and operational discipline, as well as being able to leverage the AI ML models that we've had to power this experience, right? So if you think about it, I mentioned just before, right, the inventory accuracy, obviously that's a very, again, building block, right, in order for us to be able to offer real time, a customer being able to select and be able to see that, hey, look, this is actually available in the store that I can order it, because we don't have, time to obviously go reshop it at a different store. It has to be at that store that you have. So again, the inventory accuracy is really, really critical, and the AI ML models that power that are certainly very critical as well. There are other AI ML models that are super important in this experience. One is pick path optimization. And the nice thing about all of this is that we'd already built it for our current pickup and delivery service, right? And in those cases, we're actually combining orders. We tend to do the picks in the middle of the night, but a lot of that could be leveraged for express delivery. So instead of doing it, with a combination of say 8 to 10 hours, we were doing it for each order. But the pick path optimization, which is essentially routing the associate through the store in the most optimized manner to pick up the items that the customers ordered, we were able to leverage that really, really well. Smart substitution. So again, if an item is actually not available, sometimes, again, we've got customers, that's a complexity a little bit, right? The inventory is constantly changing because you've got customers that are also shopping the store as all this is happening. So if something's not available, we have smart substitutions, again, powered with AI ML that looks at sort of the, what other items are very similar to it, but then also based on the customer's personal preferences, right? So again, these models will help the associates essentially able to pick the right substitution, right? And again, they don't have to think about it, it automatically presents that. So that's sort of the, because we already had a lot of the AI ML, and because we had the code kind of done in a very modular way, we were able to turn around this new feature, within a couple of, I think it was 1 2 week sprint, and we were able to get that out to our customers. And so certainly something that we're very proud of, and a feature that our customers are enjoying. And we're just happy that we were able to do that. But like I said, it's testament to, ways of working, as well as having these AI ML models that we were able to leverage.
Yeah, so 2 weeks is pretty phenomenal. And could you talk to us, like, is it rolled out across the US? What's the sort of rollout that you were able to do with this?
Yeah, so we've been rolling it out. I believe it's in, I want to say like 1,400 stores. So it's available to a large portion of the US, right? So a lot of our customers are able to take advantage of this feature, and they have been. And it's been a real surprise and delight in terms of experience for customers, right? So it's one of the ways where it's interesting, right? In these times, what innovation and what delightful features we can come up with. And this is one of them. And like I said, in some cases, we've been able to get items to our customers in 20 minutes or less, and that's pretty magical.
Yeah, I've always been thinking about what if this thing had happened 10 years back. It would have been a worse nightmare than what it is today, given all these great technologies and innovations that that businesses have been able to develop. We are still at least living almost a quasi-normal life. But one of the things that we've been at HFS thinking about is this concept of the AAA trifecta. which is essentially, think of it as a Venn diagram with three circles of automation, analytics, and AI. And I think we've been having a very comparative narrative in the market of AI versus this or ML versus that. But at least where we see use cases is at the intersection of those three: automation, analytics, AI. And if you think of the intersection, I think that's the holy grail for business transformation. Would love to get your thoughts on, would you agree to that? Have you seen that in experience? What's your take on that concept of the AAA trifecta?
Yeah, no, I definitely do agree with that. And to your point, right, it is that intersection of all three, right, where it really becomes quite magical. And I think, for example, I think a good place that you could think about how we've leveraged that is maybe when we do merchandising, right? So there are some merchandising tasks where it may be, I think analytics sort of at the sort of base in terms of powering everything that we do. And in some cases, you may have automation of processes, right? And that is something where, using the data and the insights from the analytics, we're automating the processes, and the merchants are still, quite involved in terms of making decisions based on that, right? But it's automated. It's certainly still more efficient, and it takes away some of the mundane tasks that they used to have to do. But then on the other side, things like pricing, and we're trying to figure out what we can do with assortment selection, where you can have models where there's more AI and ML powering it, right? So if you think about getting to a place where you can be kind of hands off the wheel, right? Hands free in terms of being able to make some of the merchandising decisions around assortment and pricing and planning. And, you can do it when you're having it powered by ML, you can do it at the store level, right? Versus having to cluster and having a person sort of make decisions around what's the right assortment, what's the right sizes I want to send. And it's too difficult to do that at a store level. Right, but you can have ML models taking a look at really what are the sales for that particular store, what are the sales around that store, and really use some really interesting local data to be able to power, what are the styles that will work for there, what's the sizing, what's the pricing that will work. And so using these models, you can really get to almost like a personalized feel for each store that you're really going to have trouble doing otherwise, right? So then the merchants can really use that to help them in terms of making some of their merchandising decisions. And I think that's been a place where, to your point, right, there is absolutely analytics, there's absolutely automation, and there's absolutely AI, ML models. And in some cases, it may be, for certain categories, you're maybe potentially in different parts of the continuum, right? And in some cases, you're able to leverage all three.
Yeah. No, I think that's a fascinating example of merchandising, of using all three of those three A's, and I think that AAA is probably expanding now with more emerging technologies coming in. You can see how IoT is going to play a role, perhaps even blockchain as well. But one of the other questions, and I can't let you go without asking this, is we've looked at so many different AI use cases. Almost every enterprise is trying to play with these technologies today. But the difference with your experience is that you've been able to deploy it at scale. Even that one example that you described, you've been able to launch it in 1,400 stores. That's not a easy thing to achieve. And actually, our research suggests that while almost everybody is toying with these tools, less than 15% have been able to scale and industrialize things. And I think that's an inflated number. It's probably even lower than that. What's your secret sauce? Because I think adoption challenges are not about technology. It's about culture. It's about mindset. It's about business and IT working together, and that's easier said than done. So tell us a little bit about what makes Walmart tick. You're not a small organization by any stretch.
Yeah, I mean, you answered part of it already, really, right? I think certainly a lot of it is using data to generate insights to make meaningful business decisions, and I think that's been part of the DNA, right? With how Walmart has pioneered some of this just even a long time ago, right? So using data is something that is in our DNA, and we've been able to, with the scale that we have, generate a lot of data. And that, as you know, with AI and ML, that's really what is the building block, right, of being able to leverage up AI and ML. So I would say, data and kind of sort of data insights and the culture around using data to make decisions. And I think in terms of the large scale, I think that's something that we've been doing for, decades, right? So in terms of scaling up, it's not a recent endeavor. It's something that we've been doing and sort of maybe have more practice doing potentially, right? And you mentioned something, in terms of, what are sort of these key factors that affect a company's ability to really leverage and scale. I would say support from leadership and an experimental mindset's really, right? And you mentioned that a little bit as well. Our leaders strongly believe in AI, and they believe that it can enhance our existing kind of competitive advantage. And so that's really powerful for the technology team, is having that support and understanding from the leadership team. And so we've been able to adopt, this agile and again, very experimental mindset, because with models, with AI and ML, it also requires some patience, right? It's not something where you can just code it up and you go. It does learn. So you do need to have a bit of patience. You need to look at experimenting with new approaches, new techniques, new data sources, new ways of working until we get it right. And the beauty of this is we have support from the leadership to do so. I think the other thing I would say is, you mentioned a strong partnership between business and tech, and absolutely. In fact, we have a way of working we call 4 in a box. So it's the business, it's product, it's technology, and it's design. And we identify who the 4 in the box is for everything that we do. And that's the team that makes decisions together. And that's been really useful, right? And so the data scientists are part of it. We need to also make sure that the other thing we do from an organizational standpoint is we make sure that the data scientists are essentially resident within a particular domain area. So for example, my data scientists for merchandising, that's all they work on. And so they get really deep and understand merchandising, because I think you do need that, right? I think particularly for the data science folks is they need to understand the business, they need to understand how it's done. And so we have that really strong relationship and partnership between the data scientists and the business leaders. And so that's been really critical. And, finding the right talent, as you can imagine, is also critical in terms of helping us with developing AI and ML. And the nice thing about being able to track talent is, we have a lot of data. It's also very impactful work. So that's one of the things when we talk to potential Walmart data scientists, right? I think that's one of the things that they do tend to be excited about, is just being able to access all this data and then to really work on real life problems, right? I mean, these are things that you can talk to your mother about, right? It's like, hey, look, when you go to the store and you find everything you're looking for, the science I worked on really helped with that, right? I mean, that's pretty powerful, and it's something that a lot of people can understand, and it resonates. And so I think people find that to be, pretty exciting. And I'd say maybe the last thing is, there is obviously a lot of work in terms of data preparation and cleaning data, and just sort of really foundational work that does need to be done. And there's probably no easy shortcut for that. It's just, it's something that you just have to make a commitment to and invest in, right? And that's something that we've also been doing.
Yeah, no, I'm still trying to explain what I do to my mom, and I don't think I have been able to really communicate that. But one of the other issues or concerns around the use or overuse of AI sort of starts to revolve around the ethics. My favorite comic book character, Spider-Man, said that with great power comes great responsibility. So you've got these powerful algorithms, and what's going on in the world. Several large software providers have said we'll stop using AI-based facial recognition. But it all comes back to, how do you responsibly use AI? What's the ethical use of AI? How can you make it transparent? Where do you stand on that debate, Fiona, on the responsibility that comes with the great tools?
For sure. And I think that is something that we're very mindful of, right? So we, what data we have about the customer, how we use it is certainly top of mind. We have teams that help us in terms of if we're ever, not sure about, we will double check. But a lot of it's really centered around trying to ensure that we're just improving the customer experience and using the data only for that purpose, right? And And so we've been, we've always been very careful about it. It's a huge commitment of ours. And like I said, if we have any questions at all, we've got, a lot of folks that can help advise us. But in general, that's a focus area that we have. And a lot of it's centered around, let's do what we can to improve the customer experience, right? We'll use it to personalize your experience. We'll use it to help make substitutions, but, we're really centered on that.
Got it. No, this was fascinating. I learned a lot in just 20 minutes, Fiona, and thank you for sharing your time. I think it's about time that we take some questions from the audience. So, but thanks a lot for sharing your insights, and best of luck for the future.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you so much. If it's time for taking some questions from the audience, and we've got quite a few. I don't know in how many can we cover in 5 minutes. But here's an interesting one. What's your advice to brick and mortar retail companies? Especially in today's COVID era, how can they compete?
Yeah, so I think it depends, right? So if they're brick and mortar companies that are just doing brick and mortar, or if they have an online presence, certainly I think it's been tricky, right? In terms of with COVID, in some cases, some of those businesses have not been allowed to operate. If they didn't have an e-commerce digital presence at the same time, it was going to be difficult to even do any business, right? So I think certainly trying to figure out how you can get a digital presence just to be able to offer that as well. And then finding ways, I think one of the things that Walmart has really focused on is how do we leverage the brick and mortar business that we do have, right? So the physical presence to sort of augment the digital offerings that we have. So I would definitely, kind of say lean in on, take advantage of the assets you have, the physical presence you have, and then, look at what online offerings you can kind of offer, right? To be able to get customers to transact with you online, but potentially, still be able to, whether it's servicing up the inventory from the stores or having them go pick it up from the stores, et cetera, right? So kind of take advantage and make use of all your assets, but sort of digitize it at the same time. One thing I would say, one thing I mentioned that we ran into while we were doing that is, some of your systems do need to be enhanced, right? To make sure that, again, if you're making it available for online, the thing that you're not going to have is when you have a customer going into the store, they can make decisions around, hey, look, if this is out, I can get something else, right? When you are online and you tell them that it's available, they kind of expect it to be there. So I think that's one of the things that you'll have to think about as you start having that digital presence.
Yep. So, no, it's definitely the burning platform for digital transformation. COVID, if there is a silver lining to this sad situation, perhaps that's it, right? If you are an eternal optimist. So there's a lot of questions around data and data science. So let me ask you one, which is, can you talk a little bit about the role of data, especially what if companies don't have the relevant data? And I think that's a very relevant question because, we keep talking about data lakes, but we all live in data swarms, right? Pretty much. So yeah. What's your advice to this whole sort of question around data? Because you might have the AI algorithms, but don't have the underlying data, then what's the point?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple parts to it, right? So you mentioned the data swamp. So in some cases, you actually do have the data. Well, actually, maybe it's a couple of things, right? One is you have opportunities to collect the data, and perhaps you haven't been doing so. So one is, I would say, make sure you are collecting whatever data you can from all the disparate sources that you have. And then the second is making sure that it's kind of all kind of resident, kind of putting it all into a data lake of sorts so that you can actually take full advantage of it. You mentioned the swamp, right? So that's the part around, I mentioned maybe a little bit ago as well, just the preparation and the work, and it's hard work. Unfortunately, there's no way around it, but making sure that you're preparing and cleaning the data so that it can be used. There are also third-party sources, right? And I would say in some cases, leveraging those to augment the data that you have to be able to create a more, say, well-rounded view of the customer, right? So there are some good sources that are third parties that can kind of help you in terms of making sure that you have that information. So I would say, that would kind of be my advice, right? Make sure in a lot of cases, I think you do have the opportunities. It's just that, you have to be more mindful about these are all areas where I can actually collect this data and then use it for something else.
Yeah. And then probably the last question, because I think we've got just 40 seconds left, is this question, which is what was your single biggest challenge in a large scale adoption of AI ML at Walmart?
Wow, in 23 seconds. I think a lot of it is there's a few things, right? The the explainability of AI and ML, and sort of the while there's generally acceptance that this is a good thing to do, it's still, I think you do need to still be able to show, and it's a step-by-step show, right? Hey, how do we do automation? How do I show that the models are actually doing well, and how do you explain how it did what it did, right? So I think a lot of it's a mindset cultural shift as well, both from the point of view of tech being able to understand and explain and really understand the domain so that we can actually work on it and be able to get results, but then also for the business leaders to sort of embrace and then take a little bit of a leap of faith, right, around what these decisions are that the models are doing. So I would say that's probably, I think, biggest / ongoing challenge. And I think, I'm assuming that some of the other companies may see that too.
Yeah, this was awesome, Fiona. I think we still have 5 more minutes. So if there are some more questions, so let's go off stage. But thanks for the opportunity. I think I learned a lot, and I'm pretty sure the audience did as well. So thank you so much, Fiona.
All right, see you in a minute.
Yep.
And yes, head over to the offstage Q&A if you have more questions for them. We're going to keep things moving right along, talking about machine learning and AI lessons in finance and what others can learn from them. It is my great pleasure to welcome Global Head of Machine Learning at Goldman Sachs, Charles Elkin, and he will be in conversation with Rajiv Chand, Partner and Head of Research at Wing Venture Capital.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here at VentureBeat, giving a talk in this virtual fashion. I've been working at Goldman Sachs for more than 2 years now, where we have many exciting applications that use artificial intelligence and machine learning. So I'm here to tell you about some opportunities, how to think about opportunities, and how to think about risks. Well, I've been working in the field of machine learning actually for many decades. I was a professor at the University of California in San Diego. And one thing that strikes me is that there has been a lot of progress in machine learning and artificial intelligence, but there's also a lot of commonality with what people were talking about in the research they were doing in the past. And I found this great image that comes from 1966, which illustrates how even 50 years ago, people were thinking in terms of big data. People were impressed by the compute power that was available. People were thinking that games were the pinnacle of human intelligence. And the gentleman in this picture is actually John McCarthy, who was one of the founders of artificial intelligence. And I was fortunate that when I was a graduate student at Stanford, that he was my advisor. Unfortunately, he passed away about 10 years ago, but I guess a few of us still have connections to the beginning of artificial intelligence. Now, there is a lot that is new nowadays that we couldn't do even 5 or 10 years ago. Before Goldman Sachs, I worked at Amazon, where time series are really important because they're even more important in finance. So I'm going to be talking for a few minutes about a time series application that is impossible without modern machine learning and deep learning, and which has been very successful at Amazon. So this figure is from a research paper that we published about the application, and it really shows the idea. So these 4 panels are the quantity demanded for 4 different, pretty much randomly chosen Amazon products. So if you look at the top left panel, maybe that one's the easiest to understand. So this is a product which has been in inventory for many years, and there's a spike in demand at the end of every year. So this is really the holiday shopping season. You can see there was a spike at the end of 2014, then the end of 2015. And the vertical blue line is the point at which we need to make a forecast of future demand. And the forecast that we make is for the following 52 weeks. And so the blue line is the actual forecast, and the blue shaded region is our confidence interval around the forecast. And so it's pretty obvious that with this time series, we should be forecasting another peak in demand around the end of 2016. And if you look at the blue line, then indeed there's a peak at the end of 2016. Now, if you look at the black line, in fact, the actual peak at the end of 2016 was much bigger than the forecast. But fortunately, when we made a forecast, we also forecasted the uncertainty, and that's the blue shaded area. And the black line is actually just inside the blue shaded area. So our forecast was not actually incorrect. We got it right because we quantified the amount of uncertainty. The way we use these forecasts is for purchasing. Essentially, it's much worse to be out of stock on a product than it is to be overstocked. So typically we do purchasing from the suppliers up to the top of the blue shaded region. And so as long as the actual demand is within the blue shaded region, we're not going to be out of stock. So this top left panel is an example of a successful forecast. And then the top right panel is an example of a product where the sales are very uncertain. And so we can see that the blue shaded region is quite wide, and it gets wider as we go further into the future. And the bottom right panel is an example of a product that really has a very weird pattern of demand with several different peaks during the year. What this example shows is that even when there's weird patterns of seasonality, that the forecasting method can still succeed in picking them up. And then maybe the most interesting one, and it's what we really couldn't do without modern machine learning and deep learning, is forecasting for a product that is almost brand new. So this is a product, you can see the black line on the left is flat until the middle of 2016. And then there's a little bit of observed demand for this product, but then we're making the forecast when the vertical blue line is there. So we need to forecast for a year in the future, even though we've only seen actual demand for a few weeks. And the forecast here is uncertain. The blue region is big, but the actual demand was within the blue region. And so how can we do a forecast for a product that we have very little history for? The answer is that we understand the similarity with other products. If something is a swimsuit, then swimsuits have a certain pattern of seasonality. And so we can carry that information over from other similar products. And how do we know that products are similar? Well, we have their catalog descriptions. We have the text that says what they are, and we also have photographs, although this particular application doesn't yet use photographs, it just uses the textual similarity. So what we're doing here is we're combining natural language information, and we're also combining numerical time series information. We're putting those together into much improved forecasts of product demand. So a very important business application. We have similar applications in finance, and traditional time series methods are completely incapable of solving this problem because they can't use this extra information, which is the natural language information. So that's really what we can do now that we couldn't do before. We can combine different types of data, and we can model them in very, very flexible ways. Next slide. So the methods that we're using are called deep learning, and they really came to prominence in the last 5 to 10 years. But again, if you look at the history of machine learning and artificial intelligence, deep learning is really very large-scale neural networks. And neural networks were invented in the 1950s, really at the same time that the whole field of artificial intelligence began. And then there were a lot of research advances in the neural networks in the 1980s. Unfortunately, those research advances reached a plateau, and in the 1990s, there was something called the AI winter, where there was slow progress in the research, and many applications that people were excited about turned out not to be successful. But then in the 2010s, there was an explosion in available computational power, and there were also some really important new developments in the algorithms. So what we have now is these methods I was talking about that can combine different types of massive data and do really useful analysis on those combined types of data. The picture here on the right is an example actually of a rather simple deep learning network. which does a rather simple task because the input is simply an image, and then the output is object recognition. So you can see that there are 5 outputs on the far right, and that might be for objects like cow, tree, barn. And if there's a cow in the picture, then the output will be 1. If there's no cow, the output will be 0, and so on. So deep learning is the state of the art for pretty much every computer vision application these days. It's also the state of the art for natural language applications. And then it's the state of the art for applications that combine natural language or images with other types of data, like the forecasting problem I was just talking about. Okay, so that's an example of what you can do using machine learning, but then what are the lessons about how to achieve success? Of course, there are a lot of machine learning and AI projects that don't succeed. So what I've learned over the 6 years that I've been leading machine learning application projects at Amazon and Goldman Sachs is that we need somebody who is a product manager. They don't necessarily have to have that job title, but they have to essentially do what a product manager does. And I have a list here of 8 things that a product manager should be doing. But fundamentally, the product manager is the voice of the user when talking to the developers and the voice of the developer when talking to the users. So the users need to understand what is technically feasible versus what is technically impossible or too expensive. And the product manager is the one who is explaining that and discussing that with the users. And then conversely, the developers need to understand what's actually useful for the users. They need to solve the right problem. So the product manager is the person who really understands what is the right problem to solve as opposed to the wrong problem, and then communicates continuously with the developers to make sure the developers are solving the right problem. So what are some more specific things that a product manager does? Well, first, quantify the size of the opportunity. We want to solve problems that have large business value, not small business value. Understand exactly what will be useful for stakeholders. Often it's not immediately clear, what the users can put into their existing process and get benefit from. Figure out exactly what metrics should be maximized. It's really useful to have an agreement about the goal and to make that quantitative, because otherwise it's easy to go in the wrong direction and to maximize something which may be not actually so relevant for the business. Then machine learning runs on data, so product manager should take the lead in understanding which data is useful, finding the data, evaluating its quality. Another thing to take the lead on is designing how the machine learning system fits into existing systems. It's very rare that a machine learning system is really standalone and autonomous. And then machine learning systems, they are software like other software, and in the modern world, we need to deal with a very high volume of users and requests. So we need to quantify latency, how quickly the system must respond. We need to quantify throughput and other system needs. And then last but not least, the product manager has to help design the user interface. It could be an API if it's just interacting with other software. It could be some sort of GUI if it's interacting directly with humans. And then what's specific to machine learning applications is to design guardrails and to design monitoring. If our data change, then our predictions may change, or if the environment changes, then the accuracy of our predictions may change. And so we need a lot of monitoring so as to know if things are going wrong. There are many risks that machine learning applications face, and here I think I'll just talk about 6 basic ones, and each of these very much has been a blocker for applications that my team has worked on. The first potential blocker is a lack of consensus on a relevant, quantifiable objective. Let's say we're working on video recommendations, then what are we actually trying to optimize? Do we really want certain movies to have as many viewers as possible, or do we want to just have as many viewers as possible regardless of what they're watching, or do we prefer a smaller number of highly committed viewers to a larger number of casual viewers? Very important and difficult to really reach very precise agreement about the objective. Another potential risk is that there are too few decisions to be made, and each of these decisions is too important. So, for example, we could think about using machine learning for greenlighting movies, or for deciding which venture capital investments to make. But if you think of a typical venture capital investment as being maybe $20 million, that's a single high stakes decision, and a venture capital firm is not making a decision like that every day. So really, there's too few decisions to allow machine learning to make those decisions, and then not enough historical data to learn predictive models from. Whereas if we're doing video recommendations, then we could be making millions of recommendations every day, and we can get feedback about whether the user accepts the recommendation or not. The third risk that comes out very often is that the outputs are not accurate enough to be useful. So something that would be really useful to us at Goldman Sachs, and really in every bank and financial institution, is very fine-grained understanding of legal language. Just imagine if you have an adjustable rate mortgage, and then you need to read the contract every 3 months to figure out what is your interest rate going to be this quarter. And that requires very detailed understanding of the natural language, and that is very difficult to achieve with the current state of the art. Another very fundamental risk for machine learning applications is that real-time data and historical data are different or not available. So typically we're using historical data for training our models, and then we're using real-time data for applying the models in production, making predictions. And if there's a discrepancy between the real-time data and the historical data, then the models are not going to be correct. And then if the real-time data is not actually available fast enough, then the models are not going to be useful. Or we might have real-time data, but it's a new data pipeline and we don't have historical data collected. And then essentially that's going to be impossible to train the models that we need. We really need to wait to collect data. Another question that always comes up is the model explainable? So stakeholders need to feel comfortable. They need to trust the model, and they're going to trust the model if they can understand how the predictions emerge, whether that's for the model as a whole or for individual predictions. So lack of explainability is a significant risk. And then finally, maybe the most interesting, and it's the picture that I have here to illustrate this, often new technology is held to a higher standard than existing technology. And that can certainly be appropriate, and we hope that the new technology will be an improvement over the existing technology. But if the existing technology is really held to a very low standard, it may be difficult to get the new technology adopted with a high standard. So the picture I have here is of a completely unexplainable neural network with billions of nodes in a neural network. So what this is a drug sniffing dog. And we use these dogs at airports, and then based on how the dog reacts, then people get detained and their luggage gets searched. But can the dog explain why it wanted to do further inspection of some suitcase? No, the dog can't explain it at all. So this really is a neural network, which really is completely unexplainable. It just happens to be a biological neural network. And I don't think that an artificial neural network, that people would agree to deploy an artificial network in a similar law enforcement situation with the same lack of explainability. This picture also illustrates what I have as the risk number 4. So this is actually a picture of the dog being trained. And the training is all with cardboard boxes that are all almost identical to each other. But then this dog may be deployed at an airport where people have luggage or suitcases which are different from cardboard boxes, and there's a great variety of suitcases. So the real-time data for the dog may be very different from the training data for the dog, and that reduces our confidence in the performance of the neural network. So even if the dog was measured to have good performance in its training data, that might not carry over to when it's actually being used for law enforcement in airport. Well, I think I hope I've made some interesting points, and now I'd like to turn it over to Rajiv to continue the conversation.
Thanks again for sharing kind of your insights. What I'm going to do in my section here is jump to what I call a lightning round, Charles. So lightning round, true or false, and 10 seconds why. True or false, 10 seconds why. And so lightning round statement number 1. Goldman's machine learning models are better than Goldman Sachs's traders in predicting stock prices.
That's a really interesting statement, because predicting stock prices is something that we don't do in most of the firm. Our real core competency is risk management, which means risk reduction. So when we do trades on behalf of clients, we're not taking a view about whether the asset will go up or down in price. Instead, what we're doing is enabling the client to take a view, and then we can do the risk management so that we're neutral to whether it goes up or down.
Do you think ML models can be better than traders and analysts in stock price predictions?
Sometimes, yes.
Statement number 2, software development at Goldman Sachs is now AI first.
That's not the case because we still have many traditional software systems and we're getting a huge amount of value from them. A lot of what we do is operational, for example, processing of trades after the trade has been negotiated. And then also a lot of what we do involves financial mathematics, and that remains very important and remains something that the firm has unique expertise in.
Statement number 3, synthetic data should be as important as real data in model training.
That's a research area that we're monitoring, and it certainly has promise for the future. It's not something that we're really doing currently. And the question that I want to know the answer to is, fundamentally, the synthetic data is mimicking the real data. So we still need the real data. And so I don't think synthetic data will save us from having real data. And then the second question is, can the synthetic data really add information to the real data, or is the synthetic data just a restatement of the real data?
2 quick ones. Bias can be effectively removed from ML models.
I think we can remove the biases that we're aware of and the ones that we can quantify, but then we always have to be conscious that there may be types of bias that we're not even thinking about. And then we won't have removed them unless we've thought about them and then consciously removed them.
And last one, Charles, all companies, not just the big tech companies, should pause on facial recognition-based applications. True or false?
I don't agree with that because I think there are quite a few facial recognition applications that are not controversial and clearly socially beneficial. So, for example, facial recognition can help employees and customers stay safe in the current COVID environment in retail stores, in warehouses, and in offices.
Wonderful. Charles, well, thanks again for sharing your insights here today at VentureBeat Transform. Many, many thanks to you. This has been a fantastic session.
Thank you.
Great, Charles. Let's jump to audience questions here. Everybody, please submit your questions on channel number 3. Charles, the first question for you. Good question. How do you collect financial data to train AI models without violating user privacy?
I think that all depends on the domain in which we're training the model. If it's consumer finance, say credit scoring for people who are applying for a credit card, then there are pretty clear legal guidelines that we follow, and we do follow those guidelines. And then we make sure that the models don't depend on information about any individual user. And so the privacy question is one that we care about, but one that we've mostly solved in consumer finance. Then in trading, much of the data is market data or news data, and that doesn't really have privacy considerations. Of course, we do have internal data, flow data it's called, about what are different clients doing. And then we're very careful what are the contracts we have with the clients, and we always err on the side of protecting the privacy of the clients.
Charles, do you think it will become more or less difficult for data scientists to access sort of financial data, given sort of trends that are increasing in privacy?
I think it's already very difficult for anyone outside an organization that is collecting its own data on individuals to access data on individuals. The search engine companies are not publishing search logs for privacy reasons. But within the company, I think every reputable company cares about its reputation, has internal people who are legal experts and privacy experts, and is trying to do the best job that it can in following the law and protecting privacy.
Next question. How soon do we get to fraud AI that will fight anti-fraud AI?
Oh, I think we already have it. Unfortunately, in the fraud protection industry, people talk about the modus operandi, which means the mode of operation of the bad guys, and the criminals are very creative and innovative, and they're always coming up with new ways to try to defeat anti-fraud measures. And so it's we already have artificial intelligence being used by criminals to try to commit fraud.
Next question. This is from Arjun Rajan. A lot of legacy applications, as you said, are slowing the spread of AI. How do you analyze competitors? How do you ensure that you're not being outgunned by a nimbler firm doing more AI first work?
It's difficult, and maybe the first answer is to know your own business and to know your own customers and to know your users. And if you really pay attention to your customers, then I think paying attention to competitors is important, but it's even more important to pay attention to customers and to use the technology that's appropriate for you and your firm, and then to survey the landscape of new emerging potential vendors. And if a vendor has a technology which is really good and you don't have the equivalent and you can see the precise business case for why you should embrace it, then absolutely you should be embracing it.
Charles, next question. This is from Videhi Malaya. Charles, are your clients asking for AI?
I think there's a lot of curiosity around AI. So your clients can be internal clients, so colleagues and teams inside my firm that my team partners with. And yes, there's a lot of curiosity around AI and machine learning. And then our external clients also, there's a lot of curiosity, and they very much want to know what it can do for them from a business point of view, and what may be coming around the corner that they need to be aware of now. Yes.
Next question from Mukesh. Do you have an in-house ML ops platform, or do you use open source implementations?
We mostly use open source, but we also use some vendors. H2O is a company that Goldman Sachs has invested in. We're a large organization with many different software stacks, many different software platforms. And so when we're doing machine learning applications, we will tend to use different machine learning technology for different applications.
Great. And then last question here. You and I chatted a bit about sort of AI models for stock trading. A follow-up question. Is there a best AI model that you have seen for stock trading?
There's definitely not any model that is a single best model. And stock trading is really such a broad field. Some people are trading stocks on a time scale of microseconds or milliseconds, and then others are making investment decisions and holding the assets for many years. So it's really not possible to say that there's one technology which is the best for stock trading.
Wonderful. Charles, again, on behalf of VentureBeat, many thanks. Everybody, please join us in the offstage Zoom. Thanks again, Charles. Really great discussion here.
Thank you for the invitation, Rajiv.
Just before we introduce the next talk, I'd just like to give a wave to everybody out there that's been sending me wonderful messages. I'm absolutely sorry we can't do this in person for very obvious reasons, but it's so nice to hear from so many people that we meet at so many VentureBeat and GamesBeat events every single year. So hi to everybody that's been messaging, and hi to everybody out there who's watching live right now. It's wonderful to see you all watching on YouTube and everywhere else. So let's get into the next chat. How COVID-19 is helping constituents reimagine healthcare using AI. Would love to introduce to you all the SVP, Chief Strategic Innovation Officer, Common Spirit Health, Rich Roth. And he is in conversation with our very own editorial director, Seth Colliner.
Hello and welcome to VentureBeat Transform 2020. I'm Seth Colliner. I'm the editorial director for VentureBeat. I'm here today with Rich Roth, who's the SVP and Chief Strategic Innovation Officer for Common Spirit Health. And what we're talking about in this fireside chat is how COVID-19 is helping constituents reimagine healthcare using AI. So Rich, thank you for being here. If you would, just at the top here, just say a bit about what Common Spirit Health is all about and what you do and what your role is there.
Yeah, Seth, thanks. What a great opportunity to be at VentureBeat Transform this year and to share a little bit about our story. So I work with Common Spirit Health. Common Spirit's the largest not-for-profit healthcare provider in the country. We service 21 states, and throughout those states, we're doctors, nurses, hospitals, clinics, health plans, and a number of other things, bound together by a common mission of creating a healthier communities and especially caring for the vulnerable within those communities.
Very good. So the pandemic has changed everything, and it's changed a lot in healthcare as well. And I think one of the things that we've all seen in healthcare is that it's accelerated a lot of the trends that have already been apparent in our healthcare ecosystem. Can you speak to some of the trends as you guys have seen them?
Yeah, certainly the pandemic placed a fast forward on so many trends that were emerging within the healthcare ecosystem. One of the really interesting things that I like to think about is if you say what is the most important device over the next 20 years for healthcare, a lot of people might point to the phone, others might point to supercomputing and other types of things that drive AI. I would actually argue it's a common household device, which is the blender. Right, and I think what we're seeing by this fast forward button is an incredible blending of different parts of the healthcare ecosystem. So, if you think about how healthcare is designed, there's an acute world, there's an insurance world, there's a social services world, there's a pharma world, there's a lab world. All of these are distinct entities historically, and all of these are being forced together because, one on its own cannot care for and succeed against this this pandemic that we're faced with. And so when I look at our patients, they don't necessarily think they're in one piece of a continuum or another. They have problems and they want those problems to be solved. So one example might be we had an individual that has an oncological disorder, and that oncological disorder requires that they take a certain specialty medication. And in order to do that, they need to get it refilled on any given time, and we need to get that to them, in a timely manner. But with COVID, they're afraid, right? They're afraid to leave their house. They're afraid to go into a medical setting and a host of other things. And so we need to work really deeply to reach those patients and reach those patients in the right way. In this case, we needed to understand that, maybe it was a neighbor that could be the most influential person for this patient to really teach them in a way that we couldn't at a human level. And so, ultimately, there are behavioral health situations there are medical health situations there's access to care and transportation. All these things blending together are what's going to make a difference. AI's role is critical in that, because AI can cross so many different elements of care and offer up something that could be best received by patients, blending those different sections together so that, the data helps inform the caregivers or the social workers or the friends and family in order to get better outcomes.
Yeah, well, and I think we should say too, to sort of paint the picture more broadly, Common Spirit Health has a great variety of constituents, right? You've got folks all across economic spectrum and different sorts of areas. Can you speak to that just a little bit, just so we understand really, when you're talking about blending across sectors, you're talking about a pretty wide swath, right?
Yeah, so we service rural areas, incredibly remote areas where we're the only provider that exists. We service dense urban areas. And in each of these areas, we often are a different piece of a constituent. And so in some areas, we might be the hospital. In other areas, we might be the hospital and the health plan. In others, we may just be the physician component. And so the reality is these ecosystems have historically been put together in ways that, require intricate puzzle piecing. And I know everyone's doing jigsaw puzzles during the pandemic, but we really need to work on putting these pieces together, and you need to do it in a way that you respect the talent and the expertise of the other puzzle pieces along the table. So, in our case, we have great physicians and others that are incredibly well-trained experts in their field. If you look at a social services agency, I would argue they're PhDs in their own field. It may be, a food bank, it may be transportation, but, housing insecurity is a healthcare need. Food insecurity is a healthcare need. And so stitching those together would be, really a critical way in making our health system work effectively. And the same side on the deep science and the deep technology. I mean, those are experts in their own field. And part of it is, how do you bring these experts together in a way that they're collaborating on behalf of the patient and truly, focused on integration and making that a seamless journey for those we serve as equal partners.
Sure. So we're talking about blending and we're talking about sectors. This is a multi-layered issue. And you said earlier, AI can play a big role in addressing this. Can you unpack that a little bit? Just explain what sort of AI tools you guys have and how you see it working.
Yeah, let me give a good example. So, as when people come into the hospital, obviously they want to be cared for in the most humane way possible and to have their issue addressed. And one of the things we often work at is something called length of stay. And so, we want to make sure to take care of the patient and get them home and return them to wellness as soon as possible. And, in order to do that, when you're in the hospital, our nurses and physicians do something called rounds, right? So you can imagine there's a set of rooms in a hospital and you're walking from room 1 to room 2 to room 3 to room 4, and you're, addressing the issues with those patients with the goal to return them home. Historically, the operating workflow is to go, room 1 to room 2 to room 3 to room 4, but take into account the power of AI and how can you make that change. So if we now know that a certain patient of a certain demographic, let's say, a male of this potential age with a certain condition, maybe an orthopedic condition, if we don't, get them a PT referral or, on a Tuesday by this time, they're more likely to stay an extra day or two from the simple operational mechanics of that happening. So, one of the great opportunities for us is to use AI and to say, you shouldn't go 1, 2, 3, 4. You should actually go to room 7 first. Because if you don't get, based upon our thousands of analysis of patients, if you don't address the patient in room 7 first, they're going to have to stay longer than they would need to otherwise. And if they have to stay longer, that's, one less, bed for a patient in need. And, that's one less day that patient gets to spend away from their friends or their family or their lives. And so, using AI in that way, really to, accelerate our workflow, and to clearly show to our caregivers, the clinical benefit of why that data is important is a great example of how technology can help enhance care.
Yeah, it sounds like kind of what you're talking about is a more personalized care, right? So it's not that every single patient is exactly the same and you just sort of evaluate, but it's really about meeting the very specific needs of the very specific patients in the ways they need them best. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I've called this the 31 flavor strategy. And, when healthcare was originally set up, and, in a lot of places still, including many places in our organizations, it's more of a one-stop shop orientation. And so, we have great caregivers that give her care, let's say in a primary care setting, a very common way. And maybe, it's slightly different if you use an Epic EMR or Cerner EMR and it's vanilla versus French vanilla or whatever you say. But a lot of people prefer and want other flavors, right, of care, Rocky Road or, Butter Brickle or what have you. And so what we're trying to do is both develop and partner with organizations that offer care a little differently. So as an example, a Medicare-focused organization. So the most important thing for Medicare patients may actually be loneliness, right? It may be depression and loneliness, and we need to make sure that we address those types of things first and foremost in order to address the broader clinical things that they have. So in that way, the access point may look like more like a community center where, people are playing bingo and people are online dating with other seniors or whatever the case may be. And while it's around that, you're also providing, medical care like diabetic foot exams, right, is one example. And so you've created a different environment for those individuals. Women what could be another, area where, a unique care model that, potentially blends GYN care and primary care and offers, a brand and an experience and a welcoming environment that's unique to women differentially than the population at large, et cetera. So one of the things we're really searching for is this level of personalization. I think AI can play a really critical role in helping to understand patients and the types of care that works, specifically for them, and then providing, options to that, unique set of care. So this additional flavors, we think, better engages people. In some way, it allows us to hire staff of the community to really blend in or support patients in a unique way that talks to them that's different than a necessarily only medical view.
Sure. Well, and let's get under the hood of this a little bit then, if we can. Because I want to talk about this issue of data, because everything we're talking about, it comes from data, right? It comes from pulling in good data, assimilating it, sharing it so it's useful. And you know, in all AI, data is everything, right? In healthcare, it's even more difficult, right? There's every time I listen to anything or attend an event or read anything about data in healthcare, inevitably someone brings it back to this huge challenge of collecting and sharing data in healthcare. The data is siloed, it's incomplete, it's mislabeled. Even some of the imaging, to varying qualities, and so even applying AI to CT scans, it's much more complicated than it sounds. Can you just speak to that a bit, the challenges and solutions you guys have found in solving the data challenge?
I think all of the things that you said are incredibly accurate. I mean, there's different systems that hospitals have, that health insurance providers have, that other organizations across the continuum have. It's very hard to blend that data together. There's not necessarily a universal master record. I know Apple Health, as an example, is trying to do some of those types of things, but that you had to have turned that on, and you have to have an Apple, and you have to be able to read it in workflow, and a whole host of other things. And so this big data piece is really challenging, and I think there are a lot of organizations trying to pull that data together and find good use cases. But I think that's the key we need to focus on, is like, what is the use case, right? And maybe it's small data instead of big data. So I think big data and all these streams could work really well for life sciences research, second indication research, working on rare diseases, developing algorithms, et cetera. But there's also small data that could be really meaningful in an AI way. And so one example, we've been working on with some time is connected inhalers, right? So for people that have asthma, children, adults, others, being able to have sensor data that tells you where, when, and how often an inhaler is used, it gives us fantastic information on an individual patient level. And so, as you can imagine, it's almost impossible to ask a kid, how many times did you use your inhaler today? Like 5, 12, 2, I don't know. And maybe it was 35, but you actually have the real data, right? And you have the real data to understand frequency, location, if there's a problem with a certain route that they're in or within their house, et cetera. And then we can bring those patients in and we can titrate their medicine in a way that allows them to avoid emergency room use or further health exasperation. So that small level of data, that use case level of data, is so critical because, number one, it wins the hearts and minds of our caregivers. It shows them why using this data actually truly matters and what's important to them, which is healing patients and giving a patient a better quality of life. Number two, it shows the patient that data can be really valuable and that their caregivers are with them, beyond the 1 or 2 times they come into an office, throughout a year. And number three, it shows a way that data can be used within a form factor that people understand and it works. People understand how to use an inhaler. You don't have to have a separate password. You don't have to have a separate login. You don't have to do two-factor authentication and a whole host of other things that people are just like really busy in their lives and they have great stresses and it's hard to do. It just works as you understand a regular inhaler to work, but it unlocks all this power. And within that power, is the potential to heal. And so that, to me, is a really exciting way to bring data to life. And I always say, really focus on the use case, and maybe small data solves it rather than big data, but data is important nonetheless.
So when you say small data, you just described a situation where there's specific data about one patient. Mm-hmm. Is there value in community based data? So maybe all of the aggregate inhaler activity from a certain community in order to uncover, maybe there's a hotspot of a certain type of ailment or whatever the case may be, as opposed to, we don't need the entire world's data on inhaler use for kids of a certain age, right? We really want to know, I'm guessing here, we really want to know what's happening in a specific community. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to know a specific community, and for that individual, it's a specific individual because they're right then and there asking for help. So absolutely that larger data is valuable, because then you can understand, is there, a housing issue, right, that needs to be addressed in terms of, broader impacts, or, on Tuesdays, is the wind blowing a certain way that's causing, a significant amount of trouble, and are those hours that you need to stay inside? So I think all that large data has tremendous potential, prediction of, if you look at what's happening right now relative to, people are entering buildings and doing temperature checks and, other types of things. And so, I think we're starting to piece together these large data, specifically in this COVID period, where we can start to make assumptions on therapeutics, or start to make assumptions on courses of therapies that tend to make that may tend to make better outcomes for those patients that are suffering. And so I think it is both. But I think often, when we're doing this data work, we don't want to forget the individual impact on humans at a micro level, because that's the story, again, that gets people excited. That's the story that a physician, a nurse, a social worker, that's used to going, left every day because of their workflow, decides to go right, left because of this new information. And so, the big data is exciting, but you have to utilize it in a way that shows the impact on the micro level.
Right. So we said that the pandemic has accelerated and exacerbated some of the problems, but ideally it's also accelerated some of the solutions. If you could look ahead a few years at what healthcare may look like, hopefully post-COVID, and ideally bolstered by a great deal of innovation, AI, and solve problems, what might that look like?
Yeah, I think, as we look to maybe a new normal, I think we have incredible potential to have a more equitable system, a system that focuses on prevention over illness. Again, if you look at the outcomes for the most vulnerable in these communities, like people with diabetes is an example, that's kind of a failure of the prevention system. And if we can reorient ourselves and say, look, it's not a 40-year issue for dealing with this high blood pressure, or a 50-year issue dealing with diabetic hemoglobin A1C. This could be a real issue with a new virus tomorrow, right? And so you need to get this under control right away. And how do we help you do that? And we need to, we need the integration and support and the care and the focus on primary to do that. But I think if what comes out of this horrible pandemic is a focus on vulnerable patients, a focus on the issues in community that result in these terrible health outcomes on a physiological level, such as heart disease and diabetes, cancer, et cetera, then we're going to be so much better as a country. But it really starts with making sure that the building blocks of health are there, and that the entire system is oriented and centered around prevention.
That's great. Rich, thank you so much for your insights today. Hope that you enjoy the rest of your Transform. Appreciate it.
Yeah, really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you. Welcome.
Rich, thanks for that conversation. Appreciate all your insights there. Now we are in our Q&A session. So we'll be looking for questions coming from our Slack channel. First one that already came through is AI's responsibility in healthcare is elevated since we're dealing with human life, right, as opposed to some other work. So what, according to you, will be the top 2 or 3 applications of AI in healthcare?
Well, I think it's absolutely right. The way I think about it right now for AI being used, and for entrepreneurs creating things, or organizations looking at focus points, there's no more important issue right now than health equity. Equity has been rising so much in our society at large. There are very sad, disparate outcomes as we're learning more about COVID-19 in the Latinx community and the African American community. But these are pervasive things that exist in all types of life expectancy, mortality rates, et cetera. So, one of the most, I would say the most, at its heart, what we have to do is ensure that the data that is being collected, the data that's being represented, the data that's being modeled, the data that's being acted upon is data that, takes into account information from diverse populations on a gender basis, on a racial basis, and on others. Because if we're creating models that are just informed by, a certain segment of the population that, happen to respond to, a drug a certain way, that doesn't mean the other individuals that, across the spectrum are responding it to that way, or it's the right thing for them. So everything starts really with health equity. And then, I think the second piece is, how do we use AI to expand access to care in the right way so that care is more accessible on a preventative basis, so that, individuals that, are coming into the emergency room for largely preventable things, we're identifying those individuals early, we're identifying the ways to reach out to those individuals, and we're keeping people healthier longer. And so those two would be top of mind for me.
Great. And this is actually a related question from someone from Slack. Data is so important. We've talked about small data, big data, but what happens when the data is wrong? How do you augment data with qualitative user research? Can you talk about the balance between that?
Yeah, this is the heart of really making sure that, those accountable for making actions on behalf of the data have feedback opportunities, understand where the data has come from, and then you may need to adjust based upon, understanding and feedback. I mean, we're talking about physicians, nurses, others that care for, they're their own AI models in a sense. They care for thousands of patients. They've done thousands of hours of training over their lifetime. And so, we have to equally respect that opinion and that understanding. Now, granted, they don't have the broad breadth of information. I mean, maybe they're doing thousands but not millions or tens of millions of data inputs, but it's a really important rubber meets the road issue, and that's why I think so much of this algorithmic or AI work has not taken off in healthcare yet, is the respect and the understanding of the clinicians at the ground level. And so that has to work together in a healthy exchange. You cannot have one without the other. Because ultimately at the end, you're making a very human decision about the care for a patient or, the course of treatment for a patient and their family. And so bringing those two perspectives together are important. I never like to see, AI, companies as an example without clear clinical leadership that really gets and understands the ground level.
Right. Yeah, and I think it's always kind of worth repeating that these outcomes are all very personal, right? And they're cascading decisions, right? You've got one decision leads to another. So a poor diagnosis or faulty diagnosis, right, is going to lead to a path of care, and it's important for those things to be ideal, right? So it's important to get it right right away. And so I don't want the words in your mouth, but I think you were saying essentially you have clinicians who bring their knowledge to the fore. And that's a way to sort of keep things safer.
Absolutely, you have to build those bridges, in the right way.
Right. Okay, we are going to go ahead and move on to an offstage Q&A. So thanks for those of you who joined us here. Please join us in the Zoom room for the offstage Q&A, and stay tracking with us over in Slack. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you so much.
Again, and do go ahead and join them in the offstage Q&A. They're waiting for you there if you have more questions. Right now, we're going to keep things moving along, talking about how Visa harnessed data and AI to prevent $25 billion in annual fraud. Would love to welcome SVP and Global Head of Data, Security and Identity Products for Visa, Melissa McSherry, in conversation with Laurie Scherer, partner at Bain & Company.
Hello, everyone. I'm Laurie Scherer. I'm a partner at Bain & Company here in San Francisco. And today I'm delighted to bring to you Melissa McSherry. She is the global head of credit and data products for Visa. worldwide. And she has an auspicious background in advanced analytics, having spent time at Capital One, which everyone knows is a market leader in having differentiated their strategy using analytics. And today she's here to share with us some of her experiences in her new role at Visa, where she's involved in fraud detection and a whole range of analytic applications that use AI. Welcome, Melissa. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time. Maybe to kick things off here, great, perfect. Maybe to kick things off here, you could tell us a little bit more about your role within Visa and some of your background and how you entered the world of AI.
Sure thing. So I lead Visa's global data security and identity products team, which serves our clients and partners with predictive models and benchmarking tools to reduce fraud and drive customer engagement, underwriting, and marketing effectiveness. I also chair Visa's Data Council, which is leading Visa's strategy on data-related activities with a focus on making sure that we're making the investments now that position us for a future where data is even more important than it is today. I think I have a pretty atypical background for this kind of work. I was a social studies major in college. I took one semester of statistics. But my first job out of college, I figured out that I needed to use a survival model to solve a business problem at the consulting firm I was working at. So I sat down and I read the SPSS manual to learn how survival models worked. And I appreciate that I'm dating myself with that reference. So from there, I just kept finding that more modern statistical approaches were better ways to solve problems. And eventually I got to the point where I was pretty good at explaining to business people what the technology was doing and explaining to technical people how to translate the business problem into a technical problem. And so when I was at Capital One, that was a very, very useful skill because there is a lot of business leverage in answering questions like, who is going to pay me back if I lend them money more accurately? And getting the answer right isn't just good for the bank, it's also good for the consumer because nobody really wants to get in over their head with lending. So when I came to Visa, all of a sudden the size of the data sets and the speed of the feedback loop just increased exponentially. And that's a really fantastic environment for leveraging some of the more modern tools that have come online in the last couple of years. I think in all of those steps along the way, the constant was trying to find a better solution to a business problem. And we use AI at Visa today, just at the end of the day, because that's the best way to solve the problem.
Well, that's terrific. That is sort of a non-traditional path and very interesting and hopefully inspiring to others who would like to get into this field. So you mentioned that Visa has prevented an estimated 25 billion, that's billion with a B, in fraud by implementing AI systems on the Visa network. Well, that's a terrific endorsement for AI. I think our audience would love to hear a little more about how you guys tackled that problem. What were some of the business challenges, some of the technology challenges, and more importantly, that last mile of implementation, which seems to be one of the trickiest steps in any AI journey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Visa scores every transaction that goes across the network for the likelihood that the transaction is fraud. And the product that does that, we call it Visa Advanced Authorization, or VAA. And we call it that because while it prevents fraud, by enabling the better separation of good versus bad transactions, it also enables more approved transactions or authorizations. Basically, it makes cards work better. And with the 3.5 billion cards and 210 billion transactions a year that we see, it is really worth it to everyone to make those cards work better and to make more transactions go through. So, in terms of lessons, Visa actually deployed our first neural network back in 1993 in a predecessor to VAA. And now we use RNNs in combination with more sort of old school machine learning tools like gradient boosted trees in the VAA model, which is, ultimately the source of that $25 billion in fraud reduction. I think it really helps that we started with the first use case a long time ago. So, again, in terms of lessons learned, like there's sort of no substitute for experience. And I think we have a fair amount of experience at this point in how to build and actually deploy these models. And so the first lesson is just at a certain point, you have to pick a use case and you have to start. I don't think that's just the case with sort of getting into AI. I think it's also the case with, with respect to staying up to date on AI. So along those lines, actually the guy who heads my my predictive modeling team has created space for the people on his team to try new techniques. So for example, we might add a few weeks to a project so that someone can build a TensorFlow model for the first time, in addition to the ML model that they're accustomed to building. And actually, over this past Christmas, he ran a competition on his team where everyone on the team got the same data and was challenged to build a model using a new tool that we wanted to get people to have some more exposure to. So the winners got prizes and they got recognition. And we actually all got a lot of learning about what works and what doesn't work, and some of the themes that we needed to be working on more broadly across the team. And then I think, finally, you talked about implementation, and I think this is so important. Given the very demanding performance requirements that we have, implementation is something that we focus a lot on. I mean, you obviously aren't going to be dropping like a self-updating deep learning model into a mainframe that we use for transaction processing. Like that just doesn't go together. So our latency requirements are such that we need to be able to score these models in milliseconds, because we do score every transaction that goes to the network in real time based on the characteristics of that transaction, so the consumer and the merchant and the context, and we're updating variables after every transaction. And because of that, we take a pretty layered approach to implementation, with some of the more complex calculations handled outside of the main transaction processing system, and that combination has required a fair amount of engineering. Most businesses probably aren't going to have the same demands for low latency and real-time scoring, but I think the general idea that you have flexibility in how you implement, and you don't necessarily need to implement every capability in every system, probably applies to a lot of situations. I think that and as you think about implementation, because I think to your point, like that is where like a fair number of people get stuck. One of the benefits for us of really making the investments there is that we enable clients to write rules that use these models that we can then apply for them in the network. And that means they don't have to do any tech investment on their side. They just use a web-based interface to use the advanced AI that we have built. So for literally thousands of clients who use this and their consumers, that is very valuable. So I think that working on implementation all the way through the system, but particularly enabled by that layered approach, is something that has created a lot of value for us.
That sounds great. It sounds like in the way that you've implemented this, you've made it really easy for your customers to access it and implement it, and they don't necessarily have to have the deep data science backgrounds that some of your developers do. It also sounds like you're saying that in terms of the innovation processes, is running your own version of Kaggle competition internally and encouraging a spirit of innovation and test and learn has been part of your success. So that's terrific. Really yeah. One question I'm sure the audience would like to know a little bit about is getting started using AI. It's obviously the big buzzword and everybody wants to be using the most advanced techniques. But in your experience, are there some use cases and some criteria of those use cases that lend themselves more to these types of approaches, and some use cases for which these approaches are just not appropriate?
I think it's a great question. So because I think they're actually not appropriate for all situations. So, for us, a key reason to look into AI is to enhance performance. We consistently see 20 to 30% lift in model performance when we apply advanced AI techniques like, sort of deep learning neural network versus more traditional ML techniques like gradient boosted trees. And in some cases, we actually have seen, over 100% lift versus pretty well developed machine learning models. So I think given that, the first thing to think about in terms of use cases and criteria is just to start with a problem where that kind of lift will actually be valuable, right? It's much easier to maintain focus and momentum if it's clear to everyone that the 20% of value in the 20% lift in model performance is actually going to be worth a lot of money at the end of this, right? And so we have definitely taken a use case approach to AI. We don't deploy AI for the sake of AI. We deploy it because it's the most effective way to solve a problem. I think a second thing to keep in mind is that, the more modern techniques really do require quite a lot of data to build a stable model. And I mentioned at Visa, we see over, 200 billion transactions a year. So we really just don't ever run out of data, but I wouldn't be trying to use deep learning on a situation where I had 1,000 or even a couple thousand data points. I think it would be really hard to make something that would work. And then finally, I think it's important to match the risk level of the use case and the novelty to the organization of the technique. For our first production model that combines self-learning and CNNs was a tool to continuously monitor those VAA, the sort of risk model score distributions, by having the machine basically look at charts of VAA score distributions and compare the image versus what they would expect based on the last 120 days of data. So doing something like that once a week is pretty easy for a human, but the machine did it every hour of every day, constantly updating its expectations, and it never got bored and it never got tired. That was a very valuable experience because it was our first try at combining a bunch of different technologies, and it didn't work exactly the way we expected on the first try, right? But we were able to do some tweaking and improve its performance, and then it did work the way that we wanted it to. And so, you know, we try to, when we're looking at a really new technology, I like to start with something that's maybe a little bit more internal, because that way if it doesn't work or it's delayed or it's just not quite as expected, it's inconvenient, but it's not sort of causing disruption for our cardholders or our clients or our merchants, which is important.
Cool. So as you think about the future, Melissa, you're deep in this field and you're in, you know, a position of, you know, great influence. What do you think are some of the most impactful future applications of AI that you see either for Visa or for businesses in general?
So I think there is so much potential here, and I think this is a technology that can have a tremendously positive impact on a lot of people's lives. You know, we obviously continue to make investments in enabling a broader range of technologies that can be used in transaction fraud, but these investments in turn can be used to create value in a wider range of areas. You know, a couple of examples here of some of the things that we're doing, and then, you know, maybe some things I see outside. You know, we help banks understand which of their products are working and which ones really aren't. And I think AI has the potential to sort of to help us do that faster. And when we do that faster, if that speeds up their product development cycle so that they are able to put better products in front of consumers faster, I think it's great for everybody, you know? And so, you know, the idea of using AI, again, to sort of speed up and make those insights more precise is something we're investing in, again, very excited about. More broadly, you know, I see across so many industries the potential for AI to really complement and amplify what humans are doing and help us do it best. You know, a couple of years ago, I heard someone from Google talk about, you know, their idea for the actual application of autonomous vehicles being, for instance, enabling long-haul truckers to drive without actually being in the truck. So the idea is that most of the time the truck drives itself, but it's going to encounter something novel, and that's when basically the driver's he's like an office, and they in essence take over the truck. So I think the idea of a long-haul trucker being able to tuck his kids into bed every night is pretty awesome, right? And you know, studies in the UK on reading mammograms open up the possibility of combining the opinions of doctors and AI to get better results overall for women. Actually, a couple of years ago, Gary Kasparov told me that the best chess players were people who use chess programs when they're sort of figuring out their strategies, and that they actually have better scores than either the programs by themselves or people by themselves. So, you know, I think it's very difficult for AI to handle every single corner case, but if it can speed up and automate and make predictable the 80 to 90% of, you know, at the end of the day, relatively simple work that we do that's kind of just a hassle, so that we can actually focus on the really interesting stuff, I think that's just a better world for everybody.
Terrific. A lot has been written about the ethics of AI. So I think it'd be really important to spend a minute here, especially given the impact that some of the models that your team produces have on the world and on the economy. What are your thoughts about what it means to be responsible users of AI?
You know, I'm so glad you asked that. The way I look at it, responsibility isn't a limitation. It's a reminder of why we do this work. And at Visa, our mission is our literal actual company mission is to connect the world through the most innovative, reliable, and secure digital payment network that enables individuals, businesses, and economies to thrive. And that means we keep our responsibility to the individuals, businesses, and economies front and center in everything that we do, including how we use AI. I mean, we have a set of values that guides how we use data. It includes things like security, control, benefit, fairness, and accountability. And in the context of data-driven products, that means that every new innovation needs to be designed to deliver some kind of benefit to consumers or other stakeholders. For instance, protecting individuals and businesses from fraud, or removing friction from online checkout experience, or speeding up underwriting decisions. and accountability to me, which I think is sort of interlinked with responsibility, or is a core element of responsibility, ultimately means taking responsibility for the outcomes of your work, right? So it isn't sufficient to say, well, I followed the procedure when I selected the data. We need to look at the consequence of using the AI system in the way that we intend to use it. So somebody has a biased data set and builds a biased model, they don't get to throw up their hands and say, oh, well, it was the data's fault. Like, like you take responsibility. And this is one of the reasons that I'm so passionate about particularly explainability. We must, as users of these powerful technologies, take responsibility for the outcomes. The AI system is just a tool, but we own the outcomes. And as a group, we can't duck that responsibility by saying, we didn't understand what our model was doing. At the end of the day, ensuring our work with AI actually produces good outcomes that enable individuals, businesses, and economies to thrive is our responsibility, and it's also our privilege.
Yeah, well, it's great to hear you say that. A lot has been written about it, but I also share your point of view that ultimately it's the practitioners and the people who are developing and deploying these things that have the responsibility to make sure they are working the way they're supposed to, and that they are fair and accountable and explainable to the extent possible. So that's really great. I guess just with the remaining time, let's just circle back to the beginning and how you entered this profession. You got here through sort of a non-traditional track. So what would be your one piece of advice to somebody who's contemplating a career in advanced analytics or in AI?
I think that I think my one overall piece of, well, first of all, I would say it's a great idea because I think it's really cool. I may reveal myself as being an unmitigated geek in saying that, but good. I'm glad you're doing that is sort of the first thing I'd say. But I think the second thing that I would say is I'd encourage everybody just to start with the business problem. I think sometimes when we think about advanced technologies or things that are novel, occasionally people get sidetracked thinking about the sort of technology for the sake of the technology. And I think if we start with what is the problem I am trying to solve, right? When you're solving an important high leverage problem that can create goodness in the world, it just, like, first of all, it'll make it much easier to sort of justify why you want to make the investment in something novel that can have more performance. But it'll also sort of give you the persistence to sort of push through in the inevitable moments when you encounter something that's hard or complicated or didn't work the way you wanted it to, or just didn't quite work. When you keep the end in mind and the purpose and the point and what is the ultimately the benefit to yourself or your company or the world, I think you'll get better outcomes.
That is a terrific answer. So thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for joining us here today at VentureBeat. This has been terrific, and we really, really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Melissa, that was really super interesting, and I'm sure it's generated quite a lot of interest among the audience in asking you a few questions. So we already have one coming in on the Slack channel from a viewer from YouTube. And the question is, when was the last time a fraud happened that caused you to significantly change your models? And this user is saying it's part of a larger question around how does new data flow quickly inform your future models? What does that feedback loop look like? And I'll just throw in, another part to this question, which is the banks have started to see all sorts of new types of fraud as a result of COVID and the current situation in our economy. So what are some of the things you all are doing at Visa to tackle new types of fraud, to create feedback loops in your models, and in particular, to think through some of the challenges that we've been faced with recently?
Yeah, look, I think this is a great question, and the short answer to the question is, you're absolutely right. COVID put a lot of things on the table very profoundly. So we've not surprisingly, we've rebuilt the models with all data sort of post-lockdown data, because as you can imagine, a lot of what we're working on is trying to understand a transaction in the context of typical behavior, but typical behavior is really different. So just to give, give an example, historically, if someone wanted to buy a one-way international ticket, that was an indication that maybe things weren't, like, something was up with that transaction or that card, right? But when all of these countries started locking down, there are expats all over the world that wanted to go home, right? And so the last thing you want to have happen at that point, like, those are lots of legitimate transactions. The last thing you want to have happen at that point is for all those tickets, like, they can't go home, right? So that would be an example of a situation where a new type of good behavior, you want to make sure you're kind of seeing and capturing that in a positive way. And then, to your point about a new type of fraud, a lot of this sort of buy online and pick up at the store that a lot of people are doing in order to avoid going into stores. Well, historically, that has been extremely risky. And as it turns out, in the current environment, it's pretty risky. But it's also, there's a lot more people who are trying to make legitimate purchases that are going through that process. So there's a bunch of things we're trying to do to help clients very quickly within that type of purchase pattern that maybe historically wasn't as big a channel for folks, but is now a much bigger channel. Help them sort of sort that out quickly, the goods from the bads. Does it make sense?
Yeah, that makes total sense. That's a good answer. It certainly is challenging times we're facing. What about sort of the feedback loops of your models? Do you have a way, a systematic way that's sort of mechanized for the models to signal when things are changing and for you to, like, start to incorporate new forms of data?
Yeah, so we it depends a little bit on the models that we're looking at. So I think we talked in the earlier session about when we tried out the CNN model combined with the self-updating model to try and identify when things were sort of maybe something with the model is getting out of whack, and we needed to dig into that. And so we do use tools like that, basically monitoring to say, hey, is there something going on, and we need to we need to engage and look at something different here. In terms of the incorporation of new information, we're always trying to balance. We also talked about the importance of performance, and we're always trying to balance, in sort of our authorization system. That's probably the system where we're the most focused on performance, and so we're very careful about adding new things. I mean, we do, but we're very careful about adding new things into that environment, and we do that in a very controlled way. Whereas, we have other models that are at a slightly smaller scale, and we have a little bit more flexibility about adding new types of information into those. And in the sort of what I might call the smallest models with the lowest performance obligations, which tend to be kind of outside of the fraud space, they're in other spaces. We're actually sort of constantly evaluating new data sets to say, hey, could you would think this could improve it or not?
Yeah, this might be a related question. Somebody else has written in a question around, does the AI model quality suffer because you prioritize speed? So I know you're looking at a lot of transactions and you're trying to process that data really quickly. Is there a trade-off there between quality and speed?
Yeah, so I think that if we were totally unconstrained around implementation, like the best like the R&D models, the models that like our Visa Research Group can build where they're completely unconstrained around performance, they do outperform the models that we put in production, right? And you would always sort of expect that to be the case. And one of the great things about the fact that that is the case is it lets us prioritize then what's important to get into production, if that makes sense. So we, I think that I wouldn't characterize it just as a speed thing. I would characterize it as if you're in an unconstrained environment, you get more performant models, but then that helps you prioritize what's really important to get into your production.
Cool. One of the topics we actually didn't get to in the prior interview, but I was curious about, was just this issue of AI's transparency and that trade-off between models being explainable and transparent, the black box syndrome. What are your thoughts on that? And what are some of the approaches that you've taken to make AI more transparent and explainable?
Yeah, so look, explainability is something that I have a lot of passion about, and I think is super, super important, to us as practitioners of models. And I think, for what it's worth, I think it's a very fair critique that many of the historical tools that people may have used for explainability don't work quite as well in modern AI models. But I think that there are other tools that we can use, things like partial dependence plots and simulation, that can be very, very effective. And I'm probably alerting myself, sort of outing myself as a geek here, but I love partial dependence plots. I think they're awesome. So we could talk more about that. I think there's a Zoom room or something that we're going to next, and I could probably talk about that ad nauseum. But I think it's
right.
super important.
Great, that's a great answer. And yes, we will be moving now to the Zoom room with a smaller group of people to engage you in a chat. Thank you. Thank you so much, Melissa. We really appreciate you coming to be on VentureBeat.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for another rousing conversation, Melissa and Laurie. And keeping things moving along, we're going to talk now about disrupt AI development scale and speed through automation. Speaking on this is CEO and founder of .data Inc., Ryohei Fujimaki. And he is in conversation with our own lead writer of GamesBeat, Mr. Dean Takahashi.
Hello, this is Dean Takahashi. I'm the lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat, and I'm here with Ryohei Fujimaki, the CEO of .data. So please tell us the story of your company.
Thank you, Dean. So this is Ryohei, CEO at .data. .data was established by spinning out of our Tensor research at NEC Corporation, which is a global IT firm in Japan. So today, many enterprises are talking about developing tens of machine learning AI models, or even many enterprises have still been struggling to start AI project. But just imagine how many AI models do you need for next 3 years to really generate a disruptive impact? What happens if you have hundreds or even thousands of AI models running behind your business system and supporting your intelligent business decisions? Our vision is really realize this very different level of scale and speed in AI development through automation. So AI automation, this is today's keyword. And before .data, it took almost months of effort to build AI model. But now, today, with AI automation, you only need days to complete.
Okay, so AI automation sounds very promising. Can you tell a customer story of disruptive outcomes here?
Yes, sure. So let me tell a great story about one of our largest clients. So let me share this slide. So this is this is a client. The client is a top insurance company, property and insurance company, with more than $50 billion in annual revenue. This is huge global P&C insurance, and they have more than 30,000 insurance agencies who are reselling their insurance product. One of the largest AI roadmap was to release an intelligent policy recommendation system to empower all these 30,000 agencies and enable them to propose the right product to the right customer. The system basically has customer profile, but at the same time, past claim history, payment history, and all customers' various behavioral records. And then, in principle, produce 3 things. First one is, of course, personalized product information, which product best suit for the customer. Second one is the reason why AI consider the product best suit for the customer. And number 3, the personalized product explanation video. So the agency, they go to the customer and first show this explanation video. And then they tell a story about why this product is very important for the customer's life. It's been about 6 months since they fully launched this new system. And the result was extremely surprising, like a 250% increase in conversion rate. So this is a huge business impact that's driven by AI.
So a 250% increase in conversion rate is, that sounds fairly impressive. So how did your AI automation help make this happen?
Yeah, so this is a system supporting more than 30,000 insurance agencies, right? So actually hundreds of AI models are every day running behind the system and supporting their intelligent decisions. But when we started to work with this client, it was early 2018, just after .data was established. They had only 9 months to build hundreds of AI models because they had to start very important flagship field trial with core agencies. The success of these core agencies are critical for the success of this entire project. It was impossible for them to develop this huge number of AI models in this short period of time if they did not have AI automation. So the biggest value of AI automation for them is really this different level of scale and speed in AI development.
So is this a tool for data scientists? Many enterprises have been struggling with the ability to hire these very talented people. So under COVID and the economic downturn, is it hard to hire these data scientists?
Yeah, this is a very good question, actually, and related to today's key topic. So let me show this slide. So this is a very fresh result we just obtained a few weeks ago. This is a global AI competition sponsored by Walmart. And actually the task was forecasting daily sales of more than 3,000 products in 10 flagship stores across 3 different states, including California. The data consists of 42,000 time series, 42,000. That's super huge, high-dimensional time series data, which is even very challenging for experienced data scientists. For competition, more than 5,500 teams participated, and they worked on tuning their AI models for 4 months. But .data, in the last day of the competition, we input the data and then build AI model for one store. So for every store, sorry. So which means that in total, we built 10 AI models. Each model took only 3 to 4 hours to develop. In total, at the end, we needed only 43 hours to complete this task. By the way, 40 hours out of 43 is actually computation time. So the manual effort we needed was actually only a couple of hours. And the result was very exciting. Actually, .data result was ranked at top 2.5% among more than 5,000 teams. So key message here is that with AI automation, even company who has not enough data scientists, BI professionals, data engineers can perform as good as experienced data scientists. So this is a tool for everyone to utilize AI and scale enterprise AI practices.
Yeah, those results sound very good. Can you tell us more about how the AI automation works?
Yes, great. So let me use this slide. So AI development is not just tuning machine learning. Right? It's much lengthy and much more complicated and very manual process. Actually, we have business problem and the business use case first. Then, of course, we need a data. But data are stored for business, not for AI. So we have to collect the data from very different sources, and this data is not yet ready for AI. So that's why we have to cleanse the data, aggregate the data, combining, profiling, and have to do all kinds of data manipulation work to really discover useful patterns for AI. Our key innovation in AI automation, how we're going to do that, is we invented AI that automates this process. So AI agent, our AI engine, is going to explore raw data and finding meaningful business insight and promising patterns automatically, and importantly, without domain knowledge. So finding business insights from data actually was possible only based on our domain knowledge, data knowledge, or intuition experience before. But with AI automation with data, this is a critical point. AI automates this process. That's why we can automate this entire process from beginning to end and achieve the very, very significant acceleration.
Mm-hmm. So what about the model transparency or explainability? Are there any concerns against black box as an approach?
Yeah, that's I think it's very critical problem that we have to discuss when we talk about AI automation. So AI automation, it's our very fundamental philosophy that when we automate the process, we have to be very self-explainable about the result and outcomes, right? What are actually the data patterns that AI discovered? What does it mean? How AI makes a prediction? Or what is the performance? AI automation must explain all these things to let user really understand and provide clear and transparent explanations. So let me talk about a story, one story about our airline customer. Actually, yeah, this is before COVID, unfortunately, because currently all international travel or domestic travel are kind of restricted. But they utilize our AI automation to predict who are more likely to go to Hawaii during summer, because Hawaii route is very, very profitable for them. And then what AI automation automatically discovered was kind of interesting, like a male customers who has more than 10 travels during the last 6 weeks are much less likely to go to Hawaii. So what does it mean? 10 travels for 6 weeks.
I know about that. I would go.
Yeah, yeah. So this is more. This must be the very busy business person who are traveling a lot and too busy to go to Hawaii during summer. So male, the fact is simply amplifying the trend because it is well known, statistically speaking, that females are more likely to go to Hawaii. So overall, after this analysis, this airline company could run the special promotional campaign for the busy business person, like, hey, look, you are too busy, take some rest, go to Hawaii and enjoy your summer, right? So AI automation, there's a concern about transparency, but you know, because the process is automated, it's extremely important for us to make a clear explanation and transparent outcomes. That makes AI outcomes very, very actionable.
So AI automation enables organizations to execute more AI projects with less resources. How will it change the AI strategy for the enterprise?
Yeah, so I think I want to really emphasize that in this very challenging economic situation, we are seeing that a lot of customers are really needed to deliver more business results, even with less and fewer resources. right? So AI automation, this is going to change the game, right? So it significantly accelerates the turnaround time of AI project. 10 times faster, previously months, but it's days. Like our insurance customers' story, you can produce hundreds of AI models running behind your system in a very short period of time. That gives you the very, very big business impact. Or like Walmart story, even if you don't have enough data scientists, don't worry. AI automation enables your BI and analytics teams to really execute the AI project and enable them to make their reporting or dashboard more predictive and prescriptive. So this is a new approach, really run the AI project going forward.
Mm-hmm. So do you have any suggestions on how audiences can adopt AI automation efficiently?
Yeah. So, we have a very strong feeling by observing our previous customer success that traditional AI project is something like a waterfall project in software development. Okay? There's a line of business, there are the data engineers, there are the data scientists, but they are all siloed. And then they have to do data cleansing, a lot of model tuning, a lot of customization work upfront, even without seeing the initial business result. However, with AI automation, you are going to run the AI automation, and just after a day, you can have the first AI model. You look at the result, if the result is good, you can start to use it and start to extract the business outcomes, right? So our AI automation is going to change the AI project to more agile and more integrated. So given this, AI automation is going to change the AI development process. Users need to be very familiar with this new agile process of AI development. So .data, of course, we are the AI automation company. So we are here to provide this disruptive technology. But at the same time, we are very happy and we are very eager to share our best practice to really adapt, to enable the audience to adapt this new concept, and also co-develop critical business use case as extension of your team and your trusted partners.
Yeah, thank you, Ryohei. So we're almost out of time, but do you have any sort of parting thoughts or other announcements you'd like to make here?
Yeah, so thank you very much. And actually, we are very excited in announcing and kind of very honored that we have this opportunity at this VentureBeat conference to announce that today, .data version 2.0 become available. So we released a very big, we announced a very big product announcement. And actually, so this one is specifically designed, right, for realizing what I explained today for all enterprise. So AI automation is now ready for everyone to adopt. So please come to our virtual booth to discuss more and let us interact. How can we help to really adapt AI automation to your organizations? That's all from me.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. I mean, we actually have a little bit more time still. Yeah. Do you want to describe 2.0 a little bit and maybe what's different about it in some way? Just very quickly in about a minute. Okay.
Yeah. So actually, when we started to develop the .data 1.0, actually we ourselves have considered that this is the tool for kind of data scientists. However, during this 1 year, 2 year, we have seen this big change in the market and the COVID happened. So this 2.0 is really designed for enterprise who need speed and scale, even without data scientists. So this is what is 2.0 and what, how we are going to help with this 2.0.
Well, thank you so much for an awesome conversation, Rio Hayden Dean. That was fantastic. Thank you. Now, this morning we had a Women in AI breakfast, and to report back on all of the points and discussions from that, it is my great pleasure to welcome Director of Conversational AI and Messaging Products at Capital One, Carla Saavedra-Kachowski, and Senior Director of AI Products at Intel, Huma Abidi.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Stuart, for the conversation, for the introduction, I mean. So this morning, as Stuart mentioned, we kicked off the VentureBeat Transform with the Women in AI breakfast segment, where we talked about women in AI, ethics in AI, and the opening by Carla, who's here with me, and the closing remarks were made by me. So the amazing panel, which was moderated by Jamie Fitzgibbon, who's the founder and CEO of Renaissance Insights, and Kay Firth Butterfield, who is head of AI and machine learning in the World Economics Forum. We had Francesca Rossi, who is an IBM fellow, and we also have Dr. Timnit Gebru, who co-leads the ethical AI research team in Google Brain. So before we get into that discussion, Carla, you are Director of Conversation AI at Capital One. In your opening statement, you mentioned your unorthodox journey into AI. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So when I started my career, I actually graduated with a BS in journalism. So my first job out of college was actually a web editor at a trade magazine. And the biggest opportunity I got there was to actually get into building digital experiences for consumers, mainly in the social media space. And I took that passion. I realized that I had more passion for that than actually being a reporter, and used that to then springboard into digital products management. And my main area of focus was really on building digital experiences that connected people with people, whether that was building peer-to-peer communities or building communities within social media channels. And there was a huge opportunity at Capital One to do the same thing, but with an AI. And so when that opportunity opened up, I jumped at it. And that was really my first introduction into machine learning and AI, was the helping to create, our intelligent assistant.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah. And so Huma, you're the Senior Director of AI Software Products for Machine Learning, Deep Learning, and AI Analytics. And you've also been nominated for a Women AI Mentorship Category Award. Can you talk more about that?
Yes, certainly. So much of my career, as I mentioned earlier today, I have been an advocate for women in STEM, and the past few years for women in AI. I created a Women in Machine Learning Forum at Intel with a lot of support from the upper management because of a mission to close this representation gap. And we were able to meet Intel's 2020 goal of women minority representation at all levels. But now we have an even more challenging goal where we want to show that women are represented at 40% in technology by 2030. So now, Carla, thank you. Were there any key takeaways that you want to start off with?
Yeah, the one of the key takeaways was something that Francesca Rossi said about AI becoming a multidisciplinary field. And I think it truly attests to really speaking to other women and people who are in AI with liberal arts backgrounds like myself, where I think it's really important, in this field of AI to have social science degrees, computer science, and liberal arts degrees kind of working together in this field, especially in the conversational assistant space, where you're essentially building a human-like AI to have conversations with customers. It's really important to also have that skill set on your team to understand how to write conversations and have that empathetic view of AI. So I thought what Francesca said about AI being one of the more multidisciplinary fields in tech was spot on. Were there any key takeaways for you, Huma?
Yes, a couple of them. So I love the term that Dr. Timnit Gebru used. Instead of URM, she said USM, undersampled majority. That she said that it's a better term because as a majority, we are underrepresented. And she also mentioned that historically, specifically Black women felt that they were not represented in the feminist movement, and that race, class, gender, this should all be included. And another point that she made was that women's work or effort is often downplayed. And historians talk about how this takes away from the power for women. So that really resonated well with a lot of people attending. And another thing that also came up during the breakout networking session that Kay shared, that she had said that about 23% of people working in AI are women, and the minorities, the numbers are even less. And women have been, so since she is from the ethics background, she said that women have been very influential in ethics and AI. And also, as you mentioned, that women from other backgrounds outside of computer science and AI are also bringing a lot of value. And to your point, another thing that Francesca said was that we should follow a no excuse policy, which means to invite and include women and speakers. So any other things? Like we had a lot and very interesting Q&A. So Carla, do you want to talk about that? Any Q&A question stood out?
Yeah, I would love to add that something that Dr. Gebru said about furthering the efforts of including more women in AI, that if we're not looking at the intersections of race and gender and all aspects of what make up women, we will fail to advance all women. And I think it marries very nicely with what Kay mentioned around having role models and the importance of having role models. Like Francesca said, all of the women pursuing computer science PhDs went because of her, because she was the one woman in the department, and so I thought that was very powerful.
Agree. Yeah, and one and there were a bunch of very interesting questions, and one of them was that AI is changing and what areas are most impacted. And I like the answer that Timnit gave was that we have high stake scenarios such as healthcare, education, agriculture, and I think Kay mentioned hiring. All of these we should use more, we should do more. But then there are some like face surveillance where we should use less or be careful how we are using it. Another question that I liked was how can we be part of the solution? And you may want to add more, but I think Timnit said that self-education is one of the things that we should focus on.
Yeah, I agree. Self-education for sure. And she had a really interesting quote around nothing about us without us. So I think like part of the self-education is to understand when we need to bring those underrepresented voices in the room and being good allies. So I really appreciated that.
Okay. So I think we have less than a couple minutes left. Do you want to share something about the work that you guys are doing in Capital One to address the issues that we talked about?
Yes. So like I said in my opening remarks, Capital One has been on this journey to increase the representation of women in tech. And one of the things that we are continuing to do is really look and dive deep into the intersectionality as well. So we started with women in tech, but now we have Hispanics in tech, which I am a part of, as well as Blacks in tech, because we realized how important it was to have those types of groups to make sure that we were representing everyone in that intersectional way, and encouraging more women and people of color to join and stay in tech. What about you, Huma?
Yeah. As I mentioned, that besides addressing the gender gap, we at Intel are playing significant role in advancing AI and supporting the trends of AI fairness, ethics, human-centered AI. For example, development of international standards for societal concerns such as responsible AI, bias, and then like AI for social good and many such things.
That's great.
Yeah, I think that's all the time we had, but fantastic panel, and
That was
had
a wonderful
really
panel.
enjoyed. All right, thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Carla and Huma. Thank you for being there and managing the Women in AI breakfast, something that's very close to my heart and very important to all of us, not just equality, but also diversity, as you mentioned. We are now going to our virtual networking and lunch break. This is your chance to refuel and connect virtually with industry executives on Slack. Don't forget to go visit our expo booth area. If you have an invitation to the Executive Forum Roundtable, it is the AI's Role in Social Responsibility Executive Forum Roundtable, presented by Two Hat and moderated by author and industry leader David Ryan Polgar. So we will have you come back here to the main stage at 1:40 p.m. Pacific time. If you're not sure what that is in your local time, I'm absolutely certain there's an artificially intelligent assistant that can tell you very quickly what time that is. We'll see you right back here, 1:40 p.m. Pacific time, to continue with VentureBeat Transform 2020.
enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, And balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation. And he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, .data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. .data is data science without the headaches.
Well, welcome back to VentureBeat Transform 2020. Thank you so much for returning. I hope you have refueled and you're ready for the afternoon. Now, we would like to just thank Dataiku for being our Technology and Automation Summit partner. And also, we just do want to recognize that we have had some issues with Tame. We want you to go back to Tame now. We should have that all sorted out for you. We also want to highlight just one thing, that when you Expo booth, you need to click on the broadcast button in order to chat. So make sure you do that. It's maybe not super intuitive, but go to the Expo booth. If you want to chat, click on the broadcast button. So thank you once again for being back here with us. What we're going to do right now is we're going to head into a panel. It is the right data. And I would very much like to welcome to discuss that and actually to moderate that, the VP of Field Engineering at Dataiku. It is Jed Doherty, who will introduce all of his amazing guests. Over to you, Jed.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this panel. We're going to be talking about big trends around identifying the right data to train AI and ML algorithms accurately. My name is Jed Doherty. I'm the VP of Field Engineering at Dataiku. I've been working in the data science field for about a decade.
With me here, we have a great panel of guests, all of whom are more experienced in this field than I am. I'm hoping I'm going to learn as much as the rest of you.
I'm going to let them introduce themselves in order.
Hi, I'm Jamie DeLang. I am the product director for search and machine learning at Slack. I've been working on search and machine learning problems at Slack for the past 2.5 years. And before that, I was at Etsy for a long stint using a lot of the same techniques, but instead of using them to help you find the things you needed to do work, using them to help you find handmade goods. Yeah, I've got about 7 years of applied machine learning products, and I'm excited to talk with y'all today.
Dimitris?
Yeah, so I'm a quantitative researcher with Goldman Sachs, applying machine learning to traditional finance problems like pricing, hedging, or trading. My background is in pure math and mathematical logic, quite far from machine learning, but I've been applying machine learning within this challenging sort of environment and field for the last couple of years.
Hui Wang from PayPal.
Hello, my name is Hui Wang. I'm VP of Data Science from PayPal. My team manages all the AI and machine learning solutions to support PayPal fraud detection and also our journey to use the AI for customer service and a bunch of other domains. I've been in this field actually for almost 20 years now, starting from my PhD days. Previously with FICO doing credit score research, and then with PayPal over the years. Glad to join this forum.
Thanks for coming. Jacob?
Yep, Jake Wilson, so I'm a principal at PwC. I co-lead our AI lab within PwC Labs, and more specifically lead our AI platform capabilities for the US firms, serving our 55,000 staff in the US and our 14,000 clients in the US. So I come from a long line of computer science and engineering background, and have been in the emerging tech area and AI space for the past several years.
Great. So we're really diving into the data side of AI and machine learning today in this panel. Let's see, we have 4 different perspectives on what that's going to end up meaning. So we talk a lot about new predictive algorithms in the AI community, but which other new techniques should data teams have in their quiver when they're attempting to address issues with their data? For example, identifying and correcting cyclical trends in the data and ensuring the data is labeled accurately. What I'm going to start with here is sort of a round table where I'd like each one of you to go in the order you introduced yourselves in, and each one of you to talk about something that you've done internally at your existing team to deal with or come up with new ways of cleaning or manipulating data that you're working with on a daily basis. So we'll start with Jamie.
So at Slack, we have a lot of unlabeled data. We're really mostly just sifting through behavioral data. It's all very private. Every company owns their own data, and we don't do a lot of like post-processing or processing on that data. So one of the challenges that we have is sometimes it can be a little bit complicated to understand what an action actually means. So I'm going to give a really clear example and talk about things that we're doing to help combat the ambiguity here. So we work in search a lot. And all of our search ranking models are actually machine learning models where we're trying to predict which items will lead to successful outcomes for our users. It's a pretty common way of doing search ranking. You take a whole slew of signals and then you try to predict based on not just text features, which are sort of traditional, but also behavioral features or other attributes of the message. Maybe it's length, maybe, does it have highlight characters? Is there an emoji, as somebody mentioned? You can imagine a whole slew of features. We use all of those to try to understand, is this gonna make somebody successful? So the way we think about success right now can be kind of rudimentary. The easiest thing to do, the most traditional thing to do, is you see if somebody clicked on the item. That works really well in an e-commerce setting or in a setting where you know what success looks like. So in e-commerce, when I was working at Etsy, maybe clicks were still ambiguous, but we knew if you bought something, at least you found what you were looking for. It could be a lot more challenging in a work environment to know that the person found what they were looking for in the message. So one thing that we've started doing is marrying the click data with actual survey data. So rather than just intuiting sort of what the action means, intuiting that click means success, or saying, we want a really complex way of modeling success, we're going to look at how long did you stay on the page, maybe did you hover over it. We're just asking people as a starting place to try to correlate those sort of second order activities that might be, again, less clear to success. And then also that can help us to debug some assumptions that we might have in our models by pulling out both success cases and failure cases.
All right, so if you're thinking about this from a learning perspective, you're getting users to label themselves. That's cool.
Exactly.
Guaranteed to be right there, at least. And Demetrius, can you tell me a little bit about the type of data and the way you deal with it in your industry?
Yes, absolutely. So I think for us, the fundamental problems are two. They're related. One is that data is very often non-stationary, which means that you really can't use all the data that's available to you for a particular predictive task. And that relates to, what you pointed out, identifying trends or some kind of cyclicality in the data. And the other is, the extreme danger of overfitting in our data. So those are really the two axes that are a fundamental concern to us, non-stationarity and overfitting. And one of the specific problems that we have faced, and I'm very proud of the solutions that we have found, is distinguishing between the two, because these two things may often actually prove indistinguishable from each other as problems, but they are problems that are distinct, and there are distinct ways of dealing with them. So, is there non-stationarity in the data versus are the models overfitting some way?
Oh, I was just going to say, why is there such a danger of overfitting in finance data specifically? Obviously, this risk exists with all data, but what makes the financial industry such a target for this?
I can't answer that for certain, but part of the reason is that it's very difficult, and I include overfitting as a broad category. It is very, very easy, and I think much easier than in other settings, to have forward-looking information in data. Partly because specifically in finance, right, you have a lot of calculations that involve averages, daily averages, things like that. And these calculations,
Could you explain?
These features.
Could you explain to our listeners what you mean by forward data?
Yes, right. Yes, exactly. So, for instance, suppose you are interested in something like the volume that is traded for a financial asset, for a stock, let's say. And you are trying to predict something that uses that as an input. So you use the volume of a traded asset to predict something. Now, if you take a daily average of the volume, say for a stock, so you look at what happened, yesterday, what was the average volume traded in some way? You take some average over the entire day. Now, that is information that you only knew for certain at the end of yesterday. But if you want to use that model to predict at the start of today, you will need that information to make the predictions. And this is information that is not actually going to be available to you today. But in training and testing the model, it is something that appears to you to have been available. And
Makes perfect sense.
Distinguishing and making sure that in training and at so-called that inference time when the models make the prediction, that such information is not leaked. That I include under the banner of overfitting, because it is a form of overfitting, and dealing with that systematically, distinguishing it from other effects of non-stationarity is one of the sort of the key problems that we face, and for which we have found interesting solutions.
I see that mistake made often with folks who are used to dealing with non-time series data. Then they move to some time series, start doing rolling averages, and fall right into that trap.
Precisely. To your point, I mean, it's problems you face in time series, essentially. And in finance, it's primarily about time series.
Thank you. Hui? Tell us a little bit about the data you work with.
Yeah, I want to offer something kind of unique to PayPal, especially in the fraud detection domain when it comes to data. So one is around the importance of identifying the right data. The other one is actually the importance about having the right tagging, as JD referred to. So we are in fraud detection. I think it's different from other applications like marketing or even, let's say, stock market modeling, in the sense that on the other side of the world, there are human beings like constantly trying to attack our system, right? Trying to find holes. So in this case, it's super important that we feed our machine learning algorithm with the right data. I sometimes use the example. So if I have a zillion ingredient, my goal is to cook the best dish. That's something a machine learning algorithm is very good at doing. However, what if I'm missing this one ingredient that is actually critical to this dish, right? So then we are going to be in blind. So in PayPal, we actually have a proprietary process or methodology that combines human oversights with our machine learning algorithm to constantly looking for the next ingredient or the next data points that will add value to our entire AI system. And sometimes I would say arguably it's as important as sometimes maybe more than which AI algorithm we actually end up using. So that's the first one, again, the importance of finding the right data and then combining human intelligence with machine. A second one is, again, in fraud detection, most of our problems are supervised learning. So it's extremely important to have a correct tag. Because again, the algorithm can only be as good as what we feed it. We ask it to target. So in this case, we use actually active learning a lot. Again, leveraging our human experts, creating feedback loop to our algorithm and applying active learning so that we can keep expanding an accurate tagged data sets, so that again our algorithm actually knows what to train from. So these are the two important things for fraud detection when it comes to its usage of data. Last but not least, as modern algorithms use more and more features, a typical machine learning solution nowadays, we use thousands of features, if not more, then make kind of the quality and monitoring of our solutions more and more difficult. So in this case, we actually apply some explainable AI with a different, slightly different usage, which is to identify where in the data space things might be wrong, and then kind of narrow down our process to identify data quality problem. So these are the three things I would like to offer to our audience. Back to you, Jen.
Thanks. So I have one question there on finding the right data. Do you have a specific example of where you added a single data point or a new feature and it increased the quality of your model?
Yeah, so give a relatively simple example. So again, in fraud detection, you can imagine, right? So we look a lot at consistency of our user, right? Which IP you come from, where do you live? When you buy something, where are you shipping it to? So a typical example, a more traditional fraud detection system will decline payments if, let's say, someone lives in New York and trying to purchase something from a Thailand IP, for example, right? So it's obviously a geo inconsistency. So this human machine interactive process, we are constantly looking for gaps, either false positive or false negative in our system. In this case, it could be a false positive, right? So again, a traditional AI-based detection might decline it, but it's actually good. And what are the possible stories behind this behavior? For example, I might be traveling in Thailand, say staying in the hotel, or I might be an expat or whatever, right? There are a few other good stories behind. So once our human expert recognize there are such good stories behind a seemingly bad behavior, we will again going back use our AI technology to see how we can identify such good story. For example, can we create intelligence based on IP to detect like hotel IP, for example, right? If this IP is from Thailand, but it's actually a resort, then it's possible this person is traveling, or it connects to some kind of a global company VPN or whatever. So these are simple examples, but hopefully you'll get a sense of it. Again, it's a human machine combined process to iteratively identify the missing ingredient, and then we can incorporate it into our AI system and do it iteratively.
So you're constantly looking at those false positives, the places where your algorithm makes a mistake, and trying to come up with reasons for
yeah, because for PayPal, it's important, right? It's our brand. We want to make sure we protect the good customers and ensure they have best experience.
I like the story making aspect of that. Oh, that's fun. Cool. All right, so on to Jake here. Jake, tell us about the data that your team works with at PwC, or your teams.
Yeah, if you think about PwC, we are a very large data collection company in the sense of all the data that we require to collect from our clients to enable the services that we're providing. As part of that, a lot of the data that we get is in document format. So whether it be tax forms, lease agreements, purchase agreements, different types of contracts, with mortgages and others, syndicated loans, a number of different things, right, in terms of what we need to collect to actually help our clients and the services that we're providing. So as part of that, you think about, the hundreds of millions of documents that we gather per year as part of these services, and enabling us to be more efficient in terms of how we're, extracting the key elements, from these large contracts, which are hundreds of pages, or, tax forms, which can be hundreds of pages. And how do we extract that information in a consistent, reliable way? So for us, a lot of what we've been doing, and obviously under the data policies to ensure, appropriate use of data, ensuring, the appropriate privacy protocols are in place and things like that. For us, it's been a lot of focus on our continuous machine learning pipelines to help with overall information extraction needs. And as part of that, again, the data security and how we're securing the data, all the privacy rules that go around that data, and how we're using that data to enable the services, but also making sure where we can get consent from our clients to also, help better mature our models just from a baseline information extraction perspective. So something that you think is a simple space as an information extraction is actually quite complex. When you deal with different, structured, semi-structured, unstructured data, and these large corpus of documents with different terminology and linguistics and things like that. So, it's a very complicated problem to solve over a very large, data set. And so for us, it's been key in terms of, the consistent continuous learning pipelines to help improve the information extraction models over time. And a lot of that comes down to responsible AI as well, in terms of, even in the information extraction space where we're establishing, data sheets and model sheets, and making sure that we have true model lineage for all of our models, so that we know that, this set of documents with these consent under these policies led to this training data for this version model at a point in time. That model also produced these predictions at this point in time, and being able to have that full lineage and traceability is important for us too, from a responsible AI perspective, and also just making sure that everything's tied back, to the data policies and the consent from our clients. And so that's been a big thing for us too. And obviously, there in certain, especially like financial services, there's a lot more scrutiny over the data in terms of what data can be used for what purposes. And, in some cases, even though we're collecting a large volume of data, we might only be able to use it on the services that we're providing. And then post-service, that kind of has to be wiped. And obviously that can't feed into the training data for the machine learning models going forward. So in certain cases too, where we are trying to improve our models, we may have to, by nature of what data we're actually allowed to use, we might have to resort to other tactics where we're using, one-shot learning, where we have limited data in an area, and we're just trying to improve some of our information extraction capabilities. But I think if you look at the full gamut, kind of the key takeaways is when you're dealing with large volumes of data, like you have to be focused on the data privacy rules around the use of the data and how that equates to the policies and how you're ultimately then getting into the data security and protecting the data, making sure you have, certain compliance as it relates to, like a SOC 2 certification for, division of roles and responsibilities in terms of who has access to the data, also redacting the data where appropriate so that, for those important features for the model, which could be sensitive areas like social security numbers, EIN numbers, other confidential information, making sure that you're redacting that or removing that from the data set, so that you don't, have all these different elements flowing into your models, which aren't necessarily important, but they are, extremely sensitive in nature. And then again, just kind of going back to that responsible AI component in the sense of, the full lineage of all the data. So that way, when you do get, prediction on a certain date, you know why. And I think the final step here too is the human in the loop. So if you look at everything from a continuous machine learning perspective, and Jed, you mentioned, kind of the annotation process, making sure you have consistent annotation processes for continuous machine learning, but then you really need to have the domain expert also helping with, certain quality reviews of the data outputs, because that's going to be key to not only helping with the retraining of the model, but also ensuring that we're getting the right and relevant, accurate data fed into the broader business processes to make sure we're making the correct decisions for our clients. So like in the example of a merger and acquisition, for example.
Brilliant. So you have an interesting situation in that a decent part of the machine learning you're actually putting into production falls around extracting data for later machine learning algorithms. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of because kind of like the core baseline is we've got to pluck certain data elements from different contracts or forms. So we're getting the financial figures.
And those like PDFs,
those in turn,
things like that.
Yep. Yeah, PDF's pretty common. Other, scanned image formats like TIFF or JPEG or things like that. So we're having to OCR that, and then from the OCR text, having to then run the model predictions to extract information, different human reviews in terms of the data output with our business domain experts. And then that could actually flow into, to your point, other predictive models in terms of, if we're predicting, for example, like in the research and development space, we're trying to predict, qualified percentage of an engineer's time that, qualifies for an R&D credit, for an example. So there could be downstream processes, which include, further machine learning models to run then further predictions on the data. So it's important that we get that initial data quality up front correct before it kind of feeds down into those other processes.
Right. You have models stacked on top of each other. Very interesting.
That's right.
Well, thanks, folks. So I'm gonna, with a few minutes left here, what I wanted to do for the end of this panel is kind of do a little bit of lightning round questions. Dive into a couple other facets that have been important in the data side of the machine learning space. So sort of the golden child of the machine learning over the last few years has been deep learning. Deep learning has shown great advances, especially in the fields of computer vision and natural language processing. Partially, its huge advances were because these types of data did not lend themselves well to classic machine learning algorithms. And also because actually collecting this data and having it well labeled, Amy mentioned earlier with Slack, it's often hard to label data, has been limited to a few huge companies. Google, Facebook, folks like that who manage to have human beings label millions of pictures a day. Other companies take advantage of the powerful advances in deep learning, even without their own massive data sets. Hui, I think maybe you had some ideas around that.
Right. So what we use actually in PayPal, we actually leverage this again kind of generic model, may I say it this way, from these big companies, and then build a customized layer on top of it with our own business case and example at the end. And that's what we find to be the most effective way. So for example, like we actually use Google BERT extensively for our internal text-based kind of applications. But of course, again, given that we are in fintech industry, we are PayPal, so we do need a customized layer, but a broad generic layer actually get us to jumpstart as soon as possible, and also serve as a concrete and solid layer to enable further customization and enhancement of the solution.
Great. Jamie, you also deal with a lot of text data. Have you used the generic versions of these like Google algorithms and apply your own information?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges that we've had specifically with Slack data is a lot of these, whether it's Google or Amazon, if you're just using a generic off-the-shelf text prediction, it doesn't actually fit to the Slack use case. So it's usually trained off of Wikipedia data or news data or customer service use case. So I think similar to Hui, we find that it doesn't work off of the shelf. One of the additional challenges we see is we want to be, again, very, very conscientious of our customers' data and not allow for data leakage across companies. So one of the other challenges with data prediction or data extraction from the text is we could accidentally, if we were looking over the entire corpus of Slack, which is quite large, leak some data from company A to company B that might look irrelevant, but somehow leak out some idea like a merger or layoffs or something like that and just raise questions. So I think one of the challenges we have is being able to use these models and then fit it to not only Slack data, but a specific team's data. So while in aggregate, the data that we have is quite large and could lend itself to deep learning applications, in practice, because of the security concerns we have, a lot of the data actually becomes very small. So what we've seen happen a lot on Slack is a lot of the folks who are actually taking the most advantage of these models are building very specific applications in apps on our platforms. So things like using a question and answer prediction for help desk tickets. That's a very well-described problem. I think people have solved it in many, many, many places, and you can build a help desk bot pretty easily. It's pretty democratized now. So I see it really taking root in the platform in our developer community, but there are still hurdles to us doing it internally at scale.
Cool.
It is definitely a challenge to apply, even though a lot of it has been built for us. I have one last question here for Demetrius. You work in a highly regulated industry, and you're used to government limitations on what you're allowed to do. What we've seen recently is in Europe with GDPR, in California with the Consumer Protection Privacy Act, and in the United States as a whole with the Algorithmic Accountability Act going through the House right now. The government's becoming more and more concerned with the way AI and ML are being used, as well as the way data is being stored. Assuming at some point regulation will widely come into effect, do you have a recommendation for what companies can do now to be prepared for algorithmic regulations that are probably coming in the future?
So I'll say one thing that we have certainly found, in my opinion, interaction with regulatory authorities, whether directly or indirectly on these issues, has been extremely edifying. It's something that actually even scientifically makes you go back to your assumptions and, makes you check them. So I think, from my scientific point of view, the ongoing conversation has scientific merits. Now, exactly what and how it evolves from a government, regional, all of these perspectives is obviously something that as a team of quants and engineers we're closely monitoring. But beyond that, I think it's not something you can prepare for directly, but be open to the edifying aspects of it. I think that's the approach that has proved best for us.
And Jake, you mentioned responsible AI. Is that partially a way of preparing for these regulations that are probably going to come into play?
Yeah, I think with anything, it comes down to people, process, and technology, right? And I think as part of that, you need to make sure you have your processes in place as it relates to when you're developing a certain type of model. What is the risk rating around the model based upon the features that might be coming into the model? Because if it has to do with like the 7 protected classes, right? In terms of gender, age, and those other protected classes, obviously that's going to drive a higher risk rating on the model in terms of some additional scrutiny that you'll need to apply to the model just based upon the nature of the label data and the features of the model itself. So as part of that, you need to have those consistent processes, and that's where I kind of mentioned the data sheets and the model sheets to really help identify what is the risk rating of the model. And then also, even if it's not, and then if it's not, for example, like even those upfront models, because I mentioned we're chaining things together as well. Well, depending upon the output quality of those models, right, the downstream impact of getting that information incorrect, that could also warrant a higher risk rating on kind of the primary model as well. And so you need to have those processes and formally document things, through the data sheets, the model sheets, having legal and risk reviews of models. I mean, you talk about static code analysis on models for vulnerabilities from a security perspective, also doing rule-based analysis on code as well to look at potential bad practices within the model code even, which could help identify some of those risk areas. And then as I mentioned too, it's really important to have the human in the loop on all this too, right? Because we can't just 100% rely on the prediction of a model. So there always has to be that secondary judgment that goes around the output of the model, and making sure again that you've got the audit trail and the history around what happened with the predictions, how was it reviewed, how did that get used downstream, and also kind of all that coming back to the full model lineage as well. So I think there are certain processes and also platform capabilities that you should be thinking about as it relates to how you're governing and monitoring and managing all this. And also when you're doing this at scale, it also becomes more important in terms of the types of monitoring that you're doing from a model drift perspective. That includes the data drift, the concept drift, because even if you look at something as a quote unquote simple as tax law, right? Tax law is always changing, so the interpretations
I don't think anybody's tax law is simple.
Yeah, exactly. the thousands of pages of tax code. Yeah.
Okay, that's all we're about to wrap up here, but suffice it to say, we're entering an age where data, the tracking of that data, and the machine learning algorithms used on it, coming out of the Wild West and into a more structured, regulated area. Having all of you here to talk about this has been incredibly gratifying for me, and I hope our audience. Thank you very much. I'll say goodbye here. That's it for me. I'm signing off. Well, hello again, everyone. I'd like to welcome everybody to the audience question and answer section of our panel here. We've got a few different questions coming in from the audience on Slack as well as on YouTube. So thanks everybody out there for listening and for chiming in. We'll jump right into the questions here since we don't have a ton of time. Again, I'm Jed Doherty with Dataiku, and my first question is going to go to Hui Wang at PayPal. So Hui, we have a question from Mukesh in the audience. Can you talk a little bit about how you're tackling AI explainability at PayPal? Specifically, do you rely on companies that provide explainability services, or do you implement interpretability in-house? And if you do it in-house, what point is interpretability tackled in the ML pipeline?
So it's a good question. Short answer is we actually tackle lots of this in-house. The reason is because, again, we have a humongous amount of data. We are in fintech industry. This explainability to PayPal actually has its a special purpose or meaning that we couldn't rely on off-shelf external tools or vendors. So here is a little bit in details. So the way we use explainable AI is different at several different places of our machine learning life cycle, right? So I think in the panel interview I talk about we actually use this to monitor our life solutions. Again, because we are using thousands of features, when something broke, it's very hard for us to realize what broke, right? So we actually use explainable AI technology to identify where in the feature space things might be wrong. So that's one application of it. We also use it, let's say, again, in a case in our back office operation space. So when we alert someone or we generate a lead of an account or a transaction for our back office to review or take further actions, we also provide reason code to our back office teammates so that to give them insights to help them with make a better decision. So there again, we also use explainable AI. So again, the usage is more around providing additional insights to our back office teammates. And then the other application, which is more well known, is in the broader credit space, of course, right? So it's a regulatory requirement. We have to provide reason code when let's say someone's credit application is declined. So these are like three, again, on a high level, different applications we can use explainable AI for. And then last but not least, I want to mention, actually, when it comes to explainable AI technology, there are also quite a few different ones we develop internally, which are sometimes patented. Right? So ranging all the way from the more classic or traditional, looking at how far away a specific data point from the centroid. Right? It's a very classic, again, you can apply the same technology on linear model as well as a machine learning model, all the way to actually translate this explainable AI into a supervised learning process. Again, it's an iterative, like I mentioned, active learning process where our human teammates, experts, will actually review and then say, okay, this is the reason this particular transaction is being flagged, and then we use that as a tagging and then develop a supervised model to find out really what are the root causes that some transaction or some account is being flagged. So in summary, again, we develop both things in-house and we apply this at several different points of our machine learning life cycle. And last but not least, there are also different technologies, machine learning technologies we use. Back to you, Jade.
Thank you very much for that edifying answer. I have sort of a follow-up and sort of it's a bit of a digression from there, but I think it follows along some of the same concepts here. This question is from Hari Sivaraman, and I'm going to give it to you, Dimitris. And this sort of goes along with AI explainability in that when you find anomalies in your data, you often want to understand why this showed up there. So what are some of the best ways of identifying potential anomalies in your data sets? And what are some ways where you can proactively get the right data or remove these anomalies or explain them away in some way? What are the clues you should be looking for?
Yeah, all right. Let me mention a couple of things related to this. One is, trust the business intuition. I think that's a very good principle in the sense, one way of detecting and understanding anomalies is making sure that your machine learning algorithms, including the data, is at a level with someone with business intuition. Because what's important usually, right, is the decisions being made, not the predictions. The decisions being made in terms of the predictions. And these decisions are business decisions usually. Someone with business intuition about this particular domain is able to understand your decisions. And in fact, in this particular context, I often say it's not about interpretability, it's about disagreeability. In the sense, you really understand where your anomalies is coming from when someone who's not an expert on the machine learning, but has business intuition, is able to disagree with your predictions or decisions. So, seek to put human intuition into the process. I think that's definitely one thing. The other thing more related to data quality, I think this is something with my co-panelists that was mentioned in one of our calls, which I think is generally an interesting domain to think about. We tend to think of data quality for machine learning, but really you can think of the inverse as well. You can think of machine learning for data quality. And what I mean by this is, in some sense, if a functioning machine learning model, a model that is making good forecasts, is a proof of the quality of the data. So it's like quality control of the data. So in some sense, really, machine learning is about data quality at its root. And if you take that and you invert it, a machine learning that doesn't make good predictions may perhaps indicate issues in the quality of the data. So understanding where your predictions go wrong, knowing whether that could potentially flag data quality issues, that's one more way in which you can really begin to understand the anomalies. I didn't really touch upon, what do you do to correct it. I think, that there's definitely a broad vista of discussion we can have there, but I'll leave it at that. Up to you.
Thanks, down there. A quick follow-up on that, and I just kind of want a lightning response from each of you here is, if you feel your model is not performing as adequately as you need, or if it's not providing the answers you want, where do you look first? Do you look first at the data, or do you look first at things like changing which algorithm you're using, changing the hyperparameter tuning? Where do you go first? Hui?
Yeah.
We always go with data first.
Jacob?
Yeah, I think it depends, right, on the business problem and what you're trying to solve. Because, like, if you look at, depending upon the domain you're in, so if it ties to legislation, the interpretability and the meaning of the legislation changes. Obviously, that leads into concept drift within the models, which can change the predictions in the sense of the way in which you train at a point in time based upon a certain meaning. Led to certain results. And so
if your ground rules aren't changing and your model is not performing where it needs?
Yep. Yeah. So you need to monitor the whole process, right, in terms of the training plus the overall predictions. So real-time reporting on all that.
Got it. And Dimitris, how do you feel? If you were going to tweak, would you tweak data or model first?
So I'm going to say domain expert. Immediately go to the domain expert. Now, if you're the domain expert, data.
Cool. All right. I have a question here for.
In my opinion, human intuition is very important for these types of issues. So I generally think it's a good idea to try and get that in from someone else as soon as possible, when possible.
Makes sense to me. Jacob, I have a question here, and I'm going to combine Arjun Rajan's question and another one from Mukesh here. So when dealing with extremely sensitive data, is there a trade-off, and when should we make the trade-off between making our original data unreadable or focusing on privacy versus focusing on interpretability and explainability?
Yeah, so two parts to the question. So on the data privacy piece, kind of as I was alluding to in like the recording earlier, there's obviously a number of things in the data that you're receiving that probably aren't important from a feature perspective in the model. So as it relates to what you're feeding into the model, I think by nature of that, you can filter those things out as it relates to kind of going into the model training process. So if you're dealing with, social security numbers, tax identification numbers, whatever it might be, that aren't important and aren't going to influence the decisions of the model, those can obviously be filtered out in terms of the training process, and kind of if you're redacting that data up front in terms of what people are seeing as it relates to training the models, but also what's feeding into the models and what you're kind of storing over time. And then on the explainability side, kind of same thing, right? You're really at the end of the day only interested in terms of the data that's actually driving the output of the algorithms and the models. So you don't need obviously everything to feed into the the features for your model. And so you need to be diligent in the upfront process, but then also if you look at just the interpretability aspects, I think that's going to come down to obviously the algorithms that you're using for the different predictions that you're trying to end up making. And so some algorithms obviously are more by nature explainable, like linear regression and some things around random forest with the decision trees. As you get into the neural networks and kind of to Hui's point earlier, that's also where we kind of have some things in-house too that'll help kind of probe the neural networks from a script perspective. So you kind of have models probing models to see, obviously, to explain how the network is making decisions, based upon the weights and the biases and the various vectors feeding in to the network. So hopefully that answers the questions on both the privacy and then kind of just the model explainability pieces.
Great. I've got one more question for the team. We only have a minute left here, so I'm going to try to get everybody to answer it. Maybe just pick one of the four here. So this is off of one of the polls here in the chat. Let's imagine that you're starting a new data science initiative. What are you most concerned about right at the start here? We have 1, getting the right data, 2, hiring the right team, 3, identifying the right problem, or 4, allocating the right resources. So you only get to say a number here. Hui?
2. I'll pick the number 3, identifying the right problem.
Demetrius?
I'll leave it there because we don't have time.
2, the people.
Jacob? You only get to say
data.
one number.
I can have all the people in the world. If I don't have the right data, then they're going to be really unproductive.
All right. Well, thank you all. It's lovely to end on a disagreement, and I appreciate everybody's input. Have a great day, and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you to Jed and everybody on that fantastic panel, Jacob, Dimitri, Hui, and Jamie. Listen, there's another session coming straight up. We have a fireside chat for you. We're moving into a session where Justin Norman, the VP of Data Science at Yelp, talks about an in-house AI experimentation platform called Bunsen that Yelp built from scratch. He's going to be in conversation with Kyle Wiggers, AI staff writer from VentureBeat, of course. So please welcome Justin and Kyle.
Hello and welcome to this Transform session about Yelp's data experimentation platform, Bunsen. I'm Kyle Wiggers, a reporter on the AI side, VentureBeat, along with my colleague Kari Johnson. I'm here with Yelp's Justin Norman, who will be discussing the ins and outs of Bunsen and some use cases and just the intricacies and how it came to be. So without further ado, I'll let him introduce himself and walk us through the basics of Bunsen, and then we'll dive into some of the things I mentioned at the top from there. So go ahead, Justin. It's great to have you with us.
It's great to be here. Thanks, Kyle, for the introduction. And as you mentioned, I'm the head of data science at Yelp. And so that really means that my team and I are primarily concerned with transforming raw data into information. And we do that in 4 main ways. The first is statistical analysis of business and consumer data. The second is in experimentation in all of its forms. And so we'll talk quite a bit about that later. And the third is defining and maintaining corporate and product metrics. And finally, building and supporting a variety of different data products.
Great. So as I mentioned a second ago, Bunsen is a data experimentation platform, and you just kind of outlined the various ways it's important to data scientists and engineers at Yelp and how they use it on a daily basis. So if you could, it'd be great if you could just talk about the evolution of Bunsen over the past few years, and maybe even in the past year alone, and how it's just grown increasingly central to the workflows of various Yelp employees, and how it plays a part in bringing Yelp products to market, either whether it's through your apps or your website or a combination of the two.
Absolutely. So as it turns out, Yelp's culture has always valued quickly learning through experience. But the widespread adoption of rigorous experimentation, especially from a statistical perspective, is relatively recent. So in the past, engineers were primarily responsible for business experimentation themselves. And that meant that they had to write custom code each time to compare the relative performance of different versions of the product to key business metrics that the company cared about. And the simplest version of this would be a standard A/B testing capability, which you're of course familiar with. But at scale, this became both highly inefficient and expensive. And as the product portfolio grew over the years, a change really became imperative. So in 2018, an effort began to unify sort of the best and brightest amongst all the teams in terms of tools and processes for experimentation into a single set of tools. And we actually started to build an MVP out on Jupyter Notebooks, and then subsequent iterations developed into what we now call Bunsen. Today, nearly all data experimentation, and that's anywhere from products all the way through AI and ML, occurs on the Bunsen platform, with over 700 experiments being run in total on a unified platform. And so the transition's largely a result of a couple of major investments in internally developed data tools and also some statistical infrastructure. And the components are largely made up of, first, the user interface for product managers, data scientists, engineers to use, called Beaker. The logging system, which is used to track user behavior, but also as a source of features for AI and machine learning models. Three, a scorecard tool, which is essentially an interface that allows you to analyze the results of an experiment run. And then finally, the Bunsen Experiment Analysis Tools, or BEAT, which is a package for housing all the underlying statistical modules, such as the cohorting engine. And one of the best things about what Bunsen allows us to do, I mentioned already, is scale and speed. So we're able to subsequently launch quite a few different varieties of experiments to a very wide but very segmented component of our customer population. And we can also roll that back very quickly if we need to, which is extremely useful in times like these.
Definitely. So our audience is probably most interested in the AI and machine learning products that have made their way through Bunsen and the various ways that Bunsen can measure how those products might impact end users in positive and potentially negative, but ways. But then the value of Bunsen, of course, is that those negative ways can be addressed and the effects mitigated. So if you could discuss a particular product that recently launched in the Yelp app, for example, that Bunsen was really instrumental in bringing into production, that would be great. I think our listeners would love to hear about it.
Of course. So I'd like to talk about a use case that helped us to actually realize where we needed to expand the functionality of Bunsen as we were utilizing it, especially when it relates to machine learning and AI. So the use case was a consumer recommendation system to predict popular dishes from a restaurant. So it turns out when we already know the menu of a restaurant, this is very easy to do. We could simply write a single script sometimes and be able to provide an inference that's useful and meaningful for our customers. However, there are a lot of businesses out there, believe it or not, that don't add menus to their Yelp profiles. And so what we wanted to do was to provide a better and more consistent experience for all users, regardless of whether or not business chooses to do so. And so we needed to use a machine learning system to be able to do that. And so given everything we know about a business, the data for popular dishes boils down to the following output. So it's basically a ranked list of popular menu items, a set of reviews mentioning each item, and photos that are associated with all of those. And so our content team actually partnered with the applied machine learning team to build out an integrated machine learning system which utilized a fairly robust deep learning pipeline, including a hierarchical GRU model, which had a few different components. As you might expect, because we're parsing through quite a few different reviews at a significant volume, there's a lot of word representation that's necessary. There was a multi-layer recurrent neural network put in place for tokenization, and then a conditional random field to model and account for the dependencies that we surfaced between the labels and the tokens sequence in the reviews. And so that final effort to unify all of this is named entity recognition, and specifically the BIESO labeling scheme. And that allowed us to classify each token by text, whether or not it belongs to determine whether or not it belongs to an entity. And in our case, the applied machine learning team classifies each token in a review whether or not it belonged to a menu item. And in aggregate, these classifications are used to make an inference for a menu for every business. So the reason why Bunsen was really, or is really necessary in a case like this, is that there was a significant challenge in bringing together all the different data stores. These different types of information that I just described don't live, or rather didn't live in a single data store. And so multiple different teams had to help collaborate together to build the feature sets, and then of course to be a part of the testing and development cycles for the models themselves. And this is pretty difficult, again, inefficient. So the two places where Bunsen can help here is first, obviously, as the deployment testing tool in the ways that I've mentioned in the past, to determine if the product, including the model, has any negative impact on the critical business metrics, or if it actually meets the goals in which it was set out to do. But the Bunsen logs themselves actually are a goldmine for feature exploration and development, and also for aggregation of features once they've been validated. So not only do you get the scale of being able to deploy a model to a cohort of individuals, depending on how you want to reach them, but also during the development process, you have the ability to utilize the logging system and the interface tools to be able to build a unified set of features over and over again as you iterate on the model. So really a powerful set of tools there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned how Bunsen involves so many different teams at Yelp. And I was thinking maybe, since it's so relevant to all of us now, you could touch on how usage of Bunsen has evolved during the pandemic. I assume it's a pretty distributed platform. So I imagine that a lot of Yelp employees who are working from home had no trouble merely adapting it, to their workspaces individually at their apartments or homes. But, has there been infrastructural changes to accommodate this, or was the platform merely built to be extremely modular and flexible with regard to this?
So you're exactly right in that Bunsen's a distributed platform, and it was meant to be utilized by a variety of different roles. So the first thing I will say is that product managers, engineers that are not in the machine learning and AI space, machine learning practitioners, data scientists, analysts, and even folks that are in our PR and external communications teams are all consuming information that either comes from Bunsen or directly working with the Beaker UI to gather the information or run tests themselves. So the first thing that makes Bunsen so useful is that it is pretty scalable and flexible on the different use cases that it can be applied to. And we've really focused on, in the short term, making the Beaker UI accessible. It shouldn't just be a developer tool, but rather something that can be used for both setting up of experimentation and tests, and also validation and exploration of those tests in the scorecard infrastructure. So what we've really prioritized over the last couple of months as we've been going through the pandemic is making sure that we provide really consistent SLAs so that the system should be able to perform with many more different experiments coming from a much more wider variety of teams, as well as really helping some of the roles that wouldn't necessarily have known of the capability of Bunsen, but might have been consuming it downstream to adopt on the platform itself so that they have a self-service capability. But all in all, I'm really glad that we had this available because as you might have noticed, Yelp has released quite a few features in a very short period of time to respond to what the pandemic is causing for our small business community. And so we really want to be able to do that. However, we don't always get it right, and no company will. So we also need the flexibility that if we determine that the functionality that we're providing is perhaps not optimal, or in the worst case scenario harmful, we want to be able to launch that both incrementally and also have a really rapid way of turning those experiences off and then doing what we need to do to fix them on the back end and then relaunching it. So we've seen that happen several times, and it's been really positive overall for the majority of users on Yelp.
Yeah, absolutely. You touched on this briefly, but I'd like to dive into it. I'd like to dive into it a bit more because I think this is another thing that our audience will, really be interested in hearing about. So you said, Beaker, the UI of Bunsen for many users is very polished and is easy for a machine learning practitioner or even a business executive or like you said, PR rep to get around. That's great. I mean, was that a design consideration from the start? You kind of said it was, but I guess I'm looking for a particular example where, for someone in the C-suite was just, there was a metric they wanted to achieve with a certain product or feature, and they used Bunsen to do that in a way that might not have been possible when Bunsen was, Jupyter notebooks, simply lines of code that had to be executed in sequence.
Yeah, so one of the things that's most important to us is how we define how we connect with our users. So it's really literally the mission of Yelp is to connect people with great local businesses. And so for us, being able to define what a connection actually is and all the different ways that goes is actually of central importance to the business. And so we are able to do this in a variety of different splits. We have lots of different demographic, geographic, and then also volume splits by how we are able to analyze that. And inside of Bunsen, one of the things that we're allowed to do is, or we're able to do is to look at those different cuts by business guardrails. And what I mean by that are immutable or thresholds that we really should not cross in order to not cause negative outcomes for our business community or for our consumers. And so what that gives the C-suite, in addition to engineers, the ability to do is to try things and then almost immediately know whether or not there has been an impact to the business, an impact to the user experience. And so what you get to do inside of the UI is you can see that both in the experiment run at the end, and then also in near real time as the experiment is running through its cohorting engine and the experiences are being served, we'll receive messaging back from the tool and alerting to allow us to know if we violated any of those thresholds. So I think this is, both a visualization solution and also a sort of operations solution that are put together to give decision makers both tactical and strategic approaches to it. So it's a really powerful tool in those ways. And that would be an example that comes up all the time.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a great reporting tool too, right? It's like easy for engineers or anyone to take some of those visualizations and put them in a report that is digestible and high level, so that a decision maker can really see how this is going to change the way that people use Yelp or affect their experience in mostly positive ways, I would imagine. That's great. So I guess I want to close by asking, we've really talked over the past 20 or so minutes about how Bunsen has become integral to various teams at Yelp and how it's informed the development of hundreds of projects. So I'd like to ask about the future of Bunsen, what that might look like. It sounds like you have a robust set of tools, but I'm sure there are features that the teams individually have asked for or that you yourself would like to see. So looking forward to the next couple of months to years post-pandemic, what might Bunsen evolve into, given those timelines?
Sure. So one of the things that is specifically asked for quite a bit by our applied machine learning teams and by our AI teams are really two areas. One is to be able to handle streaming data in a much more granular and also like fine-grained controls manner. So we can take it in now, we can store it, and we of course analyze it. But a lot of that is at rest, and so being able to apply some of these same capabilities in the streaming world is something that is that we're working on actually right now. And then sort of in the same vein with traffic flow is multi-arm bandits. So being able to route different types of inference tasks to different models depending on what rules we might set in the real world or what we might be experiencing as feedback from the user behavior or business behavior is something that we want to integrate directly into Bunsen and allow certain tests to be built with that in mind. And so those are areas where we're investing a fair amount of engineering time, both in the research and exploration perspective, and also to build out those features in earnest.
Sounds great. Well, thanks again for joining me, Justin. It was a lovely conversation, and we have some time for Q&A, so I think we'll transition to that. But I really appreciate the overview you gave on Bunsen, and I'm sure our audience has questions. So we'll turn to those. Hi, everyone watching at home. Welcome to Transform. I'm here with Yelp's Justin Norman, who you just watched speak during an interview I conducted not that long ago. So we're going to answer a few of the questions you probably have about Bunsen and Yelp's approach to data science, AI, and machine learning. I see we have one already in the Slack channel. So Justin, I'm hoping you can answer this question, to the satisfaction of this viewer. So pre-development of Bunsen, did you look into what other companies were doing, the other data science platforms that were out there? Evaluate the ones that offered maybe a similar service before you decided to develop your own in-house solution. Why was it that you decided to build Bunsen from the ground up versus go with something existing that maybe could have been modified to suit your needs?
Absolutely, and thanks for having me, and thanks for the question to the viewer. So we absolutely did. So we ended up looking at three different factors. The first being sort of the maturity of the data model at Yelp. Second, the technology platform and integrations that were necessary for us to sort of pull off the experimentation at scale across all the different functions, including the product and the AI side of things, which is a very diverse set of libraries and tools that need to integrate. And the last thing was talent. And so did we have the right group of people in place to allow us to jump onto a tool or a library set that we weren't using versus building one that suited the needs of our organization? So in that evaluation, we did a lot of, the traditional, pros and cons, arguments, matrices to try to figure out what was best right for us. For Yelp, it ended up being the right thing to do to kind of start from the ground up in considering how important this was going to be to us, and in each one of those categories where we were in terms of maturity and investment willingness.
Yeah, that makes sense. I imagine this is a kind of decision that would have to be made on a case-by-case basis when we're talking about, the approaches that other companies might take if they're looking to Yelp, for an example. So another question that I see in the chat is that we talked a bit about during the interview, but didn't really dive deep into, is what kind of considerations do you have to have when you're building versus buying AI, that practitioners might have to be aware of when they're making that decision? I know you kind of got at it even just now in the previous question, but if you could maybe focus more on the AI and machine learning side of this versus the platform development side, I think that would be helpful to our audience, many of whom are practitioners and are looking to adopt some of these practices themselves, or suggest them to decision makers within their companies.
Sure. So on the ML side, it actually gets pretty technology specific, and I think everybody here is sort of familiar with the experimentation, or rather rapid iteration MVP tools. You have your scikit-learns, and then now there are certainly data science platforms which integrate a lot of those capabilities. Those are great for exploration. Those are great for sort of MVP development. But when you start trying to process a lot of events over time, especially in the inference task, once you've deployed a model or you've got a model architecture that you feel comfortable with, things get a little bit more complicated, more difficult. And I'm saying even beyond the machine learning engineering side on the platform, I mean actually algorithmically being able to understand what's happening as you're applying different treatments over time. And so for us, we wanted the ability to have modularity around the libraries that we were using. We also have multiple platforms that we're delivering our product into. So we have primarily a Java environment that we're delivering on the Android side of things. We have an iOS app. We have a web application. So we have actually different experiences that machine learning capabilities might be serving inference to across platforms. And so we need to have the robustness to be able to move out different libraries or technology stacks as the technology matured or we had a different need. And so on the buy side of things, you really do get locked in to whatever that particular vendor has decided to emphasize. And though you do have some sort of consumer power to be able to influence the roadmap, if there is a major shift from an organizational standpoint that we wanted to do, we would have been very constrained. And just at the level of the volume of requests that we were looking to serve with such a system, it really just didn't make sense for us to lock into a vendor solution at the time that we were building things out. Now, as we go forward into the future, that could change. There might be a much more holistic capabilities available. But for Yelp, we went through that evaluation and realized, especially when it comes to things that we want to do in the future, like having sequential testing available or multi-arm bandit traffic routing available, these sorts of things would just be much harder to do if we weren't already very familiar about how to execute this within our own infrastructure and our own data ecosystem.
Right, that makes total sense. Ultimately, it depends on the needs of your individual data scientists and also C-suite and PR team for that matter, as we talked about with Bunsen. It's really a platform that anyone can use. You don't need necessarily intimate knowledge of the algorithms underlying it or how the experimentation is working to take advantage of it. So on that note, actually, we have another question about kind of the UI and design considerations that went into Bunsen. Of course, there's a lot of statistical modeling under the hood and algorithmic work, but how did the team approach the usability problem? Making this a tool that isn't strictly a Jupyter notebook or a series of Jupyter notebooks, but a beautiful tool that anyone can use and anyone can use without having to dive deep into documentation and learn the ins and outs of it. They can just pull up this Bunsen front end, a Beaker, and get what data they need out of it quickly.
Yeah, this is sort of something that I was mentioning at the beginning of the conversation, which is that we collaborated fairly early in the process with the design team and with really product managers in general who have some familiarity with the AI and data analytics workspace. And that was really key because they recognized right away that though we had a lot of statistical robustness and, like I mentioned before, had the ability to integrate into these machine learning and AI workflows very dynamically, it wasn't going to be easy to use for any other persona than a machine learning engineer or data scientist or an applied scientist. And that wasn't the goal. So we actually had designers come and be a part of the team, at least for the design components. We have ongoing relationships with our product design team and our user research teams. So as we continue to iterate on this, we're not just working on the interfaces that are comfortable for us on the tech side. And so I should mention that there are actually 3 different ways to interact. There's an API, so programmatic way to interact. There's the Beaker user interface, which is what you referred to. And then there also is the ability to directly query the logs. So as you're going through an experimentation, you could really write your own query and then do computations that way. And so those personas need to match with the technology capabilities. And it just turns out that the widest amount of people are interested in the UI being the primary mechanism for them to interface with it. So we put a lot of work into that kind of upfront, knowing that would be how we wanted to serve the product.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And actually, it leads into my next question, which is, so this thing that you put a lot of work into the UI, not to mention the rest of Bunsen. Do you think you might in the future open source any parts of that or make this platform available to other companies who might want to use it? I ask because Yelp has a history of open sourcing other components, either on the developer side or even components underlying its apps and services. So is this a consideration that went into Bunsen as well? Making this something that could be open sourced if Yelp chooses to. And I would love to know kind of where Yelp is, in that process, if that's even something that is being talked about right now.
Sure. So in general, Yelp is in of open sourcing when we can. I think the most important consideration for us is like, what community does this actually add value to? And I mentioned one of the reasons we built Bunsen in this way was that we wanted to make it very specific to Yelp. So Certainly not against that. We've done it in the past, especially with some of our machine learning tools that have a more ubiquitous sort of relationship to the community. We've done that. I think what we need to do is to take a good look at what parts of the modules that we put into Bunsen are generalizable for a larger audience, a larger community, and then we probably could do that work. At the moment, we're really focused on getting to the next step of really deeply serving the machine learning and AI use cases at really high at a really high rate of serving capability and meeting our SLOs. So that's kind of our interim focus. But certainly, as we develop beyond that, that will be something we look into seriously.
That's good news. And actually, maybe you can talk just in a general sense about the work that has to go into open sourcing a tool. I mean, I'm personally curious. I'm sure it's not a decision you just make one day. You wake up and say, "Oh, I'm going to open source Bunsen," for example. Can you talk about sort of like all the nitty gritty that has to go into something like that before a tool, any tool, is ready to be unleashed in the world?
Yeah, so I think, I used to work at an open source company. I worked at Cloudera for quite some time. So I got really up close and personal look at what it takes to do that. And it's a whole additional aspect of development. It's really even another function. And it comes into having the code be in a place that it is consumable, easily read, well documented, and then also interpretable, that functionality is interpretable and easy to test. That, though we always strive to do so, isn't as much of a requirement when you have domain knowledge local to your team. So when you're open sourcing, you have to assume that someone knows nothing about how your tool functions and how it should function. And you have to think about some of the ways in which it may be improperly implemented or integrated. And that requires a lot of, quite frankly, just infrastructure around both testing and also sort of refinement, code refinement. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is, of course, policy and legal, making sure that it's used in the right way, that Yelp can support its open use under the right license. And then the last bit is integrations with existing technology. We have modified other modules that may have come from Python or Java, or from libraries within the machine learning stack, or the data analytics stack. And so other people may not have done that. So we'd either need to modify those components, or we would have to specify, what we support and what we don't support when open sourcing it. So those are some of the main considerations.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Well, I think we covered a lot here. And I think we're out of time, actually. So it's perfect. That worked out. I just want to thank you again, Justin, for joining me and answering some of the questions that folks had about Bunsen and just Yelp's practices in general. With that, I think we'll sign off. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And, of course, pay attention to VentureBeat for future Yelp coverage, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you so much to Justin and Kyle. Apologies there if anybody had any audio issues. We do apologize for that, but hopefully that did not distract you from the awesomeness of the conversation. We are now taking a virtual networking break. It's just a very short break. It's your chance to recaffeinate, or if that's no good for you, decaffeinate, and network with your fellow AI community peers. But we have a special announcement for you. We would like to announce a fun contest for everybody. If you visit at least 5 expo booths, now when I say visit, you have to actually go into the virtual expo area, and you have to go and visit the booth and talk with our partners. So it's not just, you get to stroll by 5 booths. You have to go and actually have a conversation. If you do that, your name will be entered into a drawing. You can win $1,000 in cold hard cash, plus 2 complimentary tickets to our next Transform event. So I'm sure you'll agree that's an amazing prize. We will announce the winner live at the end of Transform. And you're going to hear me say this a lot, but when you get into the expo booth, if you want to talk, you need to click on the broadcast button. If you can't find it, expand your screen, go full screen mode. We've had some feedback that sometimes the broadcast button is slightly hidden, and if you just go full screen, you should be able to find it. So visit 5 Expo booths, talk with our partners, and you could take home $1,000 in cash and 2 complimentary tickets to Transform. So we will be back here in just a few short minutes. We're going to break for around about 7 or 8 minutes. So stretch your legs, come back. We've got some incredible content for you. promise you a short break, and that's exactly what we gave you. So welcome back. We're going to keep things moving forward. And if you have been watching us on YouTube because of the issues with Tame earlier, please do rejoin us on Tame. Things are back in working order, so come and join us there as well. Now we get a wonderful fireside chat for you on how LinkedIn builds holistic AI at scale to ensure personalization, inclusivity, and fairness. Speaking on this will be Roma Rosales, Senior Director and Head of Consumer AI at LinkedIn, and that is in conversation with Hari Sivamoran, Head of AI Content Strategy at VentureBeat. Please welcome them.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all our viewers from around the world. I'm Hari Sivamoran, the Head of AI Content Strategy at VentureBeat. And today I have with me the Head of Consumer AI from LinkedIn, Roma Rosales. Roma, welcome to Transform.
Hello, Hari. Thank you for having me.
Great. It's a pleasure to have you here, Roma. Tell us something about your role at LinkedIn and your background in AI in general.
Okay, sounds good. So I have been at LinkedIn for about 7 years, almost 8. I started as a machine learning engineer, so in an IC role, individual contributor, working on ads. So at the time, LinkedIn did not have sponsor updates in the feed, and I was part of the team that developed the first version of sponsor updates. After a couple of years, I moved into managing a small, I believe it was a 4-people team, working on a few new areas. One of the areas was LinkedIn notifications, which did not exist back then. Now, something interesting is that at the time that I moved into management, my manager told me, it is okay. You can continue doing, hands-on development work and core machine learning work because you're going to have a small team only. And that was about 5 years ago. And after quite a few years, my role at LinkedIn now has changed quite a bit. And now my role is to make sure that AI for all of our consumer products and services, those are what we call the free products, in a sense, provide the most value to our members. This includes things like the LinkedIn feed, notifications, search messaging, network growth, connection recommendations, and something that is everywhere in LinkedIn, but that we prefer you don't have to think about it, which is the AI behind our anti-abuse defenses. So more recently, I also became responsible for the AI foundations, and this is a horizontal team that supports the core AI across all of LinkedIn. So this is learning algorithms, NLP, image and video analysis, and so on.
Cool, great. So you touched upon anti-abuse. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that, if you might?
Yeah. So in LinkedIn, we take trust very seriously, and one of the things that involve keeping the trust of our members is making sure that when you come to the site and the information that you provide to LinkedIn is always safe. This means preventing the site from being attacked by fake accounts, preventing account takeovers, preventing scraping, and all of those areas require a lot of AI, along with different legal roles on LinkedIn, data science, engineering. So it's a very collaborative effort, and AI is core of it, because we need to understand and we need to predict and classify, in a sense, every single request that comes to LinkedIn into whether it is an abusive request or a safe request or something else. So AI plays a very critical role in keeping LinkedIn safe and increasing the trust of our members.
Got it. So, Roma, I was going through some of your statistics, 700 million members from 200 different countries, 400 billion content updates a year. That's a lot. So how did you go about using AI to ensure that the content that a user sees in his feed, such as posts or news updates or job suggestions or networking suggestions, is personalized and relevant to him? I mean, what are some of the parameters that you've used, and what are some of the AI techniques you use, and how do you measure your success? What are your metrics for success? How do you decide that, yes, now the feed is truly personalized to the user?
Okay, yeah, this is one of the most interesting topics, and I like to talk about this a lot. So I'm going to share a little bit about how AI evolved into providing the product experience that exists now. And with that, I'm going to connect that with our metrics because it's all very intertwined. So since you mentioned the LinkedIn feed, let me start by saying, so for people who maybe are less familiar with LinkedIn, is that the LinkedIn feed is a place for our members to discover and join conversations within their network. For example, our members will post ideas, career news, questions, jobs, in many different formats. For example, video, photos, short text. Every one of these can start a conversation. Right? It is also a primary channel for giving members updates about their jobs, connections, and learning content. So to get to the core of your question, we started simple, right, at LinkedIn. That's the right way to start, usually in AI, so I can't stress this enough, right? And the earlier version of LinkedIn just focused on one single thing that we wanted to, one single metric that we wanted to optimize, and that was our click-through rate. So our models, our AI models, just predicted the probability that you're going to click, and that involves some form of personalization, right? But it was just focused on the probability that a member is going to click on an update. So we just ranked the feed based on the probability of click, right? And this simplicity was not only applicable to the feed, but also our connections recommendations product, a product that we call People You May Know. LinkedIn was one of the early pioneers on using AI for recommending who to connect with. And that product was known as, or is still known, People You May Know. So the earlier version of People You May Know tried to just maximize the connection rate. In other words, when we recommend somebody to connect with another person, we want to maximize the chances that the two members will connect. And that was the standard thinking across the entire site. So what is common here in all these examples? What is common is that a simple single objective per area was used, right? And this simplicity was not just about the use of simple models, because some more sophisticated models were used, but about thinking about each area separately. And this was fine until we scaled and grew LinkedIn quite a bit in this manner, right? This was very successful, and LinkedIn scaled very quickly. But we started challenging this. And if I ask you a question, maybe I think, and I asked this question in the past, I normally get a single answer for this. And the question is, are we really providing the most value to our members when we optimize for click-through rate and connection rate, like in these past examples, for each of our product experiences? And the answer that I almost always I get is not. And why is that? And this is where this becomes more interesting. In the feed, showing you the content you are likely to click or on more may quickly encourage the system to show you updates from the same people, prolific, successful creators all the time. So the system that doesn't want to show you a wider set of updates because it's taking a risk that the CTR will reduce, and that's not what AI is optimizing. Same for connection recommendations. It tries to optimize for connections, and regardless of whether that connection is going to be useful in the future or not. So what is the take-home message here? That these immediate metrics are myopic, right? And we want to think about the whole system more as an ecosystem, more holistically. So, but what does it mean, right? So basically, we started looking into how recommendations and members' actions benefit or not, benefit the larger product or not benefit the larger product. So then, when you think holistically, and this is kind of like the last part of the story, you need to think about what is the macro objective that you want to accomplish. And when we want to maximize this value that we provide to the member, we can think of a number of metrics, right? And sessions is usually the metric because it's a good proxy for member value. It's not perfect, but it's a proxy that often many companies use. But something more important for us was to realize that not all sessions are equal. Not all sessions are created equally. And this points us to a metric that we call our active community metric. So a better objective, we realize, is to enable every member to build and interact with an active professional community, one that helps the member provide and give and get help, stay informed, build meaningful relationships, get a job. So the key element here is the word active, right? So then we started changing our products so that and our AI to match this and to optimize this across all products, the same metric, right? And for example, it is important that the connection recommendation is relevant when I make a connection recommendation, but it's also useful to build a more engaging network. And so we need to take into account, what is the downstream effect of that connection? Is it going to generate more conversations or not? In the feed, maximizing for you to click on an update is a okay beginning. But then we started realizing that the reach was getting richer. And when I say that is creators that are very prolific and get a lot of engagement, we're even getting more engagement because the algorithm encouraged this. Whereas other creators that were also important, but maybe not as famous or well-known, were getting less engagement. So with this more holistic thinking, we started realizing that we also have to optimize for creator value. And then we started this utility in the feed as well. And we actually changed considerably how the feed, how the updates are seen, and we changed considerably how many creators were retained or how many came back to the site. So in terms of the methods, we had to then extend our methods, our machine learning methods, to things like global optimization methods like large-scale linear and quadratic programming, more sophisticated response prediction to be able to deal with more subtle objectives like deep learning and generalized mixture models, more general A/B experimentation. And this is not just AI, but we had to also use a lot of new techniques or extend the capacity of our infrastructure. So this is where how we got to the place where we are right now.
Got it. So Romer, let's take one step back, and if you can sort of walk the audience through your implementation journey, like how did you do it? Let's start off with maybe how did you put the team together for AI? Because as you know, and as we all know here in the Valley, finding good data scientists is probably the most difficult part of the puzzle. So how did you go about, let's start with that. How did you go about building your team? I mean, obviously these challenges are different for different kinds of companies. So if you can talk us through, what might be, what was your experience and what do you recommend for companies in general?
So yeah, that's a great question. When I joined LinkedIn, the AI team per se was called, had a different name, and at some point it became the AI team. But when I joined, it was still a relatively young team. And some of the things that I believe I can summarize as the key elements to build this team in a positive way, right? Where number one, the environment. Providing the right environment for AI engineers to apply their knowledge, explore and learn, is critical. As we know, a lot of AI engineers and scientists like to explore and like to learn new things. They're constantly trying to learn, and AI moves very quickly. So we want to provide the best environment for them to be able to develop and learn more. We started building tools that are important for their productivity so that their work can be done more efficiently. And we started thinking about how to industrialize in a way AI work. So what do I mean by that? One simple way to put it is, let's say we have many different teams. Can a member of one team quickly go and deploy a model? Let's say a member of the notifications team can quickly go and deploy a model in the feed, a model for the feed for which he or she may not be very familiar with. We would like to be able to make AI deployment and release so easy that anybody can do that with very, very little knowledge of the general tools that we have. We started a program called AI Ideas Program, where anyone in the team can propose or explore a topic and start a project, even in an area that is not part of his or her main responsibilities. And of course, this comes together with the right incentives. As you know, we need to work on a good balance of short and long-term efforts. Mm-hmm. So even though short-term efforts can deliver a metric win, long-term efforts are important to continue AI flowing in a very organic and natural way. And last but not least, in terms of this creating the right environment, is prioritize hiring people with diverse backgrounds. And this is referring to diversity in the broadest sense of the word, not just gender or ethnicity, but diversity in areas of specialization that are complementary to each other and are super important as well. Statistics, computer science, math, physics, economics. So that diversity, we have learned, have brought a lot of very much needed creativity and ability to challenge existing status quo, right, in how we build systems. So the other two elements that I think are critical to mention here in building a team is the support from the larger organization. So making sure that the larger organization appreciates the value and are clear about the contributions of AI, right? And if I may just mention just one thing that I think LinkedIn did relatively well, and I'm very proud of this, regarding creating this larger organizational understanding of AI, was the creation of this AI Academy program. Right? And this is one example where we created an internal training, right? This program was basically trying to teach everyone from software engineers to sales and management how AI works in order for them to be prepared to work with these technologies and to discuss this. So we have found this to improve communication and understanding. And it's also fun. I think people really enjoy these courses, and every session we do is massively attended. So I think this was a very key element that we started to put in place a few years ago. And just finally, to close this, our external presence, having an external presence in conference to share, not only to share our work, but to also meet other people and see what they're doing, is also super important for scientists and for engineers alike. And of course, as we go to these conferences, we try to hire and grow as diverse talent as possible. So we want to attend and participate in venues that are organized, for example, by underrepresented minorities, or in areas where maybe we don't have a lot of people in the team working on, but it could be an interesting extra set of knowledge that we bring to the field, like economics, for example, or statistics. So I think when you have all the work together, I think this culture flourishes and permeates everything that the team does. So let me just finish with that. I think this is something that I really enjoy talking about. I could talk about this forever. So sorry for the long.
No, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So you touched upon diversity and inclusion, and as you know, events of the last few months, the recent past, have brought this really into focus. So let's talk about how we can make AI models, or how does LinkedIn make these AI models think similarly, right? How do the AI models, how do you train the models to make sure that they are fair and inclusive, that they do not discriminate in any way in terms of gender or race or any of the other parameters, if you will? So how do you make sure that you train your AI models such that they are fair and inclusive?
So we're very conscious of this responsibility. So really, thank you for this question. And I have to start by saying, it takes a village, right, to build good AI products. And this question keeps reminding us that we need different perspectives and voices to be heard when it comes to guaranteeing fairness and inclusion. By the way, not just in AI, but in general. I think this is not just an AI problem. It's a very global problem. Also important to acknowledge that in the areas of fairness, there is a lot of researchers and engineers who specialize in these subjects and have been doing a lot of wonderful research, and we have been trying to keep up and sometimes contribute to that as well. So encourage everyone to do a search and take a look at the literature. So at LinkedIn, fairness and more generally trust is top of mind and permeates everything we do, right? So from the type of products that we build and how we invest in our employees as well, right? But when we talk about fairness, and I think this comes to the core of your question, we believe that we need to be concrete. And this starts with number one, creating the mechanisms to measure it, and then creating the mechanism to correcting it. So we're in early stages of a long journey for doing this. So I'll start by saying the following regarding the measurement part. So we, about maybe 1-2 years ago, we started a project called Every Member. So LinkedIn started this project, and this project is an interesting initiative, right? The goal is to identify for every launch or product update that we do. By the way, we measure everything via A/B test in a centralized platform. So for every one of these experiments, we want to measure the level of inequality that this brought across all of our members, not necessarily thinking about subgroups just to start, right? So this was primarily driven by the addition of new metrics to our A/B testing platform, and these metrics focus on inequality, or measuring inequality of the impact, right? For example, if a new feature increases sessions unevenly across all of our members, our inequality measure will increase, right? So some examples of these, just to be more concrete. We have a version of LinkedIn called LinkedIn Lite. I'm not sure you're familiar with that. LinkedIn Lite is like a faster, lighter app for LinkedIn. Maybe it doesn't have all the features and the graphics, but is built so that it works efficiently on a slower 2G or 3G internet connection. It also consumes less battery and is much smaller in size. So this was one of the reasons. This was launched, for example, in India for a great success, especially in areas where 2G network is often the only type of network that you have. So we observed this inequality metric to decrease. This was because the more accessible, easier to use, even you don't have a lot of bandwidth, the more accessibility helped the engagement for some groups who were less engaged, moving to the right direction when it comes to engagement, right? So another example of the use of this metric is recently we launched something called our Insta Jobs, or notifications, immediate notification, a job that we believe it is important to you, or that you have subscribed to, a type of job that you have subscribed to, is open. So our analysis found that Insta Job notifications had positive effects on our members, and it decreased inequality. So it moved inequality in the right direction, because more people with maybe sometimes not the large network that normally characterizes people who apply or have the ability to access more jobs was present. We will send you a notification. So so this was another example where this metric moved in the right direction. And by the way, this doesn't apply only to AI, but any product launch can be measured. We can measure this inequality metric effect. And we have open source this. We use, you can access this. This is an open source, and now you can actually compute this metric for any distribution that you like, and see what is that effect. So this is on the more general metric measurement side. There are other things that we have done that are more specific to AI, and I will quickly mention this as being two main things. One is measuring how our machine learning models work across different groups, and this is where we start introducing the notion of a group. Are our classifiers performing equally or comparably across groups? Let's say male and female, you consider as groups. If our classifiers are performing much better in one group than the other, then that's a reason to worry and maybe try to investigate why this is the case. And that's another way in which we, even before we launch a product, we try to guarantee a certain level of fairness in terms at least of how good our classifiers perform. And complementary to that is measuring what happens when you launch online. And for this, we compare we use metrics like demographic parity. Right? Is the probability of receiving a positive outcome in the system the same or similar across groups? And one step further, which is the last thing I'll mention, is what we call disparate treatment, right? This is like demographic parity, but it takes into account also the utility to the group. In other words, you don't have to have demographic parity if the utility to one group is much larger than the other. And so these are the two metrics that online we are in the process of implementing and seeing how they work, so that we can measure the level of fairness that our products are having, on the public. So I'll finish there. This is a very
interesting, long, and we can go on for forever, but unfortunately we are out of time. Thank you so much, Romer. It was a great talk, and yeah, thank you so much for your participation in Transform.
Thank you for having me. Really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, thank you so much to Romer and Harry. Now, please don't forget to go to the offstage audience Q&A, where you can continue to ask questions. Next up, we're going to have an awesome presentation, a case study, in fact, how Zappos leveraged AI to deliver accurate personalization, better customer satisfaction, and tangible return on investment. And delivering that is the head of ML AI research at Zappos, Amin Kazerouni. Please welcome Amin.
You'll often hear Zappos referred to as a service company that happens to sell blank: shoes, accessories, clothing, and experience. And that is exactly what my team at Zappos is tasked to do: increasing operational efficiencies and elevating the customer experience using machine learning and artificial intelligence research and engineering platforms. My name is Amin Kazerouni, and I'm the lead of the machine intelligence team at Zappos. What does machine intelligence mean, and what does it encompass? At Zappos, it encompasses a wide variety of different initiatives, including analytics, our experimentation platform, the search relevancy algorithm, which is how products rank in search, personalization, which is recommendations and sizing suggestions that we make on the website, profit intelligence, which helps us understand the profit generated by every item that we push out the warehouse, forecasting to help with supply and demand, price elasticity, and general inventory management. So the team obviously covers a gamut of different areas, and today we're going to use one example to go over the software and hardware stack of our machine intelligence infrastructure that allows us to be flexible and cater to these various customers, both internal and external. So first, let's talk through some general challenges in online retail. We've got fit. How does it fit? Will it fit me? What does it look like when I try it on? Selection, which is the question most retail consumers have on their mind, is, do I have everything available to choose from when I'm making my purchase decision? Relevancy, is your algorithm intelligent enough to narrow down to exactly what I'm looking for fast enough based off the concept and context the customer provides? And finally, supply chain. Do you have the right product at the right time, at the right price, in the right warehouse? All of these areas are prime candidates for support from a machine learning artificial intelligence team that can provide efficiencies and experiences. Today, we're going to be talking about sizing. Free shipping and free returns have become table stakes in the industry. One thing we all know is that this provides a tremendous strain on the bottom line, and you run the risk of damaged inventory making it back to your warehouse. Now, if a customer is purchasing multiple items to see how they all look, if a customer is buying different colors, if a customer is shopping for an entire outfit to be able to send back certain items, that's all part and parcel of the value proposition. But one use case that we often come across is when a customer buys something, it doesn't fit, they have to send it back and then wait for another item to come out to them. That right there is an example of a dissatisfied customer, a strain on the bottom line, and a prime candidate for where you can use math and data to try and come up with an innovative experience and solution to cater to a win-win situation, which is both great for the customer and good for the company. Today, we're going to talk about this example and how it fits into the machine learning software and hardware stack at Zappos. Before we jump into the details, let's talk about the solution a little bit. There's two core parts of the equation while trying to tackle sizing when it comes to shoes. One is what we call product biases. Sizes vary across different brands, across different product categories, and sometimes even specific products with different materials or with different shapes can have unique size profiles. So what we did first was we looked at every order and return that we've got in our historical data warehouse to understand how sizing varies across brands. That is, we look at someone purchasing a running shoe in brand A and then purchasing a hiking shoe in brand B and then purchasing flip-flops in brand C. If it's an 8, an 8.5, and a 9, you can understand those deltas and derive a feature space that is full of very valuable information encoded in it. The second half of that equation is what we call a customer's true size. A true size is the size that someone answers when you ask them, what size shoe do you wear? For me, the answer is an 11. The first two challenges that we ran into when trying to tackle this was realizing that multiple customers shop on the same Zappos account. Now, what that means is it's very difficult to identify what a single person's true size is. This launched a secondary problem that we needed to tackle. This is something that you'll come across very often while trying to solve for problems using machine learning, is new problems cropping up that require innovative solutions. At that point, I would strongly recommend taking a step back, evaluating the complexity of the new problem, and determining if it's worth pursuing the original problem statement or whether that is a roadblock in your current execution pathway. What we decided to do was implement a simple clustering mechanism to understand how multiple people can be behaving within a single account and identify each shopper in that process. The next step was removing all the product biases that we identified in the previous slide and settling on the true size per customer inside each account. And finally, we needed to account for fit preference. This was the second major problem that we ran into, which is when we realized that when dealing with a problem like sizing, you're not really accounting for the physical dimensions of the product as much as you're accounting for a psychological fit. And this is where the machine learning part of the algorithm starts kicking in a little bit. A simple way to describe this is all customers that buy running shoes from brand A in a size 9.5 do not all buy Oxfords from brand B in a size 10, because some people may like their running shoes a little bit tighter, some people may like their boots to have a little more wiggle room in the toe box, some people may like their flip-flops to be a little more comfortable. So that was the second part of that equation. Once we solved for these two pieces, we had about tens of millions of true sizes and hundreds of thousands of different product biases. At this point, adding these two halves of the equation together would give us confidence that we had a customer's size in a product they were looking at, and we were comfortable making that recommendation to them. The problem here is when you multiply these two numbers together, you get a large number of pre-computed solutions. So what we were left with is something that required live inference in production, regular retraining, because the customer base is constantly changing and our inventory position was constantly changing. And finally, we required a deployment strategy that did not have the experience cutting out every time we were updating the model. What we're going to do next is talk through the machine learning process using this example as a parallel, and we're going to dig into the technological implementations and basic tenets that we followed while putting this experience together. So the machine learning process from a high level comes down to, at Zappos at least, comes down to problem formulation, followed by data set design, followed by model selection, training and tuning, and finally validation. We're now going to start diving deep into each one of these and how it related to the sizing problem and how we tackled each one of these areas at Zappos. Problem formulation. Anytime you are faced with a machine learning problem, you are first going to get a business pain point. The very first step in the process is reformulating that business pain point as a well thought out mathematical solution. That mathematical solution then becomes the key aspect that leads to a customer experience that addresses the original business objectives. Using sizing as an example, nobody came to us and said, hey, we need you to build a sizing algorithm with a clustering component followed by a collaborative filter that's able to make a sizing prediction for the customers on the website. In fact, no one even asked us to solve for sizing related returns. The question that we got from the business was, return rates are too high, can you guys do something about it? This launched off an analytical study. This is where your analytical team comes in. A descriptive analysis of what's going on, who is returning what and why. What we learned from that research is customers are buying multiple colors in the same product. Customers are buying multiple products across the same product category. Customers are buying entire outfits and see how they play together. All that was fine. The use case that we identified that was important and seemed like the right portion of the problem worth solving for with machine learning was customers who were buying an item, it did not fit, were having to send it back and get another item in return. Here we identified a strain on the bottom line and a bad customer experience, and that is what we decided to tackle using machine learning. The second step in that process was, what are we trying to predict? When Amin, which is me, comes to the website looking for a running shoe, do we want an algorithm that just predicts a size 11, across all the different possible size labels, US sizes, UK sizes, European sizes. That would be one possible solution. But what that would result in is a 32 plus class problem spanning across the 16 hole sizes that a regular shoe size run looks like. What we then did was we looked at that problem, thought through it again, did some more research, and identified that most customers get sizing wrong within 3 half sizes, a 9, a 9.5, and a 10. In my case, 10.5, 11, 11.5. So what we realized we really wanted to do was identify the size that a customer most often shops in, and then turn it into a 3-class predictive problem. Stick to that size, round down or round up. This reframing gave us a much simpler problem to tackle. Lastly, we recommend chasing solutions and not methodologies. Don't take the fanciest algorithm or paper you just read and run around looking for a solution to solve with it. Effectively, don't take a hammer around looking for nails. We settled on clustering and collaborative filters, which was a simple MVP that got us where we needed to be. And today, the sizing experience is a collection of neural networks that we use to predict different types of sizing predictions in production, but that's where we started. The next step is dataset design. Step 1 is going to be data ingestion. Review the data that you have available and decide if you need to start collecting more data early in the process. If you realize that the process that you've laid out requires information that you currently do not have in your data warehouse, that is the point that you want to step back and decide if it's worth launching the effort to start collecting fresh data, launching the infrastructure to collect fresh data, or do you want to reformulate your problem to be able to use information that is available to you and has predictive power and trying to explain what you're trying to predict. The second aspect is being deliberate with feature selection. At Zappos, we follow a strict policy of peer-reviewed dataset design, which is the machine learning scientist looks through a feature library in a repository of features, identifies features that they believe is going to have predictive value in the model they're trying to develop, and then has a peer review process and determines the complexity of deriving each feature, which features are already available, which features require new infrastructure to derive, and makes a decision based off of that. Finally, think about inference always. Some features may be harder to compute at runtime and may not even be available at runtime. Features that are available during training have to be available during inference for your feature to act the way you are expecting it to act. So it's always important to keep inference in mind. At what point are you going to be making this prediction? And will you have the data available to make that prediction? This brings us to model selection, training, and tuning. I cannot stress enough how important it is to start simple. If you can use a linear regression to build an experience that solves for a business pain point over a generative adversarial neural network, build a linear regression every time. That is the approach we take at Zappos, and we've currently got north of 35 different experiences on the website exclusively powered by machine learning experiences. Fail fast and iterate faster is a second piece of advice here that has not led us astray. Instead of chasing perfect accuracy and instead of chasing the most complex model that solves for the entire use case, you start simple and iterate into the more complex initiatives. Sizing today is a collection of 3 different neural networks, and the collaborative filter produces only 2 of the inputs of those neural nets, which when we first launched the experience was the entirety of the predictive value that we leveraged to be able to suggest the size to a customer. Tuning is extremely important. Which model that you choose is only one part of the decision. How that model learns is a second massive part of the equation. This is a step that you can choose to either build or buy. At Zappos, we use third-party software to keep track of all the hyperparameter sets that we generate over the course of a tuning process, and we track those hyperparameter sets against model accuracy, against model coverage, so that we've got a library of hyperparameter sets and we're aware of how they're evolving over time. The final phase of the process is validation. This is an extremely important phase of the process, especially if you're not looking at machine learning as a R&D part of your organization, and if you're looking at machine learning as something you plan on relying on to drive actual ROI on core business initiatives. The very first step that you tackle at this part of the equation is defining accuracy. When we look at sizing as an example, what does it mean to get the prediction right? Does it mean that we predicted a size and the customer bought the same size? Or does it mean that we predicted a size and the customer ended up keeping that size? In the case of sizing, we decided that an accurate prediction was when we made a prediction, the customer bought the same size and kept that product for at least 45 days. What this told us was that it fit and they didn't perform an exchange to replace the product. The next thing to keep in mind is reality when possible and proxy when needed. While training a machine learning algorithm, you will often find yourself evaluating accuracy, precision, and recall on retroactive data that is available to you. In the case of the sizing problem, we looked at T-minus 90 days, used all orders and return data that was available to us to train the model, and then evaluated our model accuracy in the next 45 days so that we evaluated our model accuracy on T-minus 45 days. So we had 45 days of data that was not used during training, where we waited for the returns to come back in. The next phase of validation is a dark launch, or at least in the way we do it. A dark launch means we launch the experience on the website without actually changing the customer experience. We look at what prediction we would have made and what the customer buys and what the customer keeps. We're not measuring accuracy on retroactive data anymore. We're measuring the accuracy on real world data. Finally, when the dark launch looks good, we switch the experience to live and we launch an A/B test. I cannot stress how important it is to do an A/B test that just measures the original business objective, which is reducing your return rate. Very often you'll find that a model that is 90% accurate, just because it has good accuracy from a machine learning perspective, doesn't mean it's going to have the impact on your customer base that you anticipated having, or the reason you launched the project in the first place. An A/B test, independent of the machine learning, that is pegged solely on determining if your core KPI moved or not, is critical as the final phase of validation. When we launched this experiment and we let the sizing algorithm make predictions to customers for about 2 months, 50% of customers in a randomized sample, we saw that customers that experienced the sizing algorithm saw a 10% drop in sizing related returns. This was a tangible ROI that had multi-million-dollar impact to the bottom line by substantially reducing returns, and continues to do so. Over time, we saw customers get more comfortable with the prediction, and we saw customers start to trust the prediction more and more, leading to the adoption of the predicted sizes going up, rising from about 40% to sitting at about 70% today. So this is a constant return. Let's now jump into some core technology and tenets that we leverage while making these decisions, and a few pitfalls that we ran into. And some of these pertain to sizing, while some of these are just general principles we stick to for any machine learning experiences at Zappos. Number one is the team. Don't chase unicorns. It is expensive and very near impossible to find someone that is a good machine learning scientist, statistician, software engineer, data engineer. At Zappos, we follow a very strict principle of hiring individual people, individual contributors who are good at what they do and capable of working with others in the other spaces necessary. When you look at sizing as an example, our machine learning scientists built the models, our statisticians identified the opportunity and evaluated the test, our software engineers developed the APIs and exposed the models in production, and our data engineers handled the recurring retraining and deployment process. And all of them work cohesively together to produce this and many other experiences on the website. We then have language dependencies. In the similar thread to the first point, let people work in the language they are comfortable working in. When possible, we leverage technology to solve for language dependencies rather than forcing people to learn a new language. You've got Python, R, Julia, Java. An engineer is most comfortable innovating in a language they're most comfortable working in. We rely on contract-first protocols to solve for this. Examples are Avro, Parquet. We use Google Protocol buffers. They're able to cross-compile. They're light over the wire, they give you clean data transfers, and most importantly, they're language agnostic, which means we have our statisticians building intermediary data sets that we can translate into protobufs. We have our machine learning scientists building models that read in those data sets in Python, and we can take the output of pre-computed predictions from those models and deploy them and expose them via a Java REST API. Another aspect that we are very, very diligent about at Zappos is our feature repository. This is another place where you can build or buy a solution. And even if you don't have a sophisticated API in front of a collection of features that can be used and reused with different machine learning models in production, which is where we currently are at with Zappos, it's still important to build some kind of a feature repository. Where we first started was just governance via version control SQL statements and tables in our data warehouse dedicated to features. This results in reusable features, substantially less scope for human error, where somebody thinks a feature is derived one way while another scientist is deriving it another way. And finally, substantially higher velocity on model iteration, because rather than deriving features every time, what you are doing is picking and choosing from an existing repository. The next point that is critical is model interoperability. This is for when you cannot pre-compute the models and deploy pre-computed predictions, but if you need to deploy the model itself. We leverage DL4J or TensorFlow serving for deep learning models exposed via Java APIs, Core ML for when we need to deploy the model on iOS devices, in edge deployments, SageMaker endpoints, which is an AWS solution for being able to deploy models in Python exposed via REST proxy that can then be exposed via your microservice APIs, whatever language they may be in. Standards like PMML and PFA allow us to build in one language and get PMML representations of a model and deploy it in another. Onyx is another example of a wonderful open source community, the open neural network exchange that we leverage very often to translate neural networks from one framework to another. The final piece of advice is to productize. Constantly communicate with your products and UX teams early. We follow a strict principle of building experiences and not models. You degrade your models gracefully, and most importantly, build and expose your models over well-documented microservice APIs so they can be leveraged for new experiences. Sizing, for example, started as a prediction on the product page and has now evolved into suggestions on cart and checkout to constantly keep compounding on the gains of those predictions. Serve features, not algorithms, be customer-centric, chase the solution and not the fanciest model you see, and you will see a tangible ROI on your machine learning investments. My name is Amin Kazroni. I'm from Zappos. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take some questions.
One. Amin, thank you so much for a wonderful case study. I thought that was a fascinating presentation. Really appreciate you giving us an insight into how Zappos are using machine learning and really, using it for true return on investment, which, I know a lot of projects are there for statistics and understanding of business models, and then people are making decisions based upon that. But in this particular case, you're using that data to directly affect the return on investment, to the company, because you're effectively just delivering that new experience to the website without necessarily anybody realizing that. Now, one of the things I found interesting was you did talk about, having all of the different team members. You're absolutely right. It's very hard to find a unicorn or several unicorns who can do everything at once. But you talked about them in terms of technically knitting them together. Tell us a little bit more about how you, from a human side, make those four very different types of people actually work together as a cohesive team. How does that work?
So that's something we've not necessarily solved entirely as yet. It really depends from project to project. We see different success, but one thing that we've kind of tried to focus on is ensuring that the machine learning research scientists don't feel like a single team, and the software developers feel like a single team, and the analysts feel like a single team. The sizing experience is powered by a single team. Our forecasting engine is powered by a single team. Our search personalization is powered by a single team. So it's a kind of shared passion for the product that you instill in a pod like that results in them being able to create a language that they're speaking amongst themselves that's almost agnostic of their fields. They're bringing different skill sets to the table to serve a single goal or a single objective. And that kind of helps them drive projects to the finish line efficiently. That being said, there are some challenges, I think, in the fundamentals that you study when you technically become professional in any one of these areas that one team member may take for granted exists in the fundamental knowledge base of another team member. And that drop in communication sometimes may result in problems that you don't see until a little late in the game, but we're working on it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We have a great question here from Mukesh. Mukesh, thank you so much. How do you fail fast and iterate at Zappos? Do you have an ML ops platform? And if so, did you build it from scratch? Or are you using any particular service providers?
That's a great question, Mukesh. Thank you for that. It's kind of a mix. We do have an ML ops platform. It's broken up into a few components. The one that most recently went live is a feature library that allows us to pick and choose features from past models to put them together to create new data sets that feed into new models that we're training and deploying. We also have a deployment platform that allows us to deploy both things that we deploy as batch predictions, where we make all the predictions upfront on some regular cadence, have them available just for lookup in Dynamo. We're an AWS shop. lookup in Dynamo over just exposed via just REST. But then we also have live inference models that we deploy via SageMaker endpoints, which are all managed by our DAG orchestrator, which is effectively an internal MLOps platform that we built in-house. The reason for building in-house, I think, is when we needed it, the reason for it was that our ML scientists were spending more time maintaining existing models rather than creating new ones. So I think it's critical to have an automated deployment framework for your machine learning algorithms so that people can fail fast and deploy new experiences quickly. But when we came up with this need, there wasn't really anything out there that really catered to all of our needs. So we ended up building something in-house. But if you were starting today, I think there's some fantastic options out there that I would definitely explore before taking on the challenge of doing something like that in-house.
Excellent, thank you. Back when we had VB Insight, which used to be the research arm for VentureBeat, we did some research, and we were talking about, and this was entirely possible, taking all sorts of, with full permission, obviously, fitness data from things like Fitbit, et cetera, and actually, one of the hypothetical case studies was not just to take what you're doing, which is T minus 90 data, T minus 45 data, which is all your own data, right? I mean, that was the inference from your presentation. But then to combine that with where permission is granted, fitness data. So, somebody who does 20,000 steps a day is going to need different personalization, recommendations, different personalized recommendations than somebody who is doing 5,000 a day. Is that something that is, something you've thought about? Is that, part of your future roadmap?
It's absolutely something we've thought about, and that's an extremely insightful question, because one of the areas that we get it wrong most often is what we're calling hobbies, is the word we've come up with. It may not be ideal, but runners, dancers, ballet dancers, step dancers, soccer cleats, golf shoes. We sell all of these on Zappos, and we're slowly starting to realize that the nuances of fit change not only across sports and hobbies, but they change based off how serious you are within that sport. For example, if I buy a running shoe, I usually buy something that kind of fits the way I like my shoes to fit. But if you have a runner that's running marathons on the regular, they're accommodating for feet swelling and stuff like that, that affects the sizing prediction. And we're trying to tackle that. We try and keep it seamless, so you don't need to know we're catering to an athletic hobby and this and that, but it's just trying to understand historical data and see which types of shoes are maybe catering to more pro athletes and things like that are influencing the sizing predictions. And they do already factor into the model to some extent. And we want to start some singular focus in that area to try and get it right more often, because, when we're wrong, it's a negative experience we're creating. So it's upsetting, and we want to fix it.
Absolutely. Listen, I know that Harry has a great question for you, but unfortunately we're out of time on this part, so he will have to ask you that question in the offsite Q&A, where you're going to go next, Amir. So everybody who hasn't had their questions answered, go and ask Amir your questions in the offsite Q&A. In the meantime, Amir, thank you so much for being part of VentureBeat Transform. It's been absolutely wonderful talking to you.
Likewise, thank you.
Excellent. I really enjoyed that from Amir. Thank you once again to him. Next, we are going to go to a case study, how Pfizer successfully leveraged analytics and AI to scale their initiatives and achieve results. Speaking on that is Data Science Senior Director and Team Leader at Pfizer, Chris Kakanat, and he is in conversation with Kurt Mummel, CCO at Dataiku.
Hi, my name is Kurt Mummel, and I'm the Chief Customer Officer at Dataiku. For this fireside chat, I'm joined by Chris Kakanat, Senior Director of Data Science at Pfizer. Welcome, Chris. Would you like to say a few words to introduce yourself?
Sure, thanks, Kurt. Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Kakanat. I lead a data science team at Pfizer. Mostly been working over the last several years in the commercial space across various business units, global as well, in terms of different regions, and really focused in on starting to industrialize data science at Pfizer and analytics, and how do we actually start scaling those capabilities and really excited to be here and talk a little bit about our journey.
That's great. Thank you, Chris. Now, over the years that you and I have been working together, one of the things that's most impressed me is just how deeply ingrained data analytics and let's call it AI is to the business culture at Pfizer. You guys are really operating at a pretty significant scale with thousands of projects, thousands of people participating in the AI development process, hundreds of thousands of data sets. Can you tell us a little bit more about where you are today and what you see coming down the line?
Sure. Maybe I'll start a little bit of, sort of how we started this journey several years ago. And I think if you look at the first slide I have up, where we start looking at about 5 or 6 years ago, Pfizer sort of developed a plan to have an organizational technology transformation to move from a siloed organization where we were, if you look at these dots, they're basically representations of analytic functions across the globe. And we were very disconnected. We had different types of technologies, different processes, different people that have been hired throughout the legacy organizations. We're a very historic company. We've been around for 170 years. So it's all this sort of, people call technical debt. There's a lot of debt in terms of different processes set up. So what we wanted to do is actually start first by linking these organizations together. And so what we tried to do there in the second slide is really start saying, how do we start combining the collective intelligence across the organization? So the first area we tried to really emphasize is how do we empower the colleagues across the globe to master data sets? As there's a huge proliferation of data. Obviously, there's different technologies out there, different skill sets. So how do we empower every one of our colleagues, no matter if they're a clicker or a coder, to be able to leverage the technologies? So that was really one of the first pieces. How do we get these sort of muscles moving in terms of touching and interacting with the so-called big data? The second area is around the way we engage with our business partners. So really moving from a monologue. Analytics has a history, and data science has a history of more of the oracle sort of in the back, and this is the model, this is what it says. We tried to change it to really a dialogue amongst our partners. And we did this in a couple of ways, not only creating sort of interactive visualizations and sort of output to allow people to really interact with the models, but also how do we bring them together physically in a space? So building interactive studios where we, instead of having like a 6-week project where we have PowerPoints, we're actually co-creating, building in real time, doing what if scenarios. So if there's a question, we can answer those things in real time in the room. So really pushing analytics to the point of decision making. And the third area is around leveraging AI and machine learning for speed and smarter decisions. And there, what we tried to do is, how do we start testing out applying AI and ML to a variety of business questions? So don't always try to use machine learning AI for every single project. What are the right types of projects to start leveraging that? So we started, testing different types of sort of POCs or lighthouse projects to figure out where's the right fit for these types of initiatives. And so those like 3 areas really around empowering our colleagues, transforming the way we interact and engage with the actual business partners, and then leveraging new technology, machine learning, AI to scale.
Well, I'd like to dig into that first dimension a little bit more, just the people on hand, because one of the things that's really pretty fascinating about the way that you've gotten these teams to work together is how you've succeeded in allowing these individuals with vastly different skill sets, right? From some of the advanced data scientists that you have working in Python or R, working alongside maybe data engineers who are experts in Hive or Impala or SQL or Scala now, but at the same time, right, with this vast population of business analysts, of marketers, of really business-oriented profiles who may not be comfortable in code at all. I think you refer to them as clickers. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you made that happen?
Yeah, I mean, so if you take that same visual I have with the dots, they're actually people. So on the third slide, you really look at, here are the actual folks that are there. And when we're talking about the different profiles, you have Matt, who's a business analyst in the US, you have Alex, data engineer out in Europe, Olivia is in Australia, and they're all working on different projects, different initiatives. But how do we actually connect these folks together so that way, given this certain type of project, they're able to figure out, what put the collective skills. So what we've been able to do is, instead of having silos of skill sets, so in other words, a data engineer being able to say, oh, hey, Matt, why don't you take a look at my sort of data flow and understand what I've done? Maybe here's some of the metrics that you requested, but the actual business analyst is able to go in and understand, where did it actually come from? Was the metric, how was it calculated? Did it include a certain inclusion criteria? So all within the same workflow versus, these types of questions over email. So it's very similar to, sort of the Google Docs or these online collaboration. If people are familiar with, the Miro boards, sort of this like real-time situation where you have different skill sets sitting there. So I think one of the pieces is removing the barriers of sort of this being scared of the technology or certain types of skill sets. Oh, this is code, this is very scary. But sort of unmasking all this types of things across the organization, and then also really making things reusable. So the actual, depending on the expertise, we can actually plug that component into another part of the workflow. So if I'm a data scientist and I've developed maybe a really nice way of doing interpretability on a specific machine learning model, the actual maybe business analyst or data analyst doesn't need to know the details underneath, but they can leverage a reusable component that if there's any questions afterwards, they can always reach out to that person. But allowing this sort of self-serve plug and play methodology is what we've seen. It is a change in terms of people having to move away from their own silos that they've developed and their own ways of saying, hey, maybe I should explore different areas. But we find that it really brings out the curiosity among people.
Well, and Chris, that's really interesting, right? Breaking down these silos and getting people to work together. And I mean, you can tell me, but it sounds like that's ultimately what you're trying to get for the business, is to have these individuals with all these different backgrounds, all these different skills, really express that creativity in a collaborative way. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I think it's, one of the pieces in a large organization is that we're often tied to our titles. And I think people have this, or our role. So if a person is playing a role of a data scientist, or if they're a business analyst or data analyst, those terminologies are very vague depending on where you are in the organization, your experience. And so what we find is that no matter the background or what role you play on a project, it's more about the collective group coming together. So even though someone might be in more of a decision-making role, and perhaps they're a business analyst or a data analyst, their background might include various things. They could have a background in statistics, machine learning, et cetera. It's just that in that current position, they're not playing that role. Being able to provide different perspectives for the problem at hand is really what I think brings together, like amplifies the business outcome. So you'll find that especially on the business side, you really get some exciting response in terms of, wow, okay, this is how it's done. I can go in and understand it and manipulate it. Now, this doesn't happen everywhere. I mean, obviously there's different profiles out there depending on the project, but enabling it and allowing people to go in is what I think is sort of game changing in a way. It's almost that option to go in and understand. So similar to if you look at like a Waze or a Google Maps type of direction, oftentimes they'll give you the preferred route, and they'll also give you two or three other routes that may have no tolls and might have a gas station along the way. But here, the user or end consumer of the content has sort of a little bit of ability to play with the results depending on that, depending on the situation. And so I think enabling that type of interactivity is really critical.
That's great. Well, that gets us, quite naturally to the question of the technology to the platform. One of the things that I feel that Pfizer has done exceptionally well has been to think about the needs of your teams really from really a user experience perspective, almost like you're a product manager designing a product. Can you share with us how you've gone about that and what it's delivered for your teams?
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty recent item. I mentioned the story in the beginning of the chat here around linking, moving from a globalization, from a central like local market to a global interconnected organization. And that was one part of the enterprise. I mean, that was the commercial arm that we looked at. But as we start thinking about manufacturing and R&D and sort of linking together both from a globalization, but then cross sort of functions, I mean, that's a much different effort. And so what we've tried to do is try to, similar how you take apart business processes or build a software product, thinking about features, thinking about cross-horizontal capabilities. What are domain-specific capabilities that we tend to think on? So a lot of analytics is delivered end-to-end, like specific or a specific dashboard or report. But if you take apart that one sort of KPI or one chart or one model, what are the different components that make that up? And then how do we as an organization build those sort of Legos or building blocks and deliver them similar to a platform as a service or analytics as a service? So thinking, transforming the way our organization and our efforts are being developed to start developing almost like an operating system for analytics. So you'll essentially have the core engineering foundation. On top of that, developing sort of like a developer experience. You can think of this like an SDK where app developers can build different components. And then if you think about analytics as an application or a service, the way we're looking at it is you can have sort of the data products, you can have services. This could be either a translation service or maybe a machine learning scoring service. And then you have a sort of an application that combines different metrics or data products or KPIs or services together, and then start organizing our development teams along those lines. So thinking about what is the core developer experience, and when I say developer, we're thinking about it as app developers. What is a core platform team? And we're thinking really as an operating system of analytics where we have what are the sort of APIs or SDK? What are the underlying engineering frameworks that we need to keep up with the latest sort of cloud technologies or whatever technologies are out there and abstract it out? So this way we have almost like a platform for analytic application developers to build their own unique application, yet they're using reusable components. So I think that's one of the critical things is seeing analytics as a whole list of connected components, and how do you define those and actually build those out over time. And so that's been a really big change in the way we've been thinking about it over the last, I would say, year or so. And I think this will enable us to, if you look at analytics, a simple chart or a simple model, how do you take that across the organization? So if we're developing some kind of service or a metric, can we take that from a benchtop scientist who's in a laboratory and then somehow connect that to the manufacturing floor, right? Or a desktop or their web browser in an office. So how do you reuse those components across different modalities and different contexts? So really contextually aware analytics without having to custom code things. And so that's really, I see, a big part of where we're going towards to help both standardize, but then at the same time make analytics more configurable for the end user.
Well, and that notion of getting people to work together, we talked about the collaboration between the individuals, now about the interaction between the team, the people, and the platform itself, about that enabling reuse, knowledge sharing, collaboration that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Now, one of the things that is really key to doing this at scale, from what I gather, right, is this notion of that connectivity among the people, but also the people and the technology. I've heard you describe that as the graph, and I remember you telling me some anecdotes about how you built that graph in the early days. I think that involved quite a few frequent flyer miles. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. The move obviously to sort of cloud and the ubiquitous nature of computing and data, et cetera. In the past, I mentioned we're a siloed organization, moving to the the sort of the globalization. That was really by going to these local areas and understanding their business problems, looking at their data on the ground. I mean, this is 10, 15 years ago, where you'd fly in
that was you
places
flying from from
New
New York to Paris,
Japan,
New York to Tokyo,
yeah.
right?
And understanding, hey, okay, here you have this business problem. It's very similar to something we've seen in another country or another region. Can we get access to your data? So, and this is within our own company, right? So we're going to different places, obviously talking, and you spend weeks sometimes just understanding what data is available, how to get to it, and then you go back to your home office and start doing the analytics. I mean, obviously it's months and months. That institutional knowledge, or that context that from the experience that I had or whatever team members have, trying to bring that in real time as we go on to different projects. So you're really trying to connect those experiences, and you can think of it as a sort of a graph that connects. A lot of people think of graphs in terms of ontologies or et cetera, but really thinking about the reusability, the experience, like the last metric that I saw, the one that Kurt just saw, we might have shared something via email. It's not just about the reporting and the models, it's what we do every day in our workflow. So looking at analytics as a productivity enabler. And so, I might be looking at a Word document or an email or a PowerPoint. At the same time, I'm looking at a chart within there. So how do we actually connect these things, these items together? Because most of the analytics we're running at an ad hoc basis is probably already answered. It's just that we didn't know about it. And so having that ability to, as we were typing in almost like a search, has this question been answered before we even start a project, right? So that's really a lot of what the graph will hopefully enable, is sort of short-circuiting an entire effort, and finding those components that we can then build on.
And just asking you to pull out your crystal ball, how far off are we from that future when you can have that sort of perfect knowledge of the graph, maximal reuse of institutional knowledge? How far off are we?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard. I mean, it's pretty, if you want to really have a real connection between all the entities that we're dealing with. I mean, I think what we're trying to do at one level is from a sort of the ground up. What are the actual activities that people are working on? How are they interacting with data? So that's one angle. And then on top of that, from the sort of top down, is how are we structuring our decisions? How are we structuring our projects? So that knowledge management on the project side, and then linking those two together. So this link between, sort of the boardroom or PowerPoint discussions into interactivity. That's the sort of, I would think, the holy grail in a way, if we can actually link those things, understand what data drove those decisions. And right now we've done a great job in terms of cataloging our data, understanding what data is available, starting to look at reusable pipelines. And then I think the next level, once we're able to build these applications, we can then understand the usage of those apps, where people are sort of pulling insights from and what decisions they're making off of. And I think that will be the sort of the next level.
That sounds great. Let's work together. Let's get there together. Looking forward to working with you on that, Chris. Thank you so much, Chris. That's been fascinating to hear about the journey that you've been on, and it's been a long journey. You were saying 10 or 15 years, right? That we've been at it, and it looks like the future is bright. So, thank you very much, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt.
Thank you, Chris, for that very insightful talk. We do have some questions already coming in through the Slack channel, and we encourage people to keep posting them there as well. The first question is about the role of AI, in particular in the healthcare field, given that it is more sensitive since we're dealing with human life. The question is about the accuracy. How do you ensure that the accuracy of your work is high enough given those sensitivities?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's a very important one. And I think a lot of speakers during the day have talked a little bit about ethical AI and having a framework in place. And the way we think about it is really looking at a persona-based framework, depending on the various roles. So as you're experimenting internally, starting to think about from a data scientist perspective, what are the key things that folks are interested in? So mostly around quality when you're experimenting and understanding, is this a robust model? As you take it further along the life cycle, as you work with business leaders to understand where can we actually apply these? What's the appropriate use? When and where can we appropriately use these types of algorithms? Because in one use case, it might be appropriate, and one use case, it may not be. So having that really good understanding of what is the scope of these algorithms, how are they built? And then you get to the external community side where you're talking with key opinion leaders, regulators, looking at safety and compliance. So how do you prove that these algorithms don't discriminate? And then even going further, as we look at HCPs, healthcare professionals, how can we be confident that if you're informing a clinical decision, is there trust there? And then even on the patient side, you can go all the way to, why did this algorithm provide this certain prediction? So what we're trying to do is build tools for each of those personas. So really clear guidance for stakeholders on the appropriate use, a lot of education and making sure that's part of the system. And I would say risk assessment procedures, analytical tools to address these. So as we're building certain models, we're thinking about creating sort of wizards, sort of guided model making, where we can detect certain biases already that have been sort of identified and trigger a warning to users. So that's where we're seeing this going, where it's more of a guided build.
Fascinating. And I imagine that automated detection of potential biases, that's part of your plan also for continuing to scale these initiatives. I'm curious, how else are you thinking about that scaling in the organization, and how you could achieve even greater scale than you have accomplished already, potentially even sooner?
Yeah, but I think depending on the sort of output we're looking at from a persona base. So from the data scientist, not everyone will have the same experience. So we want to really democratize that knowledge. So how do you do that? You have different toolkits that we're looking to address. These are explainability, interpretability type of things that are helping the data scientists and folks from that angle. So productizing that, putting that within the actual model build. But then as we develop the output, and this might be a diagnostic tool or a scoring algorithm, creating the user experience to clearly identify any kind of biases already ahead of time. And so not every person developing a product internally doesn't have to think through all of those components. So being able to plug in a framework within their certain product that they're building.
Great. Well, we've got another question from the Slack channel, and this is one that's certainly very topical and top of mind for everyone, and I imagine perhaps one you've received in your personal life. But the question is about COVID and a vaccine. And let me read it to you. Can AI help us find a vaccine for COVID faster?
I mean, in a general sense, I think from the COVID, obviously, it's a very hot topic. From a pharmaceutical landscape, there's multiple angles to this. There's a core research and development, assisting the R&D researchers, all the way to manufacturing, supply chain, and then clinical trial site selection, understanding the logistics and optimization of that. So, machine learning and AI is being used across the board, all the way from clinical trial to or the supply chain angle, and then even early on in R&D. So it's definitely integrated within the processes. But it's very exciting. I mean, if you think about the potential to integrate massive amounts of data, starting to connect various parts of our organization in real time as we deal with this epidemic, it's been rewarding on that front.
Great. Well, let's certainly hope that that you're all successful as quickly as possible. We have about 1 minute left, or a little bit less than 1 minute left in our Q&A session. Just real quick, Chris, we have one more question coming in. Here we go. Let me ask you this one. can you say anything more about how HCP healthcare professional and how to be confident that there is trust there?
So on the HCP side, right? Yep.
Yes, exactly. In particular, as that population. We just have about 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key there is to work with the appropriate regulatory commissions, understanding the purpose of whatever product we're trying to assist with with AI. So it could be an awareness, understanding. So really building in that trust with the medical community, and those are standard things that we do all the time with external stakeholders, working with either patient communities or medical professionals.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Chris, and thank you to everyone who asked the questions. We're going to continue the discussion in the offstage Q&A. You'll see the link to that in the Slack channel. So thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Great to see Kurt again, and thank you to Chris. We're going to go into a fireside chat for you now, demystifying AI interpretability. Now, don't forget, first of all, that you can head off into the offstage audience Q&A to go and chat further with Chris and Kurt. But now, let's keep things rolling on. And to present this fireside chat, we have Ayan Stoica, co-founder of Rise Labs, UC Berkeley. And they'll be in conversation with Jed Doherty, VP of Field Engineering at DataIQ. Over to them.
Hi, I'm Jed Doherty, VP of Field Engineering at DataIQ, and I'm here today with Ayan Stoica. We're going to be talking about reinforcement learning. Ayan's a great person to learn about reinforcement learning from, since him and Rise Lab are responsible for creating some of the most widely used tools in the data science community, including Spark, Mesos, and most recently Ray. Ray is particularly applicable to our current topic, as it was initially developed with reinforcement learning in mind. In addition to leading Rise Lab, Ayan co-founded Databricks and was its first CEO. So let's jump right into the questions. How is reinforcement learning a paradigm shift from the classic supervised learning process that many of us are pretty familiar with? This process being kind of, we collect tons of data, run a big train, deploy a model, then wait for it to start degrading the performance to update it. What does reinforcement learning make different from that?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Very happy to be here. So like you mentioned, the supervised learning, which is used in many successful applications today, image recognition, language translation, and many more, it fundamentally tries to associate an input with an output. It tries to learn mapping between inputs and outputs. In contrast, reinforcement learning is about interacting with the world, with an environment, and trying to maximize some reward. So in reinforcement learning, you have an agent which observes the state of the environment, of the world, and make decision. We may change the state of the environment, and the goal of this agent is to maximize this particular reward. And in the process, it's going to learn a policy which will guide its actions based on the current state of the world. Is going to make a particular decision. This is what policy is going to provide that next decision. And there are many examples. Probably, as you know, some of the most famous one are playing games, including Google's AlphaGo and many DeepMind's reinforcement learning systems and algorithms to play Atari games. And in those cases, it's very clear, right? It's like, for instance, if you play a Go, an action is to move a piece on the table. In the environment is a layout of the table with all the pieces, black and white. And the reward, it's winning the game. And one particular thing about where the reinforce name is coming from is that, you do not, in reinforcement learning, you do not have labels like in the supervised learning. You just take the actions and then you see what is the outcome. So you play the game, you move the pieces, and at the end, if you win the game, then you are going to reinforce the moves you made in that game. If you are going to lose a game, you are going to negatively reinforce the moves of that game. So next time it will be less likely to make the moves who led to a lost game previously, and it's most likely they are going to make the moves which led to a victory previously.
So with reinforcement learning, a big part, it sounds like, is you don't necessarily have to do this data collection and data preparation process. Is that the case? Like, what is it? If you're starting on a reinforcement learning problem, what kind of things do you start putting together?
Yeah, so it depends. It's a good question. It depends very much about the problems you are trying to solve. So for instance, it's true that in the case of playing a game, collecting the data happens during the playing itself. So you don't need to a priori collect the data. So of course, if you have, it's again, the goal of the reinforcement learning of the agent is to build this policy, which will lead to maximizing the reward. And this policy fundamentally takes, observe the environment, and based on that observation is going to make a decision, which hopefully will lead to maximizing the reward. So now you can use, if you have data, to train this policy a priori, and then to refine it while you are playing, say, the game or solving the problem. But it's not necessary. And this was what, in some sense, was illustrated by AlphaGo, which initially they used all the database of the existing games to learn reasonably policy and then refine it also during the games. To AlphaZero, with AlphaZero used no prior information, and eventually AlphaZero was a better program than AlphaGo.
With just pure iterative learning instead of preceding
just pure
it with that
iterative learning. And it's not like you do not need data in the reinforcement learning. By the way, to acquire the data you need is by interacting with the environment and observing the reward.
Cool. So like generative
creation
of data.
It's like what humans do, like we do. We interact with the environment. We have a particular goal, and we take the actions to achieve that goal, right? Going to the airport, any of these many examples you are going to you do every day. Well, not every day now. You are not going to the airport anymore. So, but preparing your breakfast and other things.
So some of the examples, or a lot of the examples you've used for reinforcement learning so far, are games where you have complete information. I guess you know the whole chessboard, or the whole Go board at once. Can reinforcement learning also be applicable in games with incomplete information?
Absolutely, and in the most practical cases, you do have incomplete information. Like, for instance, if you are going to use reinforcement learning to guide a robot how to get from A to B, the robot will only have observation about the environment through its sensors. Images, radar, maybe sound. And is going to navigate. He's going to navigate only based on this information, because this information is the only thing the robot has to capture the state of the environment. The same, obviously, thing it's in self-driving cars when using reinforcement learning.
Right. We don't have a map of the entire world built into them from overhead or anything
Absolutely.
like that. They're running as they move. Okay.
Yeah.
So when we think about some of this terminology used in reinforcement learning, agents and simulation, it evokes a lot of mathematical and kind of psychology ideas, tests on rats in a maze, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Is this a coincidence? And what is this history of reinforcement learning that leverages all these ideas?
Yeah, that's a good question. So actually, there are multiple threads which came together to create what is today reinforcement learning. And these threads came together only around 1980s, actually. Still a long time, but compared to when these threads have started, it's not that much long ago. So there are a few threads. So one thread is about learning by trial and error, and this is psychology and studying the animal behavior. And for instance, the Edward Lee Thorndike had this great experiments with a cat you put in a puzzle box and observes how the cat actually learned by trial and error to open the box by using some latches, moving some latches. And once the cat opens the box, then the cat is going to get a reward, like a good meal. And he demonstrated for the first time how animals are very successful or by using this trial and error to learn a new behavior. And then once you learn it, and the next time the cat in the box is going to open the box faster and faster and faster. So that's one thread. The other thread is coming from operational research, is like, and engineering in general, it's optimal control. So this is about optimizing some processes or chemical processes, or there are this. One particular example you've ever played is that when you land a spacecraft, or say on the moon, right? You need to control the thrust as a function of the mass of the spacecraft, the velocity, and the height, so that you can land without crashing. So that process, how you're of controlling the thrust to land smoothly is what optimal control is about. There are also other from programming language, from computer science. It's dynamic programming. It's obviously a way to compute a solution which subdivides a problem in smaller problems, and actually they observe that, take advantage of that many of these sub-problems are actually part of the same instance. And then it computes only once the solution for that instance, and then it's reusing it over and over again to reduce the complexity. So, and then it's also Markov decision process and things like that. So there are many things which are coming together, and kind of they coalesced in around the 1980s to create what we know today as reinforcement learning.
So reinforcement learning, in my mind, well, and maybe in the public's mind, if you ask some Joe on the street to describe AI, he might describe something much closer to reinforcement learning than to supervised learning, right? As something that iteratively learns about its environment and the best way to perform actions over time. Sounds a lot closer to AI than, okay, we dump a bunch of data in here and find some patterns.
Yeah.
Why do you think that supervised learning has kind of, up until recently, been the predominant use case in industry, more so than reinforcement learning?
Well, for two reasons. First of all, it's with supervised learning, you still can solve a lot of very practical problems about cognitive recognition problems, right? Problems like humans are doing it subconsciously, right? And the second thing, it's easier, especially when you have data, right? You just need to learn a mapping between the inputs and the outputs. With reinforcement learning, you actually need to almost learn like a program, right? Because reinforcement learning is about a sequence of decisions to get to a result, the desired results, to maximize the desired reward. So I think these are one of the reasons, and it's again like you mentioned. You need, with reinforcement learning, you need also to interact with the environment to learn these policies. And that interaction can be slow. It's like it can take a lot of iteration, a lot of interaction with the environment to learn a good policy. The reason we saw a lot of successes in the gaming is because with gaming, it's easy to simulate them, right? And it's easy, right? So you can do these trials. I have a policy, I'm going to test it, and I see how it's performing, then I'm going to improve it. You can do it very fast. But if you think about a robot which is working, which is navigating in the real world, the interactions are much slower. It can lead, to some physical damage of the robot if you make the wrong decisions. So it's more expensive, slower, and that's why it takes much longer. So that's why it's more difficult.
Right. I can run a game over and over, but I can't run the world over and over. Or I can maybe distribute a game in parallel, but I can't put the world in parallel.
Yeah. So that's why you see that a lot of work in reinforcement learning, even for practical solving practical problems, rely heavily on simulators, right? You have driving simulators. You can have simulator for a manufacturing process and many more.
Is it fair to say that your reinforcement learning algorithm is going to be only as good as the simulations you're training it on?
Not really, because once you learn in a simulator, hopefully, and there are many solutions out there, but hopefully you have a good enough good enough policy. So when you are going to deploy it in the real world, you are going to continuously refine it. The nice thing about reinforcement learning is continuously refining it, continuously interacting with the environment, and then it's going to improve its policy, right? So in some sense, simulation can provide you a good starting point, which will allow you to be much more efficient. You're going to enable the agent to be much more efficient in tuning and refining the policy in the real world.
So we can start it with a simulation and then let it finish in the real world.
Yeah, it has a name, a sim to real. And there is a lot of work on that.
Amazing. So I wanted to talk a little bit here towards the end of the session about Ray. So Ray is one of the fastest growing open source projects in the world right now. And it's sprung out of your lab and in some ways out of your mind. Can you tell us a bit more about it and its roots in reinforcement learning?
Yeah, we started Ray because what we wanted to do is to scale up some machine learning algorithms. And soon when we started Ray, initially was distributed training, we started to focus on reinforcement learning. Because reinforcement learning, it's not only very promising, but like we discussed earlier, it's very demanding. It's a very difficult workload. If you think about reinforcement learning, it's like you need to do inference, you need to do training, you need to do large-scale simulations, and you may need also to do some data ingestion and processing. You need to do inference because this is what the policy is doing, the agent is doing. It's looking at the environment, think about the observation of the environment. It's like a query and makes a decision. The decision is like an answer to the input, which is a state of the environment. Then as you are going to interact with the environment, you are going to get new data points. And then you are going to use these data points to train and to improve the policy used by the agent. So this is training. Then the way you are going, like we discussed, in many cases, the way you are going to evaluate these policies is you are going to do it by performing simulations. And you are going to do lots of simulations at the same time. And when you are going to interact with the real world, you are going to get the observations through sensors, so you need to process this data to make sense of the world around you. So fundamentally, it's all this workload. So you need very generic framework to support these workloads. And as a proof point that this is indeed, it requires a pretty bespoke system. If you look about some of the leaders on the reinforcement learning, like OpenAI, DeepMind, and so forth, they build their own systems internal, even for new algorithms, which they build a system for a new algorithm, they build new systems. And that's obviously, it's very time consuming and so forth. And our goal was to build a system which is general enough that is going to support reinforcement learning. And this is what we built Ray. And because reinforcement learning is such a general workload, Ray is also going to be useful for many, many other workloads. And the key reason of why Ray is general, to put in a nutshell, it's basically takes the two concepts you have in almost any imperative language, and that's functions and classes, and allows the programmers to execute this function remotely and instantiate the classes remotely and asynchronously. And this asynchronicity is providing you ability to run multiple tasks and instantiate multiple classes. We call the instance of a class an actor in parallel. So that's how you get parallelism and scalability. So it's a very flexible and general language and framework.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for building it and releasing it into the world. We've reached the end of our time here. We'll be moving over towards the questions. Thank you so much, Ian. It was illuminating, and I really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Well, hi, Ian. Welcome to the backstage here for some additional questions from the audience and from myself. Just waiting for a little musical interlude there, but it looks like we're going to dive right in. Thank you so much for that really edifying breakdown that we just had. I had a couple more questions around applications of reinforcement learning and the process there. So it seems like reinforcement learning obviously ends up being most easily applicable when you have some individual kind of metric that you can optimize for, something that points you can gain, perhaps. When we're approaching real-world problems, for example, I think reinforcement learning has been well applied to, for example, resource management and computer clusters. Things like that. How do we go about deciding which metric is a good one to use, a good one to tell our agents to optimize for? Is there kind of a good rule of thumb or a process to figure that out?
This is a great question. So at a high level, unfortunately, the answer is depends. Depends on the problem, depends what it's important for that problem to optimize. For instance, in the case of the resource management you're mentioning, probably you want to maximize resource utilization. Or if you are looking at the workload, you may want to minimize the time it takes to finish that particular workload. We did quite a bit of work in optimizing, using reinforcement learning to optimize the systems. For instance, we did some classifications. So classify packets in the network, which is a fundamental building block of today routers, firewalls, and things like that. And in that case, you need to do it both fast, but also, and for that we use reinforcement learning to build a classification tree. But also we need to be very efficient in terms of memory, because we do not have very fast memory, a lot of very fast memory in these routers. So in this particular case, it's a combination between the depth of the classification tree, which gives a latency. The depth, it's a proxy for how fast you are going to do packet classification, and the size of the tree, which is a proxy for the memory footprint. So yeah, these are some examples, and it's exactly the thing about reinforcement learning that is very natural to use any kind of metrics you care about for the particular problem to optimize.
Great. I have a question from the audience here, and I'm going to try to infer a little bit about it. An audience member asks, can reinforcement learning make AI cheaper to implement? And maybe we can spin that a little bit to say, in which ways is reinforcement a cheaper way than classical ML?
If anything, reinforcement learning is in general more expensive. You need a lot of more samples, so to speak, to a lot of interact. You need to interact a lot with simulators or real world in order to learn a good policy, a good program. However, what is nice about reinforcement learning that you can, this is some of the work we've done in the RISE lab, is you can use a reinforcement learning to build classic solutions which are very, so to speak, effective. Like in the examples I mentioned earlier about packet classification, we didn't use, say, supervised learning to map the packets based on the header information into different classes, which tells us what we need to do the packets, or we need to drop them, or we need to treat with a higher quality of service or things like that. Indeed, we use reinforcement learning to synthesize a decision tree. And now, if you can synthesize the decision tree, which is very efficient, you can use that very effectively even in today's systems, and you are going to improve actually the speed and the efficiency of this system because you synthesize a better solution. You can think long term that you can synthesize, you have a different work on query optimization for databases. So you can use to synthesize better query plans. It's again, this will improve the efficiency of the existing systems. Or who knows, in the future there is work. We did also a little bit of work in that direction, but it's a very difficult problem to synthesize programs, right? So I think in this sense, reinforcement learning is very promising. So it's again synthesizing better, so to speak, classic solutions.
Got it.
But
so we're generating systems even more than just solving individual problems.
It's exactly. Or Google is using reinforcement learning to provide better layouts for chip designs, right? So I think that's a very promising approach. Again, synthesizing, what I would call classic solutions.
Brilliant. And we'll be able to have a more conversation in the breakout Zoom room, but that's all the time we have on the main stage here. Thank you so much, Ion, and best of luck.
Thank you. Bye.
That was a wonderful and supremely interesting conversation. Thank you so much, Ion and Jed. And do go and have more conversations with Ion and Jed over there on the offstage audience Q&A. Now it is time for me to pass over to your two hosts for VentureBeat's second annual AI Awards. I would love to introduce Matt Marshall and Andrea Rene.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea Rene, co-founder of What's Good Games and one of your MCs during VentureBeat Transform 2020. I'd like to welcome you to the second annual VentureBeat AI Innovation Awards.
And I'm Matt Marshall, founder and CEO of VentureBeat. As journalists, our job and calling at VentureBeat is to discover, share, and educate and inform people about transformative technologies that impact business, society, and the world. We dig, we listen, and we tug on threads that become stories. This is our second AI Innovation Awards aimed to honor emergent, compelling, and influential work drawn both from our daily editorial coverage and the expertise, knowledge, and experience of our nominating committee members. These awards give us a chance to shine a light on the people and companies making an impact in AI.
Without further ado, let's begin with the first award.
Natural language processing and natural language understanding are increasing in importance. Smart assistants continue to find a place in our homes and offices. Translation services create a more global world, and the technologies enable all manner of useful productivity tools.
While Siri and Alexa may steal the spotlight, exciting new use cases continue to emerge, and the capabilities of NLP and NLU continue to improve. The nominees for this year's NLP NLU Award are Dr. Dilek Haqqani Tour for her work on natural language processing and conversational AI for over 2 decades, including her extensive research and dozens of patents. Benevolent AI for their work in using AI and machine learning to improve drug discovery and development. StereoSet for their work in uncovering bias in language models. And Hugging Face for their work in advancing and democratizing natural language processing, including through its participation in the open source community.
And the winner is StereoSet.
Hey, I wanted to thank VentureBeat for choosing StereoSet as an AI Innovation Award winner for 2020. My name is Moin. I'm a master's student at MIT. And on behalf of Anna, who's a senior data scientist at Facebook, and Siva, who's an associate professor at McGill, we'd be honored to accept this award. Personally, I follow VentureBeat very closely for all of my AI news, so this was really exciting. I also wanted to thank everyone who helped to get us here. My roommates, our paper reviewers, and Intel who financially supported the project. I'm really excited to see StereoSet help drive fairness forward in natural language models, and hopefully, fairness can become a key consideration in the development of natural language models. Thanks again.
The field of AI is full of new ideas and compelling research, but the needs for practical applications of AI gets more urgent every day. RPA to reduce human toil, streamlined processes, more intelligent software and services, and other solutions to real-world work and life problems are just a few of these applications.
Real companies are trying to develop and implement AI right now, and they need solutions that solve business problems today while also planning for the future. The nominees for this year's Business Applications Award are Jumbotail for its efforts to empower traditional mom-and-pop stores in India to become modern convenience stores through its AI backend technology. Codota for its machine learning-powered platform that suggests and autocompletes code to reduce the cost of software development. Raza for its open-source conversational AI tools that enable startups to build their own natural language processing systems. And Dr. Richard Soker for his role in bringing forth real AI applications from initial research to deployment.
The Business Application Award goes to Jumbotail.
Computer vision is an exciting subfield of AI that's at the core of applications like facial recognition, object recognition, event detection, image restoration, and scene reconstruction. And that's fast becoming an inescapable part of our everyday lives.
And even though they sound like a future right out of Cyberpunk 2077, these very real technologies are having a major impact across the globe. The nominees for this year's Computer Vision Award are Platform AI for its work helping domain experts who don't necessarily have AI expertise deploy AI products and services. Abebe Berhani and Vinya Prabhu for their powerful work, Large Image Datasets, a Pyrrhic win for computer vision that examined the problematic opacity, data collection ethics, labeling and classification, and the consequences of large image datasets. Dr. Dhruv Batra for his work towards creating AI agents that can perceive their environments, carry on natural-sounding dialogue, navigate through and interact with their environment, and consider their long-term consequences of their actions. Ripcord for its unique portfolio of physical robots that can digitize paper records using computer vision, lifting and positioning arms, and high-quality RGB cameras.
The Computer Vision Award goes to Abebe Berhani and Vinay Prabhu.
Hello, hi everyone. This is Abebe Berhani. We are so thrilled to hear that our paper on large image datasets has won VentureBeat's AI Innovation Award in the area of computer vision. Thank you so much. Our paper basically explored large image datasets. More specifically, we delved into ImageNet and tiny images, and we found various troubling issues with it.
In this work, we cover aspects of the threat landscape on account of these ethical transgressions in terms of both loss of privacy and the ensuing blackmailing threat faced, especially by women whose images were non-consensually included in these datasets on account of the recent rise in these high accuracy reverse image search engines that basically gives up their real world identities, and as well as the perpetuation of unjust and harmful stereotypes that emanates from mapping human faces to categories or classes, including many ethnic slurs.
Our hope with the paper is to raise awareness within the machine learning community of both the problems surrounding the curation of large image datasets and the downstream effects of training machine learning systems using such data. And we are very thrilled to see that the paper is already having an impact, as MIT has taken down the tiny image dataset. We couldn't be happier. Thank you.
It's no secret, giant corporations are pushing AI technology forward at an incredible pace. But the field is also filled with startup companies. But let's be clear, AI is by no means a gold rush for small newcomers.
So much about the technology still has to be created, perfected, and implemented. So AI startups have to have a killer idea and superb execution to thrive. This award spotlights a startup that holds great promise for making an impact with its AI innovation. The nominees for this year's Startup Spotlight Award are RelaMetrics for its full-stack computer vision and machine learning software for QA and process control in Industry 4.0 applications. Dr. Daniela Braga, Define CrowdCorp for creating high-quality training data for enterprises' AI and machine learning projects through crowdsourcing. Flatfile for AI-powered data onboarding technology for enterprises is designed to replace manual data janitoring. And Do Not Pay for its bot technology that automates helping people solve legal issues.
And the Startup Spotlight Award goes to Dr. Daniela Braga, Define CrowdCorp.
Hi, my name is Daniela Braga, and I'm the founder and CEO of Define Crowd. Today, I'm truly humbled to receive this award on behalf of Define Crowd. The last almost 5 years have been quite a ride, and this recognition makes us so honored. Since 2015, we grew to 300 employees in 4 offices globally. We've raised more than $63.5 million, and we've released several products like our training data for AI marketplace, Define Data, that we just announced last week. It has been intense, but I'm backed by an amazing team who has helped me making the nearly impossible projects come to life. I'd also like to thank to our investors who've believed in me and in my team, and that helped us growing so fast. Thank you, VentureBeat, for this recognition, and hope to see you all in next year's edition.
We're no strangers to reports of AI being used for malicious or banal purposes, but every day it seems that more uplifting stories are emerging. The next award for its AI technology application, advocacy, or activism that protects and improves human lives, that operates to fight injustice, improve equality, and better serve humanity.
Sometimes it's about AI researchers and professionals fighting a righteous fight for legislation and oversight. And other times it's about applications of AI technology that makes the world a better place. The nominees for this year's AI for Good Award are Machine Learning Emissions Calculator for its creator's contribution to holding the machine learning community accountable for its environmental impact. Neurame for its non-invasive, radiation-free, early-stage breast cancer detection for women of all age groups using thermal imaging technologies and AI-based analytics software. Dr. Pascal Fung for her contributions to human-machine interactions, including through her work as a director of the Center for AI Research at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, where she's helped create a system and an interface that enables researchers and medical professionals to quickly glean answers to their COVID-19 questions. And Dr. Timnit Gebru for her work fighting racism, misogyny, and other biases in the AI community, not just in the actual technology, but within the wider community of AI researchers and practitioners.
And the AI for Good Award goes to Dr. Timnit Gebru.
Hello, this is Timnit, and I wanted to record this short video saying thank you so much for giving me this award and for actually being supportive of my work. I think VentureBeat is one of the few people that has people of color covering topics of AI, and Kari Johnson has been someone who's covered a lot of works by Black people in the field, and I would love to see more of that happening. But thank you for the support. Thanks.
Congratulations to all of this year's nominees and recipients. It certainly is exciting as an outsider to the AI community to see just the amount of amazing work that's happening, and I find it incredibly inspirational.
Andrea, you're right. It's such an important time. These awards are important to reward and recognize people who are doing such meaningful work. I encourage online access pass and VIP attendees to join the reception. The link is in the reception session and will also be shared on the Slack channel.
Well, congratulations to all of those incredibly worthy winners. Well done to everybody involved. Now it is time to wrap up for the day. This is the end of day one. Well, not quite the end of day one, because if you are an online access holder or a VIP member, you can join the reception session for a virtual cocktail. It's just like a real cocktail, only virtual. We've heard from some amazing people today. I've really enjoyed and have been honored to MC day one of VentureBeat Transform 2020. Remember to tune in tomorrow morning for the Diversity and Inclusion Breakfast. And of course, day two, which is the Conversational AI Summit. You do not want to miss that. In fact, why don't you tell Google, Alexa, Siri, or any of your conversational AI assistants to remind you to be there exactly on time where we'll get started. Thank you to all of our sponsors, our partners, our media partners, our advisors, everybody that's helping to make sure that VentureBeat Transform 2020 is going wonderfully well and as smoothly as possible. I'm Stuart Rogers for VentureBeat. Thank you everybody so much. And I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, and balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation, and he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in Data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs. And balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation. And he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in Data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. You want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, and balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation, and he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source Brain Trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization, our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.